Zombies in Yakutsk. Shimon Rochek. Mortgage. The pound of meat that I demand, I bought. Not cheap. He's mine. I want him. W. Shakespeare's The Merchant of Venice. At the hour when the moon rose, the realtors caught up with Becca. Moonlight fell on the ruins of a chapel, once erected not by monks but by sentimental brothers, reflecting off the pumpkin-yellow walls with bluish-black shadows. Gallows towered in the whitish fog that had even engulfed the peaks of the hills. The bodies of the hanged men, long, thin, and gnawed, were purple and swayed slightly. Their feet barely touched the surface of the fog. Debtors, Beck thought bitterly, and turned away. He felt this was no place to meet those pursuing him, but he saw no other option. He would have to fight here, in the creaking silence of the gallows, among the yellow walls and purple corpses. Becca inhaled with effort. The air was damp and coldly elastic, as if it were flowing down through his lungs, barely saturating his blood with oxygen. Suffocation. It's a familiar feeling when they're around. They emerged from the fog and froze, all of them tall, like stone idols left here by Becca's distant Yakut ancestors. Abasi, Becca thought. Then he thought something else. Bastards, how you've driven me crazy. A minute passed, then 5. They stood in the same positions, not moving a muscle the entire time. Humans couldn't stand like that, but Becca hadn't expected anything human from them. Perfect predators, iron giants, beasts, sociopaths hunting in packs, this time. Becca should be flattered. But it wasn't flattering, it was scary. There he is, hiding. A rough, mocking voice rang out. Begin, brothers, for our right will be sated with hot blood, entrails, and marrow. For we are told, you shall not eat your brother, but eat your neighbor. For he is not only your blood, but his soul will not be offended against you. And therefore he is sweet on the tongue. Leave me alone, Becca said, addressing the motionless figures. His heart was pounding as if it had already been shoved into a glass jar. He felt nauseous and dizzy. Or it will get worse. The voice was otherworldly, weak, like a half-dead rabbit frozen in the headlights. And you are a rabbit, Becca thought absently, lifting the sawed-off shotgun. He'd made it himself, from a double-barreled shotgun. He'd sawed off a chunk of the butt to leave a short handle. He'd shortened the barrels with a hacksaw. Then he'd removed the pellets from the cartridges, sprinkled in some nails, and, the final touch, inserted a silver earring into each cartridge. From a woman's ear, a dead ear. From a pale, dead ear. For you, Manya. Becca straightened up. For you, Volodka. Hiding the weapon is useless. They can see everything. He'll die among these yellow walls. However, there's always hope. That's the most painful part. It was thanks to hope that Volodka stayed alive when they cut his flesh off in layers. For damn rolls. Rolls! What Japanese people? Becca couldn't help but think of the bar in the station square. What was it called? V Sushi, a popular spot in town. Cooked rice soaked in apple cider vinegar is wrapped in thin slices of raw meat, with a cucumber or avocado stuck in the center. The cook, wearing a blood-stained apron and smelling of fish, is busy with this, holding a medical booklet bought at the market. His hands are dirty, his smile mocking. Becca felt a surge of hatred. How much did Volodka owe them? A kilogram, 2, 3, or 10? He apparently came there every day. He'd walk from the poultry factory to the bus station, a 3-kilometer trek through a pine grove and railroad tracks. Eventually, Volodka grew so weak that he was forced to wait for the Lada 7, which ran once an hour and was always late. One day, Becca was driving around and saw an old friend wandering down the street. He slowed down and opened the door of his white Japanese car. "Let me give you a lift," he said to Becca. "Where are you going?" He recoiled when Volodka looked up. Becca didn't ask why his friend was holding his left hand awkwardly and not leaning his back against the seat. "Thanks," he said. "You were a real help." "You're welcome," Becca said. "Volodya, are you sick? You look as if you're dying." Volodka smiled weakly. "There still are." At the time, Becca didn't understand what this phrase meant. Later, when Manya's misfortune befell him and the oncologist washed their hands of him, he understood. And so he went to see his former friend. Volodka was sitting on the sagging sofa watching television. The blue light from the screen fell on the old man's haggard face, which only vaguely resembled the Volodka of old. Instead of a slightly plump, stocky man, a skeleton looked at Becca. "It's very simple," said the skeleton. "You make a deal. Your flesh in exchange for their help. They set the price. 2 kilograms, 30 kilograms. It's always different. Do you understand?" And the skeleton also said, "Don't mess with them." Becca explained that he saw no other way out. "Otherwise, Manya, and that's all I have." The skeleton shrugged. "Yeah, that's all you have. That's why it's so easy with us. They call themselves realtors," Volodka said, "because they deal with real estate. That is with us, people. Haha, you get it?" "But," Becca paused, "people move, right?" The skeleton sighed. "It's temporary. And what about them?" Volodka hesitated. "And they? What do they care? Are they eternal? Let's say 200 kilograms of meat. You don't have that much, so you take out a loan from them. They call it a mortgage. How ironic. They'll help your wife, anyone, even God, if he needs to resurrect his son. For them, nothing is incurable. The calculation is simple. Would you really begrudge some of your own flesh to save the life of a loved one? No. You see. And so they moved toward him. Finally, now there was no time for fear. Becca raised his sawed-off shotgun and cocked the triggers. The realtors sped up. They were wearing business suits, as if they had just left the office for a stroll through the ruins and under the moon. Becca took aim at the shadow, aimed, and pulled the trigger. Bang! A flash. His hand jerked, his ears began to ring. For a few moments, Becca was blind and deaf. Bam! Got it, no? He turned and ran, almost blind. The yellow walls swayed around him, rolling in, trying to knock him down. Nauseating, harsh. Just a little longer, Becca thought. Just a little longer. Just a little longer. The next moment, he was knocked off his feet. He fell into a soft, whitish mist, his stomach hitting the hard ground. For a moment, he lost consciousness. You bastard, you loaded it with silver, he heard a voice above his head when he came to. Look, you hit your hand. Look, your fingers are blue. I hope they fall off completely, Becca thought angrily. They lifted him up and set him on his feet. Damn it. He blinked. A pale, whitish-lashed flesh bank representative stared at Becca. Andrei Ivanovich Sergeyev, known as Becca, the representative read from the paper. Pancreatic cancer, tumor, intestinal metastases. Yeah. Patient's life expectancy is 2 months. A mortgage has been taken out for the period. Patient's death as a result of medical error. Maria Sergeyeva, death certificate. I understand. I'm sorry, but this is not our fault. He looked at Becca. These are circumstances beyond the bank's control. A bit much, don't you think? What are we going to do, Becky Ivanovich? His voice was quiet and subdued. I don't owe you anything, you damned creatures, Becky shouted. But there was no expected anger in his words, only a sense of doom. You're mistaken, said the representative. Alas, you're very much mistaken. He slammed the folder shut and looked at Becca for a few seconds. Tom even thought he saw a flicker of sympathy in the bank representative's eyes. Then the representative nodded to the realtors. Butchers! Becca wanted to shout, but her throat was dry. It's just our job, the realtor said. Mikhail Grigoriev, we are close to you. Which side of the mirror are you on? Hey. I'll find you anyway. Hey. Prologue. Dr. Krivoglazov adjusted his pince-nez. We're dealing with an unknown, harmful mutation. Well, our wise ancestors warned us about something like this. Folklore isn't as encyclopedic as the great medical handbook, but those horror stories to scare children with didn't just come out of nowhere, did they, colleagues? The colleagues recoiled in horror. A powerful snore erupted from beneath the pristine snow-white sheets. Leather straps creaked pitifully. A bony, misshapen hand with a crudely tattooed rising sun dangled from the exhibition table, and the shriek of a young assistant filled the room. Evil decided to go free and have a little fun. Chapter 1. I see you all. I know you're there. I remember that nasty old man with the horrible glowing skin. I'll tell you everything, everyone. I, the last survivor. I, the one who didn't give up. I am the last island of reason and order in a world turned upside down. I want only one thing, that my death will not be in vain. When those like me return, I'm sure they will find my notes, build monuments to me, and bring their children to him. Even though I have become At first, the facts were concealed, not to avoid sowing unnecessary panic, but because evil was perceived in a completely different light. A sensation was in the works. At first, scientists at the Port-au-Prince Institute of Reproduction immediately began reworking their dissertations to reflect the new circumstances. Their heads were spinning with the prospects, and they urgently wanted to run somewhere, to do something, shouting, "We are immortal!" The discovery gave birth to a timid glimmer of hope, then a solidified, and finally a firm certainty, the eternal hope of immortality. Well, we weren't afraid of death, we understood it, but we hoped to conquer it. Hope was born 10,862 kilometers from Port-au-Prince, the Haitian capital, in an abandoned human town called Yakutsk. Hope, which later turned out to be evil, emerged from behind the ruined building of some hospital and dormitory on the lakeshore. The smooth ones were very fond of building such buildings, which made things easier for us. The food supply was in one place, and the taste varied depending on the illness and the chemicals administered. If we had known ahead of time, we should have converted the hospitals into closed gourmet establishments right from the Christmas holiday. But then it was too late. Now the building was abandoned. It was October, somehow snowless, and no one noticed how evil emerged from under a pile of decaying wooden rubble, with a sign reading, Shukta Shigna, and uttered that ominous line about a mother, a promiscuous woman, and a female on a swing. For some reason, many victims of evil first uttered a loose version of this phrase. Don't ask me why, ask them. I'm too well-mannered. Evil did not fall from the sky. It had lived in this city for a long time, and there was a direct dependence on the time of day or time of year. Daytime was always easier. Visibility in all directions allowed one to avoid danger. The most terrifying time was winter, when all respectable citizens were forced to avoid the bitter cold, abandon hospitable public catering establishments, and spend the winter in uncomfortable dormitories, lying on top of each other, lazily reminiscing about summer. But years of security dulled our teeth, and we lost our vigilance. We didn't run. We were curious. And then it was too late. Evil gained form, speed, and audacity, created a plan for victory, and implemented it with lightning speed. That October, Bosca and I were walking from the shore past a cubic building with the sign Universam 2 toward our favorite overnight spot. Nearby, a landmark loomed invitingly. A red brick chimney, the most beautiful of the Gladkeek family's creations on our hunting grounds, designated by the local food service inspectorate. The area around the Universam was always teeming with rats. But today we were unlucky. We'd been hanging around there for 2 hours already. We got lucky yesterday. In this very spot, under the hospital porch, we found the nest of a live, pregnant dog, ready to give birth. The reward for such a find was truly royal. An additional 3 days of hunting without another suspended animation, with a full protein diet on any day of our choice. As another vacation, a week of hunting, was drawing to a close, and 6 months of standard suspended animation loomed ahead. Our joy was genuine. Bosca jumped twice. A perfect end to the vacation, we decided, and celebrated our successful exit at Sanilga's. Sanilga's. It's right here, right next door. I can show you. Let me go for a second. Well, yes, the attempt was foolish. I was naive, and your stun gun is quite convincing. Where was I? Well, there you go. The man who crawled out from under the boards was completely pale. Hairy like but he was acting strange. He crawled out and, without attempting to stand or lifting his head, began to crawl toward our chimney, mooing contentedly. Crawling isn't very convenient when hunting, unless you're looking for a cat hiding under the chimneys, and in the open such a tactic is useless. Bosca is a sharp fellow. After a minute he caught up with the crawler, grabbed him by the shoulder, and asked the usual question. Her? This must mean, who are you and why are you crawling around here? I've known Bosca for a long time. I understand him even when he says something. The man turned his head towards us and slowly raised his left hand with a crookedly tattooed rising sun on the back of his hand. Oh, Damn Romero, I'll never forget his face. Even in the deepest suspended animation, which sets in after about a month, that look will appear to me. I swear on the last rat in my life. I'd sweat if I could. He spoke to us. Fellow countrymen, the pipes are burning. Shit, I'm frozen. Give me 50 kopecks. I'll die right now. After which he died. We figured one thing out. The reward would be bigger than for that poor dog. It's a shame he died. Otherwise we would have struck it rich. The Breeding Institute would have provided us with rats for a year. We grabbed the body and dragged it along. It was Gladkey. Just like us, smelled the same, had the same skin color, was just as dirty. But it was Gladkey. Dark energy emanated from him so clearly that the blood in our veins ran cold. Evil had come to our world, and the countdown had begun. But we didn't know it then. Chapter 2. The old man was on duty at the reception point in the boiler room of the public catering plant in Quarter B. His glasses gleaming, he stared at our loot like the progenitor at a painting of Ivan the Terrible killing his son. "Hey, Grandpa. What a handsome guy we found for you. Where did you drag it from?" "Oh, damn." I step on Bosca's foot and continue. "Yes, here. On the bridge closer to Kolbos, he was lying in a UAZ. Well, I've always been considered smart. Even Ogarik told me about it back in 2002. One antibiotic cycle ago, last year. The local police officer then allowed us to hunt in that area." That's odd. What kind of UAZ was it?" he asked, not looking in our direction, weighing and measuring the body. He paused and then added, "Did he die on his own?" "Well, old man, we know. We ourselves are a no-no. A gray UAZ, with a stripe, from the Republican Hospital, I think." "Oh yeah, I remember one like that. I passed by today. It seemed empty. About 53 kilograms. A bit weak. Enlarged liver. Judging by the state of the body in the pictures, a lone anarchist. Too bad we won't find his buddies, I'm afraid. So, we'll write you down as an anarchist." Never mind. There's a banquet at the DPP tomorrow. We'll freeze your liver, chop it up, present it to the local police officer tomorrow. Skull intact, brains intact. That's good. Okay, take it to box 5, over there. Papandreou will help. Then you wait there. I'll, fill out the hunting reward. Papandreou, a huge fellow without a left eye, which had leaked out during the fight on the very first night of rebirth, silently waved his huge claw downwards and moved forward behind us. "Oh, old man." I didn't believe it. The UAZ hadn't been there for 5 days. I personally dumped it in the lake. A cat was hiding under it, and then I pushed it. But it wasn't engaged, so it rolled off the parapet. And he seems to know it perfectly well. I bet only Boskin knows. Smart, damn, 4 eyes. And why does he need glasses? He has a sense of smell like a dog these days. Okay. We grab the anarchist by the legs. I grab the left, Bosk the right, and back away. Papandreou stomps ahead. We head to the storage facility. The loot is live specimens are usually placed in heated boxes, which is why public catering facilities are built in boiler rooms, close to the stoves, so the living don't die before their time. It's like a farm, but usually we, the simple hunters, don't get the live ones. Small ones like mice and rats go to the local police officers, and the larger ones go to headquarters, to the Department of Criminal Investigation. We don't go there. No point in drooling. To get to the deadbait lockers, you have to go down the stairs past the former control room. The steps are metal and slippery. Papandreou goes down ahead. We drag Glatky with our backs to him. Baska grins like a poster on City Hall, with the faded inscription, "Russia is a portly faggot." He slips. The anarchist hits the back of his head and wheezes. Oops. Is he alive? Yeah, he's swearing. Oh, that damned Ash with the chainsaw. We're making a career. Goodbye 8-month suspended animation. Hello vacation to the zoo on Pokrovsky Tract. Baska, he's alive. We'll get him now, stop. Baska makes a confused, squelching sound and silently sinks to the floor. Papandreou pulls the rebar out of his head and turns to me. Oh, you damn old man, you huckster. You knew he was alive. But I'm a hunter. I catch mice, lying motionless by my burrow for hours. My reflexes are almost like the Gladky ones. Papandreou's iron weapon flies at the top of my head. I duck, offer my shoulder, grab the big guy by his exposed rib with my right hand, yank him toward me, and press his left side to me. Papandreou has no eye on that side, and he starts jabbing me randomly with his iron. The main thing is, it's not my brain. It doesn't hurt anywhere else, and it's not fatal. He manages to stab me several times before I slam him against the wall. I seem to have calmed down, grab Baska, and Baska spits out his last tooth and grins affectionately. Gur. He seems fine since he swears so harshly. His brain isn't damaged. Only his scalp is torn off on the side. His tongue has been missing for almost a year, just a stump. Many of our guys lack something. It's normal for us. It usually happens right before rebirth. The healthier he is, the longer he resists, and the more he suffers during the transition to normal. Baska fought for a long time, took down 2 of our guys, but then he became normal. Incidentally, I turned him myself. I ate Baska's heart myself, and in the heat of the fight, I managed to taste a piece of his brain, but not fatally. Now, we're practically like brothers. So, what's wrong with the anarchist? He's lying there, moaning. His eyes, I've never seen them like that. White, like a dog's, with black in the middle. His skin is pink, and his teeth are light, close together. About 10 of them. It's scary, basically. Oh well, we'll get you now. Baska, bro, grabbed his arm, checking for a pulse. He went quiet, and then he just grabbed Gladky's finger. At least he doesn't have any teeth. Otherwise he'd ruin the banquet with a DPP. If he wasn't served within 10 minutes, before he had a chance to get back to normal. Baska, what are you doing? We can't do it ourselves. They'll drive us back into the coffin. Are you crazy? Bois. So what if it's hot? Pull yourself together. I'm holding on. You hold on too. I grabbed Gladky's hand. Oh, Dario Argento, damn you. He's so hot. The blood inside me was pulsing, sweet and hot. I could barely contain myself. Instincts are terrible things. I need to go see Tudor from Zalog, get my nerves treated. The ones left in my back and right arm are completely out of control. Bosky and I grab Smooth and drag him up. We drag him slowly, carefully, so as not to damage our precious trophy. The old one saw us and tore a piece of skin from his chest. The faithful ghost is nervous. I shout, "Old man, he's alive, this Smooth one, can you believe it or not?" "Oh, really? Where did you lose your ear, Vasenka?" "Yes, your buddy," he said and froze. "I don't understand. Did Bahaska say that?" I turn my head. He stands there like a pillar with his hand raised, like the one in the square near decoy. I went cold. A trickle of blood was dripping from the hole where Bahaski's ear should have been. Red. "Mother, to hell with her," said Bahaska, and sat down on the pipe that had cooled down for the last time 5 years ago. Chapter 3. The old man raised a terrifying fuss within half an hour. Something had indeed begun to happen to Bahaska. The first thing he did was sprout a horribly pink tongue. Evil truly begins with the tongue. Then he went berserk. He started sitting there, grinning stupidly, terribly. When a long-standing scab on his cheek fell off, revealing not the usual bubbling gray liquid but a horrific red living blood, the old man couldn't take it anymore. A patrol was brought up from Tuimada, a team of 5 beaters, led by a local police officer. They tried to take Bahaska away for quarantine, but he was so stunned that he began attacking the patrolmen who were politely but persistently restraining him. Without any preamble, they pressed the barrel of a taiga to my forehead. I sat there, motionless. The old man, the bastard, ran around, commenting on what was happening. Bahaska was terrifying to look at. He was flushed, blood oozing everywhere, screaming and cursing at the old man and the police officer, not so much from pain as from sheer terror and the sheer inability to scream coherently. He began to fight, kicking and punching everyone left and right. The nightmare lasted for about 5 minutes, but then our guys overpowered him and put him in their car. "Listen, Gray," the police officer said to me. "What's wrong with him? He nearly bit off half my leg. He tore off Galimi's lip. He poked Kolia Baspali in the stomach with his finger. Tore it. Now there's no way he can feed himself." "I don't know, boss. He's probably gone crazy. He had a difficult childhood." "Interesting," our supervisor muttered and drove off. The old bastard calmed down and brought me a mouse, as if to close up the joint. The mouse had been killed with some kind of clever poison, so my head started buzzing like after a glass of live cat blood. Half an hour later, after catching our breath, we carried the anarchist upstairs, intending to lock him in the living cage. Just as we were leaving the cage, he came to and spoke again. "Guys, where am I?" "Shut up, meat." "And why am I here?" "If you're unlucky, our bigwigs will eat you tomorrow. And if you're lucky, our eggheads will study you, and maybe someone there will take a liking to you, and you'll become normal. They're tough guys. They'll chalk it up to losses from their experiments. But we absolutely can't eat you, kid. They'll knock your brains out of you." "Papu, no. Unless you attract someone more powerful, then maybe they'll take you to the capital." "To Moscow?" "They could go to Moscow. There were always plenty of ours there. But your most valuable ones could go to the capital, to Port-au-Prince." "Where is this?" "I've been to many places. The port, Nampsi, Kutaisi, Kangalasi, Haiti. From there our progenitor came into the world." "What's with your muzzles?" "Here you are, the spitting image of Petro from Tuimada. Only you're older and Petro's guts aren't visible." Gladkey paused and added, "No fucking way. I left Makar's. I had some stash. I went into the hut to get some medicine. I had a drink. I thought, let me sleep. Then bam, I'm flying down somewhere." We explained to him why we needed living Gladkey. "Our main problem is that we're dying out. That is, we're not just dying out like stupid cats or dogs, of course. It's simpler. We can't reproduce like animals, like the smooth ones. But we're dying. Some haven't woken up from hibernation like we have in the north. Their brains sometimes deteriorate in the winter. In the south, they mostly die from desiccation. And the few remaining smooth ones occasionally take us down. That same Ash with his chainsaw, may he never be mentioned, took down a ton of us. There were no creatures more insidious and malicious than the smooth ones. I even respect them for that. It's a good thing they're not so resilient. Tear off his arm, for example, and he'll die. And there's little left for us to eat, save only the universal, mandatory suspended animation and the public catering facilities established by the progenitor. They grow food there. Cats, dogs, rats. They also say there are animals like pigs, horses, and cows. They're as tasty as cats, only bigger. But they were all taken to Moscow. There are none left here. The only way to reproduce is with the smooth ones, which migrate into us. Therefore, such prey is the most valuable. We can live for 1,000 years, without arms, without legs, without many internal organs. But we won't grow any more if the smooth ones run out. And the most valuable smooth ones are those that can reproduce. The females are especially prized. In our north, the smooth ones are the most common, hiding in the forests and outskirts. They're safer there. We fall into the longest hibernation. Only the toughest of the DPP and their team, the guards, are awake year-round, while we hunters only wake up in the summer to forage. The north is the world's treasure trove, and here are the best of us, the most resilient, the most adaptable, the very best, the elite of our society. It just had to happen that evil came from our land. They say it right. The more progressive a society is, the more defenseless it is against the horrors of nature. And there's never been anyone more progressive on the planet than us. You understand? I know this is a shocker. So go away, animal, or I won't say anything else. With the Gladki, things were simpler. The old one's hair stood on end with terror as he listened, and I too was uneasy at the horrific lives these unfortunate creatures lived. Some Gladki were all cause evil, thieves. Others were forced to work and beg, while they traveled the world to amuse themselves with the choicest females. Our Gladki was the smartest of them all. He immediately realized that not all was right here, and befriended other intelligent individuals. They lived together on Tuimata, despising and disrespecting the scum who sucked the blood of the working people. When Gladki was telling me in a weak voice about his primitive life, which was before the rebirth, that is, before we arrived, I noticed small, bleeding bite marks on his finger. And Boskin's teeth hadn't completely crumbled. Apparently only the stumps remained, the ones he'd used to bite Gladki. I hope Boskiny doesn't bring some kind of infection. I need to visit him tomorrow to see how he's doing. And why he started acting so violent is unclear. It must be his suddenly acquired gift of speech that's had an effect on him. The old man, out of worry, even brought me a mouse. And indeed, the devil is a scammer. Apparently, he's running some fake channels, not even the invoices. I'll make a note of that. That's how my fate, Boskin's, and the anarchists' fate changed. And no one could have imagined that we would all be swept up and carried away by some incomprehensible, swift and merciless river. And now we won't be able to swim out or row out. Epilogue. And in the morning they came for us. While we were sitting there, chatting with our food and not giving a damn, Baaska transformed into a monster at the station. I later saw their photographs, nightmarish creations of the mind. Rosy faces, even white teeth. Eyes a terrifying white with a dark circle in the middle. And most importantly, no spirituality in their eyes. There was only primal malice in them. And hatred. All the cuts have healed. All the tissue that died during the rebirth has regenerated. History has turned back. The sleep of reason has given birth to monsters. The local police officer, Gloomy, Kolka Bespali, and, a little later, Starry, too, were all finished. The fight with Baaska proved fatal for them. Moreover, contact with blood doesn't seem to me to be a necessary condition. I suspect anarchists spat in Starry's eye, and Starry didn't even participate in the fight. Just made noise. They became smooth. People. Disgusting pink people. Our constant food. The anarchist was taken in by one of our own, Krivoglazov, a chiropractor, for study. When he took him away, he was practically stamping his feet with excitement. Wow, what prospects! With such regenerative abilities, the physical deterioration of our bodies could be halted, which would mean immortality. And only then did the eggheads realize that this mutation was contagious. Hope turned to evil. Why the anarchist turned out this way, no one knows. And then no one cared anymore. The overcrowded cities fell very quickly. The contagion swept the world within weeks. Our people in Haiti and the residents of remote settlements resisted the longest. But it's only a matter of time. It's a shame Krivoglazov didn't have time to come up with an antidote for this scourge. And now some old man with a stun gun is shining a light into my pupils, testing my reaction to light, sound, smell, measuring my fangs, doing an ultrasound of my organs. I wonder why. So many are already visible. I don't know why exactly I didn't turn into a smooth one. I don't know. Maybe it's because when I turned Basque, I managed to swallow his heart and a chunk of his brain. I don't know. The world has turned upside down. The brothers from Jamaica turned out to be right when they made their calendar of predictions. Study me, study me. While you still can, creatures. We'll be back. We've always been back. We've always lived among you, even more than you, vile old man, think. Igor Karpov. Cell. Uncle Valera, when do the city dwellers die? So, if you don't kill them, they're bound to die sooner or later. Those are good questions, Ovka, but complicated ones. Nobody knows. They look dead already, but since they're running around, eating, and most likely thinking, they're alive. Dead as humans, but still very much alive as zombies. I guess when the bones wear out, that's when zombie kaput sets in. But we won't let them get to that point, will we? 500 coins for a pair of rotten ears, not a good sign for Zombishvili longevity. Cough, cough. But that means the very first ones could still be alive now? They can, of course, although the first ones were really stupid, so it's unlikely. What kind of weird questions are these, Avsenti Batur? Are you nervous or something? Don't hold on to the bars, they might scratch you. And then what? That's right, I'll blow your head off, cut off your ears, and hand you over to the procurement office. The ambush on the city dwellers was set up according to all the rules. A metal cage, its base firmly planted in the asphalt, a tasty bait, and an ambush on the floor above, 10 meters away. Avka, a smart 9-year-old Yakut boy, grimaced with displeasure. He wouldn't have done something as stupid as grabbing the bars, even without being told. Valeron simply liked to play it safe. That's just the way he was. So, now he had 2 shotguns. A relatively new MTs and an ancient, hammer-fired Taz BM. He also had 10 meters of sturdy twine with a hook at the end, a huge homemade knife, sometimes called a machete or a batas by his colleagues, and, a constant source of ridicule, his own know-how, wooden stakes as sharp as spears. Valeron was a born innovator, just like Absenti. No one before him had ever used a child as bait. An adult with a gun always sat in the cage. When Valeron took a stray orphan as his partner, there was a lot of gossip. He couldn't talk his way out of it. Only a few were honored to hear Valera's explanation. What difference does it make whether it's a child or an adult? Avka has a Glock with 17 rounds, better than your Burdan rifles. Besides, the city boy is smart. Many people avoid a cage with an adult in it. And most importantly, my cage is smaller than yours, so it's lighter. And about humanism, tell your wives, who turned away to avoid watching an orphan die of hunger. He used the same explanation, lightness, for his wooden darts. You don't need steel to pierce a zombie, so there's no point in carrying around iron. And yet, the nickname Vampire Hunter stuck with him, forever. But the cage, small, collapsible, made of hollow tubes of some light alloy, was the envy of all hunters. Avka loved assembling and disassembling his Glock. He could spend hours doing this. What else could an illiterate do, sitting silently in a cage for hours? Of course, Valeron took it away as soon as the settlement appeared. But in practice, he always had it. At first, he grumbled about losing a part, but it was clear he was pleased with his partner, who kept the weapon in perfect condition. It was a shame he only got to fire it 3 times, 3 rounds each. Justifying his greed, his partner said, "It's good that the pistol is durable. Look how many hands it's been through, and the chamber is still brand new. Too bad, it only has a few rounds of ammo. So consider this your dagger, your last resort. If they kill me, you'll have to get out of the cage yourself. Then you'll understand you should have saved the ammo." And Avka couldn't understand. To whom was he making excuses? Why? He took in a hungry man, clothed him, sheltered him, and gave him a weapon. For all this, Avka was willing to carry not only bolts and food, but also all the gnawed twigs and stakes. But Valeron pushed the cart alone, only occasionally allowing him to roll along the flat stretches where the asphalt began. Other hunters started using their children as bait within a month. That's how long it took to weld the first mini-cages. And why share with an adult partner when any slacker in the family can use the cage? The first sign of a zombie's presence, a sharp, toilet-like smell, caught Avka just as he clicked the magazine back in place. The final piece of the assembly. Even without hearing the shuffling, it was possible to tell where the undead were coming from. So thick was the stench coming from Orzhanka. Slowly moving to the center of the cage, he coughed, though he knew Valeron had already noticed the prey's presence. He cocked the hammer, set the safety, and tucked it into his shirt, away from the temptation to shoot the rotting face. As expected, the first city dweller slammed his entire body into the cage, slimy shreds spattering the hands that covered his face. I'll have to wash myself with sand. A trio of shabby members of his pride hobbled toward the prostrate zombie. First, after sniffing the leader, as if to make sure he hadn't become any less stinking, the zombies began circling the cage, periodically gnawing at the bars, searching for a weak spot. They didn't care that the cage was impenetrable on all sides. They clearly intended to wear out the bones right there, near the cage. The concept of time was completely absent from their rotten brains. The first shot was a poor one. Despite the target losing his lower jaw, he didn't collapse onto the grass sprouting from the crumbling asphalt, merely jerking his head upward and continuing to participate in the nightmarish dance. However, this revealed that these city dwellers feared neither the gunshot nor the death of their fellow man. Valeron rose to his full height with a furious cry, attracting the attention of the four. The enemy took a moment to assess the situation. Then, the leader and one of his companions headed toward the ambush. The cripple without a jaw and the female remained near the cage. Valeron killed the first one with a shot to the forehead, immediately after the first steps in his direction. He skewered the second with a stake. Bullets are worth money. He finished off the remaining two with batas. The candidate for a dental discount didn't even see him approach. But the female was a disaster. Both ears were severed where the sharp blade had bisected her head. "Damn, I should have gone higher," Valeron said, looking regretfully at the broken metals. "Now I'm going to have to fight with the receiver. Should I sew them up?" Avka grinned, imagining the scene. He considered laughing out loud childish. "You see, the answer to your question is that the first ones are still alive. How come the grandfathers didn't find them?" Hunters derisively called those who hunted zombies in winter grandfathers or grandfathers' frosts. Many were, of course, versatile, hunting both in winter and summer. However, these were either greedy outsiders looking for the big bucks or losers who couldn't make a decent living in a season. But Valeron was one of those who hunted only live animals. A good hunter would bring in so many during the season that he'd switch to a normal, city job in the winter. The work of grandfathers has its own specifics. Because of the idiotic whole ears only rule, grandfathers have to bring home severed heads, then thaw them, and only then cut off the ears. Consequently, grandfathers stink. A lot. Finding the creatures is an art in itself. They hide not in the city but in the forest, so not every experienced tracker will find them. But if you stumble upon a good communal stash, you can make good money. In some caches, up to 20 city ones are found. You are a prophet, Avka. That's what I'll tell you. Eh? You're extraordinary, I tell you. Just when you started talking about the old ones, there they are. My dears. I haven't seen the likes of them in 4 years. Where did they come from? I don't understand. Are they really old? You saw it yourself. After I missed, they didn't run away. A sure sign of old ones. Only they don't run away when you shoot one. And then, look how battered they are, almost all naked, their bones practically glistening. The bastards are worn out. What, your legs are numb? I'll pull you out right now. Remember, last fall. Avka never learned what Valeron had meant about last fall. Years of hunting the undead give him instincts and caution. It's hard to imagine two people more prepared for an attack by city dwellers than the hunters' tandem. However, the fact remains. Neither Avka nor Valeron noticed the ghoul that attacked Avka's partner from behind and bit off the scruff of his neck. Valeron looked back with angry bewilderment and froze. The clouded gaze of the creature that had killed him, the goalkeeper's awkward pose, and the hairy lump of his own flesh in the city man's mouth, after a moment of confusion, infuriated him. He grabbed a stake in each hand and, with a wild roar, fell upon the creature. A minute later, the roaring mass stopped. Valeron was kneeling and crying, Avka couldn't see his face, but he could tell by the trembling back that his partner was crying. Finally, he stood up and quickly turned to the cage. "That's it, son. I'm done for. Take the gun. I'll get the backpack right now." And he hurried to the ambush site. Avka couldn't quite comprehend what was happening. Valeron, too, had lost his usual phlegmatic composure and was rushing from one to the other. He ran up noisily, sat down next to them, and began chattering. "Oh, Avushka, my vision is going blurry. I need to die quickly. I don't want to turn into a gorod, into them. Do you understand? Now I'm going to shoot myself and try to fall in your direction. Get it? Take your jacket. You'll warm up if you have to sit for long. Try to make sure they're not nearby. Ugh, and the old woman's mistake. Got used to the new ones, forgot caution. Oh, damn them. You understood that the old ones, that they don't get scared, that you can't. Anyway, go out carefully, okay? Stupid death. Forgive me for everything, Avushka, if I offended you in any way. Don't cry. Here's the backpack, Batas. Take care of the pistol. I bequeath the cage to you, just say so, do you hear? Like, I bequeathed it, it's mine. Petka will covet it, he's my brother, my cousin. Don't give it to the bastard. You'll get a share of the shooter's money. What else? That seems to be all. Well, say hi to everyone. Let them remember Ghostbusters. Don't be afraid, kid. You're Avksenti Botur, remember? He fell the other way. He should have stood with his back to the cage. But he looked at Avka, winked encouragingly, and crouched down slightly to rest the barrel on his chin. The shot knocked him back from the cage. And only then did Avksenti realize that, having handed over the weapons, food, advice, and will, Valeron had forgotten to hand over the keys. For some reason, this didn't frighten him much. Perhaps he had accumulated too much fear. Is the lock strong, Uncle Valor? Valeron made a ferocious face. You'll never escape. Then, laughing, he explained, the lock is for them. Before, they were dumber than dogs, weren't afraid of guns, fire, or heights, and died in droves. Consequently, they couldn't even lift a bolt. Then their numbers dwindled, and the government bragged. A complete reorganization would arrive in a year. Total nonsense. The rest got smart. Didn't jump off 5-story buildings anymore. Looked for hiding places before winter, and could open any tricky locks in a jiffy. And the worst part is, those freshly bitten were just as cunning. That's why their bonuses grew through the roof. Even so, a man was a weakling all his life, but after a bite, he became smarter. Just kidding, of course. Did you believe me? So, to keep from opening, you have to attach a reliable lock. Wait, I'll make a spare tire later and give it to you when you stop getting nervous at the sight of rotten ones. Otherwise, you'll be so scared you'll want to unlock it and run away. Come on, what am I, a little Toli? And who are these rotten Uncle Valeries? What, haven't you heard? That's what they used to call the city dwellers. There used to be a movie about our city, by the way. They stink, Avka. That's why they're rotten. They've been called all sorts of things. Valeron didn't have time to make a spare tire. He figured the body was 2 meters away, no more. What if he unbuckled the gun strap? After 3 hours of fruitless fishing, Avka began to cry. Probably for the first time. And what if there was no one around, no one to be ashamed of? He managed to hook his boot 3 times, and each time he couldn't move Valeron even an inch. The toe of the boot gave way as he pulled harder, and the noose slipped. Night was falling, and it was getting chilly. The steaks, split with a batasse, came in handy. Every hour, Avka lit a miniature fire and warmed his hands, frying a piece of flatbread. There was no way out, unless someone wandered in during the day. Although, he knew perfectly well, no one would venture that way for another week. Not a single hunting party would go that way. The place was already used up, and only the best hunter, Valeron, knew how to lure out the last of the rest. So, the chances were practically nil. Unless the first city man arrived at dawn. The main thing is not to make a mistake. The main thing is not to confuse. Although, that was easy. He approached Valeron after 15 minutes of looking around and shuffling. Jacques smashed the city man's parietal bone as soon as he leaned over Valeron. Avka killed the second and third when there was exactly a third of water left in his flask. Valeron was right. The BMK hits much more accurately. I'll give Petya the MCK, and I'll keep this one for myself. And the cage. Should I give it to Batas or not? And only the 10th and 11th did Avka allow to devour the mentor's body. He was terrified. Terrified. He tried not to look at them, peering into the distance, drowning out the crunch of Valeron's bones with his song. If only they were those. Avka allowed the 13th to join the feast, and he killed the 14th. And he drew his Glock. It was important not to miss. It was no accident that Valeron chose Avka as his partner. Another would have kicked that damned why not out after a week. But he always answered, always teaching. In the old days, he would have been the best school teacher. Avka was lucky, incredibly lucky. If not for Valeron, how would he have determined whether he was an old city boy or a new one? And so, the three old men, fearless, unafraid of the death of their neighbors, circled the cage. In the belly of one of them, mixed in with the teacher's flesh, lay the key that would fall next to the cage, the key to freedom. I'll have to order a spare tire right away, Avka thought, and fired through the bars, between the eyes of the one gnawing on the light alloy metal of his cage. Yulia Privalova, there is no exit. This story happened to me over 10 years ago, and I realize it's only by a miracle that I survived. I'm not prone to fatalism, but still, what happened to me sets a certain mood. After that incident, I left Yakutsk. I've lived in another city for a long time, but I still walk around looking over my shoulder. Is anyone lurking behind me? When I go to bed, I turn on the lights and the television throughout the house. Its steady hum soothes me, and I slowly drift off to sleep. But sometimes I wake up screaming, and for a long time afterward I can't calm down. I lie awake until morning, eyes wide open, in front of the television. But I can't see what it's showing or hear what it's saying. Schizophrenic, you might say. I probably agree with you. It all happened the year I graduated from university. I already had my diploma in hand. I'd found a job as a teacher at one of the city's schools, and all that was left was finding a place to live. This was a very painful issue for me, as I was living with relatives. Their constant disapproving glances, as well as their blatant hints that it was time to vacate the old folding bed, were a thorn in my side. Finances were tight too. In fact, I was hoping to rent a corner for the cheapest rent I could find in Yakutsk. Of course, it was ridiculous to expect to rent a palace under such conditions, but I still wanted to find decent accommodation, even if it was poorly appointed. After wandering around various addresses, I realized that this would be far from easy, since the options offered for so little money were completely unacceptable. One of the small rooms was strewn from top to bottom with beads of dried blood. "There was a fight here, a man was killed, and I don't have time to clean it up," the landlady explained innocently. Needless to say, after her words, I lost all desire to go anywhere near that place. The owner of the other, partially furnished apartment turned out to be a hysterical woman with an exceptionally nasty, saccharine voice. She was renting out her place, planning to live next door, and at the same time keeping all her pets with me. A huge dog, a Siamese cat, a couple of parrots, and a hamster to boot. Why did she need all this? Only God knows. She clung to me with a death grip, advertising her apartment and pets in every way, and I only managed to save myself after I swore to return that very day with a deposit and mentally told her to go to hell. Of course, I could have shared a place with someone else and split the expenses. But there was a catch. I'm a rather solitary person, what you might call an introvert, and I have a hard time connecting with strangers. And the thought of having to share my personal space with someone outside of work simply terrified me. So I ruled that option out right away. Overall, the picture was bleak, and I was seriously considering moving back to my small hometown. But I couldn't bring myself to buy a ticket. Jobs were scarce there, and I didn't want to leave the city for the countryside. Then, completely unexpectedly, an old acquaintance, I can't even remember his name now, called and said that his distant relative was looking to rent out an apartment for a very nominal fee. The apartment was in a wooden house, well appointed, and the neighborhood, while not centrally located, had good transportation links. I liked the idea, and we agreed that I would come and take a look. In my joyful frenzy, it didn't even seem odd that I had to arrive quite late to view the apartment, no earlier than 10 o'clock in the evening. I blithely decided that who knows, maybe the person works late. The next day, I boarded the last 2 bus and went to inspect my future apartment. In my dreams, I'd already moved in and decorated everything to my taste, and, lost in pleasant thoughts, I almost missed my stop. Jumping off the bus as it pulled away, I wandered off in search of the right address. It was a cold, dreary autumn evening. A sharp wind, swirls of snow, promised winter was coming. It was already dark. I lost my way and wandered for an hour, searching for the right address. And the longer I wandered past the 2-story wooden buildings, the more unreal I felt. The houses, gloomy gray heaps, towered on both sides of the road, entwined with gnarled sewer pipes. The street was deserted, and I began to feel as if I were in a completely deserted, irrational space. Finally finding the right house, I entered the dark, moldy-smelling entryway. I counted the doors at random, tried to find the doorbell, couldn't find it, and knocked. Silence. I felt a twinge of dread and almost decided to leave, but the urgent need for a place to live in the face of the approaching harsh winter forced me to stay. Suddenly, the door slowly opened, revealing the gaping maw of an apartment. Candles must have been burning inside, their dim light reflecting off the walls, casting strange shadows. Tick, tock, tock. A clock ticked unnaturally loudly somewhere in the background. Amazingly, It was this rhythmic ticking that somehow calmed me, and I decided to go in. From the threshold, I called out, "Hello, is anyone here? I'm here about the apartment," and listened. "Come in here. Don't mind the darkness. There will be light tomorrow," a muffled voice said softly and somewhat indistinctly. Several candles burned on the table in the small room, and in their flickering, uncertain light, I tried to discern the owner of the house. The play of light and shadow sharply outlined the cheekbones of his pale, gaunt face. His eyes seemed like dark hollows. There was something about that face that was simultaneously frightening and alluring. We sat in complete silence for about a minute. The prolonged silence made me uneasy, and I asked abruptly, "When can I move into the apartment?" After a pause and looking closely into my face, the owner replied, "Yes, even now." I was a little confused, to be honest. I didn't expect events to develop so quickly. "What about payment?" "Payment doesn't really matter. You see, I'm going away for a long time, and I'd like the apartment to be properly looked after while I'm away." "When are you leaving?" I asked, trying to gain time to think and keep the conversation going. "Very soon," my strange interlocutor replied and added, "I don't want to seem like an inhospitable host, so please make yourself at home." He spoke quietly, with a slight lisp and a faint smacking sound. In another situation, I would have found it amusing. But not now. The sound of his soft, slightly muffled voice, the way he enunciated his words, made my heart leap and then sink into my stomach. No, thank you. I'll probably go," I squeezed out, mentally cursing myself with all my might. "I'm not insisting," the man paused, then added ingratiatingly, "It's very late. A young woman shouldn't be out alone so late. This area is dangerous. You never know what could happen at night. Stay here. You'll spend the night, get used to it. And at the same time, you can decide if you want to stay any longer. Especially since I'm leaving now. We'll decide about payment later." I hesitated. This man definitely filled me with fear, though I couldn't have clearly explained at the time what it was that was causing it. But I really didn't want to leave the warmth and relative safety of the place back into the chilly autumn night. I was terribly tired that day, and, succumbing to a moment of weakness, I agreed to stay and spend the night. After consent to stay overnight was granted, my strange companion stood up and walked to the front door. He had no luggage whatsoever, not even the tiniest handbag. Near the door, he stopped, turned to me and smiled. No, bared his teeth, left, and closed the door behind him completely silently. "What about the keys?" "The keys!" I rushed after him, tripped over the threshold, jumped up, and yanked the front door open. The hallway was quiet. No one answered my desperate call. Returning, I sank exhausted onto the sofa in the corner of the room. Fatigue overcame me, and I think I dozed off briefly. Boom, 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 the clock above me chimed loudly. I jumped up in horror, rubbing my eyes and looking around. Where am I? Where am I? And in that same second, I remembered where I was and why I was here. And since I was staying, I decided to walk around the apartment and have a look around. Along the way, I congratulated myself for bringing a powerful flashlight, as I'd expected to return in pitch darkness. A fresh copy of the Cherka fell out of my bag along with the flashlight. Great, I thought. Now I'll have something to while away the time with. The apartment turned out to be small, if not tiny. Just a tiny hallway, a small room where the owner received me. I left that for later. And a dingy, dingy kitchen. It was obvious that a lonely bachelor lived there. I inspected the bathroom and toilet last. The toilet was leaking slightly, and the dull drip, drip, drip sound was clearly audible in the quiet apartment. I decided I'd have to call a plumber at my own expense. Otherwise, it would be a long and painful lullaby to fall asleep with. The bathroom door was covered in long, fresh scratches. Looking closer, I decided the owner had a cat. He must have been begging to go to the bathroom for a long time, the poor thing. Mentally pitying the animal, I flung open the bathroom door, shone the flashlight inside, and a scream caught in my throat. A piece of rope dangled from a thick, rounded beam in the middle of the bathroom. I felt a sense of dread and hurried back to the room, where at least the candles were burning comfortably. And in the very first second, my gaze fell on a white rectangle on the wall. Coming closer, I realized it was a mirror covered with a piece of cloth. The candles on the table no longer seemed cozy to me, and barely having recovered from what I saw, I grabbed my bag. My urge was to run away from here, wherever my eyes looked, even into the cold and dark night. But to people, to living people. But no such luck. The front door refused to budge. I frantically pounded on it with my hands and feet, but after a while I realized I couldn't get out. But who had managed to close it, and when? That remained a mystery to me. In my panic, the thought of climbing out the window flashed through my mind. After all, the apartment was on the ground floor. I began frantically opening the frames, and they gave way surprisingly easily. But imagine my disappointment when, instead of the refreshing night air, my hands encountered cold, rough boards. The window was boarded up on that side. In desperation, I reached the couch, climbed up onto it, and started pounding on the wall. Surely there must be some neighbors here. Silence was my answer. Exhausted and hoarse from screaming, I looked around. The room had shrunk during my desperate and fruitless attempts to get out. The ceiling had closed in on me. The air had become stale, and a heavy, sweet smell was clearly present. The candles on the table weren't just candles anymore. They burned mournfully, like tiny funeral pyres. Somehow, I sensed I was no longer in an apartment, but in a crypt. The newspaper I dropped lay on the floor. I picked it up instinctively, and on the open page I saw a familiar face. The text beneath the photograph read, "We express our deepest condolences to friends and colleagues on the tragic death of Valchuk Yuri Pavlovich. We remember and mourn with you." For several seconds I struggled to figure out where I could have seen that face. And when I finally understood, my breath caught in my throat, as if someone had come up to me and playfully punched me in the gut. It was the owner of the apartment. There was no doubt about it. I saw his face clearly and distinctly before me. And, suddenly, or so it seemed to my overactive imagination, the photograph smiled at me. Just a little, just the corners of its lips. I jerked the newspaper away somewhere in the corner. At that moment, a soft cough was heard. My heart did another somersault. It turned out to be just the radio, sitting on the nightstand in the corner of the room. Amidst the wheezing and sighing, a distant, slightly cracked voice said, "Just a moment, just a moment. Everyone, everyone, everyone. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The doors need to be opened. We need to open the windows. Run away before dawn. Who can't get out? He will go to the next world on foot and will replace the dead man. Oops, oops, oops. The dawn is approaching. Whoever doesn't come out is dead. So, this man. It will stay here forever. These idiotic verses repeated themselves over and over, gradually increasing the tempo until the voice no longer spoke but, gasping and hoarse, screamed hysterically, breaking through the crackling and static, then suddenly stopped, just as it had begun. A crushing, deathly silence descended. The clock, which had once ticked so reassuringly, was no longer audible. Not even the leaking toilet. Absolutely nothing. With nowhere to go, I settled down on the only relatively safe spot, the sofa. I sat there for a long time, my hands clasped between my knees, listening to the deafening silence around me. It was becoming increasingly difficult to breathe. Time dragged on disgustingly slowly, and I was tired of waiting for the worst that this apartment had in store for me. But nothing happened, and without realizing it, I fell into a state called batat, a borderline state between sleep and wakefulness, when you lie there unable to move a single part of your body, as if dozing, but at the same time you see and hear everything around you. I imagined the owner of the apartment. He came up to me, took my limp hand in his icy blue one, and spoke in the same sad and sympathetic tone he had used when we first met. He spoke as if continuing a long-standing conversation. "I have some work left here. It needs to be finished. Do you understand? And you'll have to go there, since you agreed to stay here until dawn. This isn't my home, it's my grave. Expect guests soon, receive them properly, they're very hungry." The last words were drowned out by the sounds of deafening laughter. Someone was literally tearing their stomachs apart, and I saw the face of the apartment's owner. It began to distort, blur. His mouth twisted. The laughter roared in my head, rolled like a wild echo, bursting my skull from the inside. I woke up in horror. From the walls, from the floor, from the ceiling, blind white worms, the faithful companions of decay and death, were crawling out from everywhere. They crawled blindly across the floor, along the walls, encroaching on each other, writhing in tangled coils, swarming everywhere. A sour vomit rose in my throat, and the worms inexorably crept toward my sofa, and I could see that they were terribly hungry. They were prowling around, searching for food, and that food was supposed to be me. Their numbers grew, and their quiet rustling was unbearable. It's funny how, in life's most terrifying moments, completely unrelated thoughts creep into your head. So, for example, I remembered the famous painting about Princess Tarakanova. She is imprisoned in the Schlisselburg fortress. There is water all around. The princess, and was she a princess? That is the question, has climbed up onto the bunk with her feet, and rats are crawling towards her from everywhere, escaping from the flood. And then, no, I just imagined it. No, really, someone outside was trying to rip the boards off and open the window. I jumped up and screamed and sobbed and shrieked. It's hard to put into words what happened to me. All the horror and tension I'd endured for the last few hours burst forth. Surprised voices were heard from outside, and someone shouted, "Mana Kimbadi? I'm here, I'm here, I'm here. Help me, save me. Don't go. Get me out of here. Please, don't leave me here." The voices fell silent. The sound of boards being torn away was heard. A cold, invigorating rush of street air swept in, and the gray pre-dawn twilight crept cautiously into the room. I rushed to the window, a disgusting squelching sound beneath my feet. Scratching my hands on the rough boards, I struggled to get out. They helped me out, and I spotted my saviors. Two men with puffy, haggard faces, in dirty overalls, and a distinct smell of fumes. They had clearly noticed the empty apartment and decided to split the two of them, for some reason leaving the third one behind. But my consciousness registered these details automatically. At that moment, they played no role for me. Had I met them in a different setting, I might have turned my nose up in disdain. But then, these were people. Living people. They looked at me with surprise. "How did you end up here?" "I came to rent an apartment here, and then, there." I couldn't help but burst into tears and laughter. Just like that, at the same time. The tears streamed down my face. They existed, lived a life of their own, and through those tears I laughed a shallow, hysterical laugh without stopping. Just like that, I stood before them, laughing and crying. And yet I still managed to utter individual words. She's hysterical," one of them remarked, fussing and pulling a half-empty bottle of vodka from his shirt. He glanced questioningly at his companion. "Yes," the other nodded patronizingly, and they offered me a swig straight from the bottle. Which I tried to do, but I was shaking so much I couldn't even grasp the bottle with my fingers. So I simply shook my head and managed to say, "Thank you." The second man, looking at me suspiciously, said, "But this apartment has been empty for several days, since the owner's funeral. He lived here alone with his cat. The cat disappeared somewhere, I don't know where, and the owner was taken to the cemetery. They say he committed suicide, poor guy. There was no cat there, no cat. Do you understand? But the owner was there. I spoke to him. And the radio. And the worms. There are worms crawling all over the apartment." I squealed and covered my face with my hands. The men started looking toward the window with interest. "Well, maybe we should climb in and have a look." "Don't go there," I screamed. "It's scary there. There's something bad there. It's waiting for whoever goes in there. If you go, you won't come back." "O'Day, R.A.D., you're in really bad shape," the first sympathetic man said, waving his hand toward the road. "Go on, Baltam. Maybe a ride will stop and give you a lift home. Go on, go on. You look absolutely terrible." I don't remember how I got home then. It's as if someone carefully cut those memories from my mind. I didn't stay in Yakutsk for long after that, going back to my parents' place to recover from that terrible night. I never told a single soul what happened to me. They wouldn't believe me anyway. Now I live alone, work, and everything seems fine and peaceful in my life. But in my dreams I find myself back in that place again and again, and the nightmare repeats itself over and over again. There's no escape. Look closely and you'll realize there are far more living dead around us than we think. Ikal Mikolov. Vengeance is hers. The year was 1649. Russian industrialists had penetrated into all the obvious and hidden places of the Yakut land. In addition to the Yakutsk fort, the fortresses of Olekminsk, Nizhny Kolimsk, Okhotsk, and Zashiversk have already been built. In 1640, Ataman Pyotr Beketov, having collected Yasak of 11,000 silver rubles, was favored by the Tsar. After this, Yasak rose to 3 sables per person. Seeking to find allies in a generation-long civil war, the Yakut princes not only paid Yasak, but also helped the Cossacks in campaigns against their non-Yasak opponents, often concealing the fact that they were, in fact, paying Yasak to a Russian fort belonging to another garrison. The Cossacks skillfully took advantage of these civil strife, remembering that in order to rule, one must be able to divide. Just a month ago, 36 Cossacks left the Lensky prison with the goal of taking hostages the children of Prince Madiji Taranek, who, according to Prince Baksijer, not only did not pay tribute to the Russians, but also did not intend to do so in the future. We got there on the ice of the Molodya River. The squad consisted only of experienced Cossacks who had previously fought many battles with the Tatars. With only a few hours left on the road, Sava stopped for a rest. When asked puzzled questions, Sava merely grinned. "We must remember that they know we're coming. We must show that we have no ill intentions. After all, they pay tribute to Zasheversk." Old Zakhar tugged at his mustache. "Whether they know or not," grumbled Zakhar, "it would be better to press on. They'd get to the estate just before nightfall. We'd see what's going on. But whether they're waiting or not, we'll catch them all anyway." "So you'll go," Sava chuckled. "Take Petruka and a dozen servants, go above the estate, pretending you're going to see the neighbors, Prince Baksijer, and keep quiet. Then return to the prince, but stay a little longer so as not to scare him off. When you see us approaching, I'll give a signal just in case. Approach from the rear." Zakhar nodded in agreement, turned his horse and rode to the end of the detachment to look for Petruka. "Mom!" the little girl screamed in alarm, flying through the winter forest. The echoes shattered, responding in different ways. The Cossacks ran after her, sinking shin-deep and knee-deep in the snow. "You're lying. You won't leave." Before my eyes, as if in reality, the image of the whip whistling briefly, knocking down and leaving a bloody mark on the face of Terui's beloved brother, Dairon, who rushed towards the Cossacks with his batii at the ready, was spinning. I also remember how the muffled scream behind the curtain was coming from the Kapakchi, Eleni's mother's maid, the girl for whom all the boys in the village were pining. Father left home at an inopportune time. Winter in Dobdurga is a dangerous time, not only a time for friendly gatherings, but also a time for military revelry. "Hey, hey!" came from all sides. Not remembering herself from fear, Teruya ran out of her home and rushed into the frozen forest. It was getting dark quickly. Calling his fellow passengers, Sava asked Ilya, "Zakhar still hasn't arrived?" Ilya nodded silently. Zakhar and Petruka galloped after the girl, and the Cossacks fell behind, carried away. "Then we'll wait until the morning, post guards. We'll spend the night at the prince's. It seems they're happy to have us here," Sava grinned. Despite the disappearance of the prince's daughter, the mood was good. The assault took place without losses on the Cossack side. Very opportunely, Prince Madiji Taraneka, literally a week ago, went to the neighboring Prince Baksijer to woo his son Turani for Baksijer's daughter, Malai. It's night in the forest, but everything is visible. The snow glows, the stars twinkle as if alive, and only the sound of breathing dispels the silence. A little girl sits huddled against a tree. It's cold. Trying to warm up, Teruya breathes on her palms. She is irresistibly drawn to sleep, but she can't sleep. Evil, long-nosed people are coming for her, who want to lock her up in a prison tower on the banks of the Lena River. Mother! Zakhar and Petruka, without saying a word, stopped their horses. "It seems the girl has left," Petruka drawled. If you think so, cross yourself, Zakar urged. Maybe we should take him back. The kid's done, Petruka said after him. Where would she go? Zakar said confidently. It's not summer. All the traces are clear as day. But it got dark. She won't get away from us, Zakar said, turning to Petruka. Look, there's a girl coming out to the clearing. The forest is thinning, and the moon is full. That's true, Petruka cheered up. There are clearings. A quarter of an hour later, the Cossacks reached the edge of the forest. Suddenly, a wind picked up. As luck would have it, the moon was covered by clouds. It suddenly became dark. Fucking! Petruka cursed angrily. Shut up, Zakar winced. A building was visible ahead. Having driven up to the booth, Zakar hit the doorframe with the handle of his whip. Petruka dismounted and pulled his arquebus from his saddle. Leaping from his saddle, Zakar tossed the reins to Petruka. Placing his hand on the hilt of his saber, Zakar kicked the door open. In the middle of the room, a woman with very long hair was standing with her back to the table, cooking something. Uli, Zakar frowned as he looked around at the sparse furnishings. The little fool got scared of the bear and ran into the forest. We're looking for her, Zakar answered reluctantly. Ulir, Uliroy, spend the night with me. My husband is hunting. And you won't get to the Alas. There will be a blizzard, the hostess answered, turning sideways and rearranging the food on the table. Zakar looked at her incredulously. The mention of the bear had slipped out by accident, and he'd already managed to scold himself for rushing things. What was it Octavius used to say? Better to do it right than to rush it. After a slight hesitation, Zakar closed the door. So, you said you haven't seen the girl? He asked again. Uliroy. I didn't notice. Surprised in passing by the inappropriate answer, Zakar waved his hand. And that's true. It's a nightmare at night, especially in a blizzard. Wait, I'll call my friend. He opened the door and called Petruka. Having thrown the reins onto the hitching post, Petruka entered the hut and crossed himself widely in front of the icons. Sit down, lodgers, share the food, the girl, also standing with her back turned, invited us to the table. Surprised that he hadn't noticed the image right away, Zakar pushed Petruka towards the table. You don't need to call us Cossacks twice. Call us once and we'll find you in heaven, Petruka grinned. Zakar frowned with displeasure. It's just that it's a bit chilly here, mistress, said Petruka, pretending not to notice Zakar's displeasure. Uliroy, and it's true. The groom master is out hunting. There's no one to light the fire, the woman began to lament. Only now Zakar noticed with surprise that the fire that seemed to be burning in the hearth had gone out. Well then, we'll light it, Petruka continued, taking off his coat. Where's the firewood, you say, mistress? After a hearty supper, the Cossacks began settling in for the night. Petruka went out into the yard and unharnessed the horses. Zakar and Petruka threw their sheepskin coats onto the long sleeping platform and lay down. The hostess blew out the torch and lay down on the stove. Petruka nudged Zakar and asked in a whisper, Zakarushka, I didn't know Russian huts were built in the dense forest. There's even a barn in the yard. Zakar nodded through his drowsiness. It's true. Your husband says, while hunting, everyone talks about their own thing, but Zakarka talks about his own, Petruka said with annoyance and, turning over onto his other side, fell asleep. Zakar dreamed of Ukraine. It's as if he went into a tavern, called the polishing boy, and growled menacingly. A decanter of vodka, And watch out, you little brat. Don't forget the lard. He threw a silver ruble on the innkeeper's table, and the innkeeper, the bastard, turned it back and forth and chuckled. I didn't know that the old swordsman had exchanged his silver luck for false tin. And Zakhar became so offended that he couldn't bear the Jewish slander. He grabbed his saber, pulled, and only pulled out the hilt. "Ah," they shouted joyfully around, "and a murderer too." Zakhar woke up with a start. Petruka was gurgling strangely in his sleep, as if his throat had been cut. That's right, with a slit throat. Spinning around, Zakhar pulled out his trusty saber, which lay next to him and had helped him out more than once. The first thought was, the husband came back and started to indiscriminately slaughter the midnight guests. Having torn off the plug with his teeth, he threw his powder flask, which was lying at his head, onto the smoldering coals of the fireplace. The gunpowder exploded loudly, instantly illuminating the sparse furnishings of the booth. There were no wide sleeping platforms and no Russian stove. There was just an earthen floor, a rotten fireplace, and a coffin on the table. Petruka lay on the bare floor, and on him sat a hairy kikimora, with claws a span long, tearing at her friend's body. Not remembering himself from horror, Zakhar swung his saber and struck, aiming at the kikimora's head. But the gunpowder went out. The creature squealed. Hoping to catch it, I spun my saber around, grabbed Petruka in my arms, and ran out into the yard. The wind howled angrily, echoing the shriek in the funeral coffin. Only now, frozen with horror, did Zakhar recall the tales the Cossacks had told him on distant patrol. They said they'd encountered strange coffins in the dense taiga, where corpses lay, and not just ordinary corpses, they said, but enchanted Navi. And neither the cross nor the holy word could ward them off. And then, Zakhar started to tease him. If that's the case, then why is the storyteller sitting in front of him, drinking currant wine and washing it down with strawberry liqueur? He threw Petruka across the withers of his horse, slapped him on the croup, jumped onto Petruka's bay, grabbed the horse's mane, and tore away. Taruya dreamed that a woman of unearthly beauty came to her, took her hands, kissed and sniffed her, and held her close. Speaking softly, humming to herself, she began to lull her to sleep. But the words didn't resemble any lullaby her mother had ever sung. It was as if something burned out inside her, filling her soul with emptiness. Taruya shuddered, suddenly remembering the terrible stories told by the fireplace on winter evenings by the old woman Eberikine, about the Matson, evil spirits who always wish death on the living, about the festival of the dead, Veste Vegabu, about the frenzy of the wild celebration of Arsan Dualaya, from which the heavens opened and split, filling the winter night with radiance. Taruya opened her eyes. The bed she was lying on was made of fragrant spruce and juniper branches, and a fire burned against the far wall. Raising herself slightly, Taruya looked around. The dugout was cramped, but cozy. The walls were lined with spruce trunks and the floor was covered with pine needles. A bowl of lingonberry juice stood next to the bed, and slices of meat lay on a wooden platter. True, nothing about the dugout indicated its occupation, but it wasn't hard to guess that it was a hunter. Who else would live in a dugout in the middle of the forest at the beginning of winter? Suddenly the dugout flap opened, revealing not the expected winter landscape, but a dark space, Black smoke seeped in, gathering in the center of the dugout. It began to take on humanoid features, revealing a giant, completely covered in hair, with stumps instead of legs. One arm ended in a huge hook, and at the end of the other was a human head with bared teeth. Kingir Kingerdenin, a gift has arrived for me. An expensive gift from the bride hostess, Mrs. Alas Duryun. Oh, I missed you. I'll lick you. You will be my bridge. A bridge to the whole Middle-earth. Despite the horror that gripped her, Teruya realized with surprise that her thoughts were flowing as sluggishly and leisurely as before. Answer me, you wretch. What choice will you make? You're already dead anyway, the creature thundered. There is no salvation for you. You've lived senselessly, so die with dignity. Thoughts flow lazily like clouds in the sky, fluffy, white. And then Teruya remembered her former life, which was interrupted because of the evil people who descended upon them like dark clouds. Sava, naked as the day he was born, rushed out to relieve himself. The morning chill felt pleasant on his body. Stretching, Sava dove into a snowdrift, kicked up the snow with a whoosh, and entered the house. The servants were just beginning to wake up. Some were lighting a fire in the fireplace, others were kneading dough for flatbreads. Hey friends, Sava exclaimed cheerfully. It's time to get ready to go home, to the hut. Today we're going back to the prison. Even though the Cossacks knew that they had to go back today, they still made a joyful noise, anticipating a meeting with their loved ones. Having pulled on his shirt and pants, Sava threw on his zippun, grabbed his hat, and went out into the yard. Approaching the second house, Sava knocked on the door and went inside. Have a nice day, Sava Petrovich. Ilya greeted the commander solemnly. Hello to you too, answered Sava. Zakhar didn't come? He asked. Well, no, Ilya said, throwing up his hands. And here? Sava scratched the back of his head. Everything is fine here, only... Ilya hesitated. Well, spill it, don't keep me in suspense, Sava frowned. A little girl, the princess's servant, started to Ameriak. Ilya spread his hands. Oh, have you gone crazy? It seems not. He just starts talking nonsense, scares people, makes all sorts of prophecies, and then jumps to the ceiling and hangs there for a long time. Then calm her down. It's not for me to lecture you, Sava chuckled. How can I calm her down? She's crawling around on the ceiling, her head twitching like an owl. Basically, the commander is scared, Ilya concluded decisively. Where did you even manage to get so much this morning? He frowned with displeasure. It just occurred to me that Ilya wasn't much of a drinker, and on a hike, especially. Where would you get mead, except maybe kumis? Then Stepan approached, a tall man in a well-made chainmail suit, albeit rusty in places. Hearing the last words, he laughed loudly. Come on, let's have a look. Stepan, we'll see for ourselves, and you take the men and follow Zakhar and Petruka's trail, Sava ordered. Okay, Commander. All the cheerfulness immediately vanished, and Stepan suddenly became serious. Take 4 Cossacks, added Sava. Nodding in confirmation of the commander's words, Stepan headed toward the Urasa, where most of the detachment had stopped for the night. Entering the smoky room, he squinted, looking for the Cossacks. Boys, let's get on our horses and go help Zakhar. Ah, Stepan, why not go? Drawled the gray-mustached warrior, who was mending the horse's harness by the fireplace. But I'll have to leave my Zorka behind. She's limping and won't go far. Perhaps I'll take Iskorka, Petruka's pack horse, under my saddle? You know better, Yefim, Stepan replied, coughing. Who started the fire like that? They made smoke. Having left the outskirts, Stepan reined in his horse and drew level with Efim. Do you think Zakar and Petruka ran into the prince, or got lost in the forest? It's bad if it's against the prince. Anyone would be furious for their own bloodline. And these places, no matter how you look at it, are remote. There's only one road along the winter road. We could lose many. Are you telling me that we won't fight back? Why would that be? We'll fight back. We've beaten worse. But we don't have much fire potion. Not everyone has armor. And if they attack us from ambush, we'll lose many. You're right, Stepan sighed. The few armed clashes with the natives didn't always end in undisputed victory for the Cossacks. Despite their rifles, iron armor, and sharp sabers, the losses were horrific. At least the natives weren't warlike. They couldn't compare to the Tatars and Turks. The rest of the Cossacks rode a little behind and were animatedly talking to each other, arguing about the numerous merits of the few promiscuous girls in the Lenski prison. When they reached the edge of the forest, Stepan reined in his horse and quietly ordered the detachment to stop. Let's do it this way, friends. Mitrofan, as the best hunter, leads the way. And Yefim and I will stay close behind him. Yegorka and Dormidant will follow at the side. Stepan, what about the horses? Dormidant muttered discontentedly. They'll wear their feet bloody on the crust. What about the horses? Yefim immediately objected. There's not much snow, and Zakar and Petruka weren't riding on the road either, I suppose. Well, they did it. Right off the bat, Dormidant insisted. Seeing that their bickering would last a long time, Stepan waved to the others and rode ahead. Only after realizing they had fallen behind the others did Yefim and Dormidant, without finishing their argument, ride after the detachment. They followed the trail for about 2 hours, venturing deep into the dense spruce forest. The going was becoming increasingly difficult. The fallen trees covered in snow threatened to break their legs. The horses snorted discontentedly, casting sidelong glances at their masters. The Cossacks had long since dismounted, leading their horses by the reins. Yegorka, Dormidant called to the young Cossack, out of breath from walking in the snow. What do you want? He stopped. Wait, let me catch my breath. Leaning against the tree trunk, Dormidant took off his hat and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Yegor stopped, grabbed a handful of snow and raised it to his mouth. Help me take off my chainmail, Dormidant continued. I feel like I don't have the strength to carry it. I'm getting old. Yegor merely chuckled, finished his snowball, and approached Dormidant. Dormidant had already taken off his fine cloth caftan and extended his hands to Yegor, asking him to help him pull off Dormidant's chainmail. Listen, Dormidant, he said, pulling off his chainmail and placing it on his horse's saddle. Maybe I'll buy it from you, or trade it for something, Yegor said, looking expectantly at the Cossack. That's true, Yegorka, the Cossack replied, putting on his caftan. After this, it's time to go to the stove, next to my wife. I've gotten too old to run through the forests and fields. How much are you asking? Yegor asked, taking the horse's reins. Well, what can I say? It's a fine piece of chainmail, double weave. It was forged by Mikhail, the blacksmith. Practically the best blacksmith in Moscow, Dormidant boasted, putting the chainmail in his saddlebag. Well, I've never even seen Moscow, Yegor exclaimed. Take my word for it, Dormidon snapped. Yes, I believe it, Yegor answered accommodatingly. Well then listen. I once came to the capital with Peter Ivanovich himself. The Tsar himself invited me. I look at myself and think, my armor is rubbish. I need a new chainmail. So I went to the armory row and told the first merchant, I've come all the way from Siberia to see the Tsar himself. I need some proper armor. And he responded, Dormidon began, waving his arms. If this continues, we won't turn around until the evening, Stepan said impatiently. The trail keeps going and going, Mitrofan replied, blowing his nose. They couldn't have passed through here at night. We dismounted during the day, and at night. And the snow hasn't been knocked off the branches. I'm telling you, there's something fishy going on here, Yefim said in a worried voice, coming closer. I seem to recall it happened in the Tatar steppes. The Tatars led a detachment of riflemen into an ambush. They were also on the trail, just like we are now. This isn't the steppe, and there aren't many of us, Stepan replied after thinking. If they wanted to attack, they would have as soon as they entered the forest. Well, maybe the goblin led Zakar and Petruka, said Dormidon, who had come up. What, in winter, a goblin? Mitrofan snorted. If you don't know, don't say. They hibernate for the whole winter on the day of the intercession. Okay, Stepan raised his hand, cutting off the budding argument. We'll follow the trail for another hour, then we'll come back. The detachment continued to follow the trail. An hour later, Mitrofan was finally convinced that the tracks were fake, which he told Stepan. Stepan scratched his head and decided, whatever, we'll go back. God won't give us up. The pig won't eat us. The boys will surely let us know somehow, if they haven't already laid down their lives in the wilderness. And he ordered to return back. Walking through the settlement, Sava and Ilya quietly discussed the captured loot, the hostages, and the upcoming campaign to the Lenski prison. By the time the Cossacks reached the princess's Urasa, Sava raised his hand, stopping Ilya. You stand by the door, Sava whispered back, and I'll look into the window that's closer to us. Ilya nodded, adjusted his grip on the pole steed more comfortably, walked to the door, and looked back at the Ottoman. He was already standing by the window, listening to the quiet voices rustling inside. There was no way to see what was going on inside the house. The window was covered not with mica, but with bovine abomasum. The voice seemed to be female, but unusually low. The words seemed to be pushed out from the inside like a viscous paste. Ilya glanced back at the Ottoman, and seeing that he had already approached him, he only tightened his fingers on the grippy handle of the poleaxe. Wait, Ilya. Sava put his hand on his shoulder. Let's wait until they disperse, he said, and decisively, pulling the door towards himself, he went inside. In the close twilight, the outlines of people listening to the possessed woman could be discerned. Woe is me! I'm scared, the girl screamed. In time immemorial, in the gray-haired centuries that recede into the distance like mist, the possessed girl muttered, closing her eyes and rocking back and forth. In the copper cauldrons of the cursed valley, which cannot be seen with a single glance, hid from the mighty daredevil, the visiting hero, who descended from the thundering skies. Nurgen the daredevil, swift as lightning, the thief. The stealer of the dead, the evil-minded Pluntikanelin. The owner of the iron hook. A little bird, fallen from a golden nest. Frightened, fluttering out of a silver palace. Accidentally flew in and stumbled upon a fateful choice. A hard lot, worthy not of every daredevil from the lower worlds, but of every other daredevil from the upper worlds and of no one from the middle world. People whispered fearfully. 2 Cossacks stood at the door, unsure what to do. Suddenly, the world started spinning in front of Ilya. It became stuffy and disgusting, and he slowly fell onto the earthen floor. Ilya woke up in the fresh air. There were many people around, both Cossacks and foreigners. Everyone was talking. "Well, Ilya, you've come to your senses," the Ottoman said, noticing that he had opened his eyes. Ilya looked around in confusion, still not having recovered from the shock. "You fainted there," the Ottoman explained, extending his hand. Grabbing the Ottoman's hand, Ilya rose. His chest burned, as if he'd been slammed with a hot iron. Unbuttoning his caftan, Ilya lifted his shirt. When suddenly Octavius, the scribe assigned to the detachment to record the collected Yakusk, grabbed him by the shoulder. "Wait, soldier. You obviously don't know that a holy cross glows beneath your shirt." Sava looked back at them. Indeed, Ilya's cross seems to be something special. "Come on, tell me, where did you get such a miracle?" "Yes. Before she died, my grandmother put it in my hand, saying that the cross made from the tree on which Judas hanged himself was a talisman against the wiles of evil spirits." "You're saying something," Octavius chuckled. "There are dozens of these crosses on every corner in Moscow, selling them for a penny." "Wait, those crosses are made of the same wood on which the Savior was supposedly crucified?" Sava said, looking thoughtfully at Ilya's chest. "There are just too many of them. It's time to build an ark." But then they were interrupted by the sound of horses' hooves. A Cossack was galloping straight towards them, trying with all his might to hold on to his lathered horse. "Why, it's from the patrol," Sava exclaimed. "Ataman, trouble!" the Cossack shouted, throwing back his horse's head and rearing it. "What's happened?" "The prince is returning," came the shouts of the foreigners gathered around. The Cossack jumped off his saddle with a flourish. "Zakhar is back and he brought Petruka." Sava was overcome by a bad feeling. "Apparently, Ataman, Zakhar's gone crazy, mumbling like a little child, and Petruka's already dead," the Cossack interrupted Sava. "Where are they?" "They were taken to the nearest hut." "Take us there," Sava croaked, throwing the strange incident with the cross out of his head. The small room could barely accommodate so many people. It seemed the entire squad had gathered here. Entering, Sava whispered to Ilya, "Find out who's on guard." "Okay, Ataman," said Ilya, and, pulling one of the Cossacks by the elbow, he went outside with him. In the middle, right on the floor, lay 2 bodies. It turns out that Zakhar also died without waiting for the Ataman to arrive. "Listen, Sava, it seems like someone's alive." The gray-bearded man in a shaggy hat tugged at his sleeve. Indeed, Petruka barely moved his hand. Someone clicked their tongue in surprise. "Oh well," was all Sava said. "The Cossacks have seen a lot, but nothing like this." Meanwhile, the movements became more and more insistent, and now Zakhar's body joined in the unnatural movement. Everyone recoiled. Only Sava and Octavius remained next to the bodies. "Ataman, he was already cold!" came a muffled cry from the crowd. Octavius turned around. At that moment, Sava noticed that Petruka opened his eyes. Something strange caught the Ataman's attention. Something wrong. With a speed that was unnoticeable to the eye, Petruka squatted down and looked around. Those standing around watched him dumbfounded. Octavius approached the seated Petrucha and leaned towards him, saying, "This happens." Agrippa mentioned the strange properties of cold in his work. "But now we all—" Petrucha's hands instantly shot up, grabbing Octavius by the neck. "Raz!" The vertebrae cracked. 2. Octavius's body flew into the crowd. 3. But by that moment the chieftain, having come to his senses, with a lightning-fast movement drew his saber from its sheath and slashed at the hand of the undead reaching out to him. With an ease that belied hours of chopping practice, the blade cut through the dead man's flesh to the bone. Not at all embarrassed by this turn of events, the body raised its second hand, and this time grabbed Sava by the head. With a guttural howl, a gray-bearded man in a shaggy hat jumped up to the ghoul, raising a battle axe. But Zakhar's body flew up to meet him, with a terrible wheeze, biting into the bearded man's throat with its teeth. Having thrown Sava aside with his head crushed like a nut, the ghoul crashed into the crowd, maiming and killing the Cossacks, who were dumbfounded with horror. Having left the forest, Stepan first noticed the absence of a mounted patrol, which should have been stationed on the opposite bank of the river from the fort. "The devils have gone completely wild," he said with annoyance. "These days young people have completely lost all fear. They're probably just sitting in the warmth, groping girls and drinking strong kumis," Dormidant interjected. Mitrofan suddenly reined in his horse. "Stepan, it's quiet around here," he said, looking around warily. "Yes, I have a bad feeling about this," Efim chimed in. "Efim, take Yegorka and go ahead," Stepan ordered abruptly. "Dormidant, load the musket. I don't like the lack of patrol," he added. Having thrown off their apparent sloppiness, the squad tensed up like an animal about to pounce, preparing for battle. Smacking his lips and slapping his knees with pleasure, sitting on the bunks covered with bearskins, Prince Baksager recalled the surprised faces of Prince Medigi Taranek and his retinue when, having eaten their fill at the banquet table, they discovered that they were surrounded by Baksager's warriors. And as Medini later shouted, Baksager acted vilely, stealthily, and deceitfully, luring him into a trap. Having finished having fun, Baksager thought that it was not proper for a sable to complain about its fate after falling into a hunter's trap. Delighted with the successful comparison, Baksager ordered a storyteller to be called so that he could weave it into the Olanko of the princely family. And I forgot to think about it. A human figure wandered through the snow-covered forest, slipping and stumbling as if groping, clutching a cross to his chest which seemed to glow, and its light was all the stronger when a gust of wind bent the tree branches, creating a bizarre play of shadows. Georgy Dekayev, Vampire Showdowns. October spilled over Yakutsk, puddles covered in ice like a blanket. Pedestrians cursed drivers, drivers cursed autumn, and autumn laughed, splashing mud and breathing cold. I walked home, a small, warm piece of meat, naked and defenseless, jumping over ocean puddles, going crazy from the screeching of cars and recoiling from the Ulis barbarians. Having not slept for 2 days, completely driven mad, I was holding on to coffee and hash. The nondescript Ulis barbarians seemed like ancient warriors in a time of peace, drinking wine out of boredom and beating up the mob instead of killing warriors from other tribes and raping their women. They seemed to me like tamed steppe dwellers, howling in savage anguish. Longing for the times when everything was simple and good, like chewing a piece of meat and washing it down with kumis near the ruins of a foreign village. When husbands were killed, wealth plundered, and wives and daughters were pawed and groped, raped, and raped amidst coarse laughter. Some slaughtered, others taken into slavery. That's life. Bullshit. I just need to knock out some hash, I thought. I was feverish. My bones felt like they were crumbling to dust. I must have caught a cold. I was walking home, a guy in a black Baudelaire coat, A damn poet. A hashish. The only thing missing were vomit stains, the smell of booze, and poems about how I wanted to rip the clothes off beautiful Yakutsk students or blow up ill Tumen. Home, my thoughts raced. To the lair, to find the magic numbers written on a scrap of paper, and my personal Mephistopheles would once again offer a deal. No, not a soul in exchange for earthly pleasures. That idea is long outdated. Demons no longer need souls. We've converted them into gold, and we pay for pleasures with gold. And they get souls practically for free. I walked into the room, imagining the upcoming performance with the catchy title, The Stir-Up. My lines were so few, I didn't even need to memorize them. Hello, how are you? How's your weight in lard? Ha ha ha. Okay, listen. Do you have anything to eat? It's boring. I'm looking to break up the gray everyday life. You can stir up something. There's plenty of cash. And so on, depending on the presence or absence of sweet treats. No, let's not dwell on the worst-case scenario. There are always treats. He who seeks shall find. Take a drag of poison, relax, get some sound sleep. Hi, Grisha. Long time no see. Well, here it goes. The dead are coming back from the other world, I thought, looking at the corpse sprawled in the chair. Sid had left Yakutsk a few years ago after winning a fortune in casinos. The gold had opened the gates to a rotten Western paradise. Either Moscow or St. Petersburg, I can't remember. He settled there, caroused, got rowdy, and joined some crazy band, which rose to prominence on the hipster craze. They were playing punk dance or something like that, and people were dying of exhaustion on the dance floors. The band was called Tiger after the science fiction novel of the same name by Alfred Bester. Sid had climbed to his own personal Olympus, or so it seemed from the outside. Probably a ton of cocaine, girls, fame. Sid was a handsome dude. He even jokingly called himself a gay man's dream. And then he suddenly snapped his flippers, and he did it so brilliantly that I had to stop laughing for a long time. There was plenty to admire. They said he'd gone into a seedy cafe, high from the hangover, and some thug riding a blue cloud had accosted him. He'd teased him, made fun of him, and asked, "Well, since you're so cool, all advanced and over the top, you can do this? Do you have the balls or did the acid knock you off?" He stubbed out his cigarette in his palm. Sid looked at him with a bleary gaze, pulled out a knife, and slashed his veins. He died like that, without being resuscitated. And now the dead man sits in my chair, grinning. Dressed in hip punk clothes, his hair sticking out in all directions, his legs crossed, a cigarette smoldering in his hand. But he still looked unwell, pale and thin, his eyes sunken. I wonder, I thought, if the dead still grow hair. Nails definitely grow. I read about that in ancient Norse myths. They say Ragnarok will come when Naglfar, the ship made of the nails of the dead, is completed. That's why the Norse used to trim the nails of their dead. "Sid," I said, "I always knew you were out of this world, of course, and that your brain was a bit off. But crawling out of the grave is a bit much, you must admit. Why aren't you lying in the ground?" I started changing, ignoring Sid's presence. It didn't matter if he was a ghost or a hallucination. I decided he'd just let me sit there if he wanted to. We were supposedly friends, so there was no reason for him to attack. I'd stop with the evil potions. The dead are already paying visits, and I'm completely nuts. I was hungry, and I had to get out of St. Petersburg. I screwed up. They wouldn't have noticed I was lying in a coffin. They would have dug me up and finished me off, the dead man chuckled. "Who are they?" Yeah, those St. Petersburg bloodsuckers. Who else? Vampire blood on your hands, face on fire. Sid mimicked one of his enemies. They sentenced him without any discussion. Decided to make him the scapegoat. And he was a drug dealer, a snitch. Hanging out with dampiers. Let me guess. You decided to lay low in Yakutsk, right? Sid took a deep drag, exhaled, stubbed out the cigarette on his palm, and deftly tossed the butt into the ashtray on the table. Then he showed me his hand. There was no burn. No lines either. Sid grinned. That's right, Grisha. You've always been a smart guy. Let's go to the kitchen and have some tea, I suggested. Come on, just make it cold. The nonsense spouted by schizophrenics, I remembered, often turns out to be logically impeccable. Conspiracies, intrigues, a world government. So my poor brain came up with a suitable explanation for the hallucination. A vampire, of course. But I'm not a complete drug addict, so I smoke hash. Where does all this come from? Lack of sleep? By the way, since you've become a ghoul, I hope you won't bite me. That's all just a tall tale. Once a month is plenty, and we manage without any deaths. Drinking people dry is just too much, by vampire standards. It's good that you won't bite me. Thank you for that. Don't say that word, Sid winced.
It's embarrassing.
What? What word? Say thank you. We don't need saving. That's a thing of the past. Other topics are in vogue now. Ah, I get it. It's funny. You're just like gangsters. It's a shame. Tea with sugar, with milk? Just tea. There are some cakes here, help yourself. The tea and food were real, and Sid ate quite realistically too. So he's real, I thought. What am I supposed to do in this situation? Pray? I don't have any crosses or icons. There's garlic in the fridge, silver jewelry in my parents' room. Oh, damn. I ran into my parents' room. They lived in a separate cottage, pulled out the jewelry box, put on silver chains, rings, and a bracelet. Then I rushed back to the kitchen and, glancing sideways at Sid, who was dying of laughter, pulled garlic out of the refrigerator. Don't get worked up, Grisha. It won't help you. And I won't touch you, I told you. Okay, Sid, I'm hoping for the word of the honest vampire gang, I said, putting down the garlic and taking off my jewelry. I really wasn't afraid. I just didn't know what to do. And then I remembered the movies and books. He was honest, but it was 2 years ago, Sid snorted. Listen, here's the thing. To quench their thirst for blood, a lot of people turn to drugs. Our withdrawal symptoms are mild. There's no withdrawal. The main thing is to get hooked psychologically. Some smoke, some snort, some inject. It's all free. But I can't find anything here. Some of my friends are dead. Some won't be happy. Pull some strings for the undead, Grisha, okay? We've got the cash. We can have a marathon together. Okay, I'll try. What would you like to cut out, sir? Do you have acid? Speed? No. And if there is, it's for our own people. I don't know. Too bad, too bad. Coke? No, there aren't any. With a gloomy one? Jera is also for their own. Plus the gangsters have set the rate at $2,500 per check. They say it's to cut down on drug use, but I think it's to catch the dealers. Those who sell for less don't last long. The drug gangs will quickly turn them in. They'll throw them in a container, hold them for a week until they crack, and then they'll throw cement in their boots and head to the bottom of the Lena. What kind of order do you have here? Sid burst out laughing. He loved to smile and laugh, and even as a dead man he did so sincerely. There was nothing cold or villainous about his laughter. except perhaps his fangs. I was just kidding about the cement in my fur boots. As for the tariffs, that's how it used to be. I don't know what it's like now. I'm just basing this on hearsay. I don't know myself, by the way. What are you so worked up about? I won't hold you to your words. Relax. No need for gloom. I'm not into opiates. What else could I do? Legal energy powders, the hit of the season. All sorts of crystallizes. I haven't checked, but they say it's not much different from real speed. You can have plan, spice, hash. I don't need spice or energy powders. What kind of hash is this? Hashish. Ah, look how fashionable he's become, throwing around criminal phrases. In the lake of words I found my soul, I sang, making sandwiches with sausage. I love playing with words. He taught me himself. Would you like some sandwiches? Come on, yeah. And knock out the hash too. We'll both smoke. Otherwise, I have a feeling we'll be in for some blood soon. Sid winked at me. Listen, don't threaten me. Otherwise, we have a lot of churches here, and I bet there will be some exterminators of evil spirits. Okay, you've convinced me. Sid bared his fangs in a grin again. That same day, the people of Yakutia were shocked by the brutal murder of a young girl. The poor thing was found with her neck severed. The news was widely circulated in newspapers, in kitchens, and online. A crusade against wild dogs was being planned, and Sid, upon learning of this, began to viciously denigrate the outlaw vampires, Peter, the plight of vampires, and the entire vile world in general. Calm down, Sid. Maybe it's one of the locals, I reassured him. There are no vampires here, certainly not before. And the girl has St. Petersburg's signature. They've come for me. Either they're warning me, or they're just feeding. They're shitting on someone else's territory. What did you do there? It's nothing. It's a thing of the past, Sid waved it off. I just finished off a rat. We waited until evening to go knock off some hash, and bought a newspaper along the way. It was cold. I was chilled to the bone, but Sid seemed unfazed. The dead are probably a raspberry in Yakutsk, I thought. Cold, dank, just right for the damned. Yakutsk in Russian mythology is like Tartarus, a jewel-rich dungeon where criminals have been exiled since time immemorial. The end of the world, a lost place. And Moscow and St. Petersburg, it turns out, are a rotten Western paradise. What, Sid? Aren't the vampires in league? Against humanity? No, Grisha, more tall tales, Sid replied. Do you think the real situation is the same as in movies and books? That vampires are polished aristocrats, fiends of evil, children of Cain, nocturnal predators? People are stupid and cruel, and people who gain immortality and superpowers only get worse. Power and pleasure. That's how we while away eternity. Who do you think started the revolution? There was unrest among us then. People are our brothers, humanism even asking us to open up. There was a massacre in the 90s too. What a laugh! What kind of massacre is this? According to legend, Cain bit 100 people. They're the most criminal of all vampires. They, in turn, gave birth to the next generation. We call them kings. Only they can make vampires. We, their offspring, can only create ghouls. They're not even vampires. So, it used to be permissible to have 2 or 3 ghouls as vassals. They thrive on drac, on vampire blood. It's a drug for them. And then we gave birth to the Dompiers, half humans, half vampires. They too can only make ghouls. So what happened in the 90s? Those dompiers, bitches, started giving blood to people by the thousands, turning them into drug slaves, especially the richest ones. The dompiers turned their blood into a natural drug. Drac. Heroin drac, cocaine drac, hashish drac, whatever you want, and for huge amounts of money. They'd shoot up the gloomy ones, cut their wrists, and feed them to people, and they'd go nuts. They got everyone in Moscow and St. Petersburg hooked, fucking, and started forming gangs and trying to get into power. The elders, that is, us, the real vampires, couldn't stand such lawlessness. In the 90s, there was a bloody war between us and the dompiers. It was incredible how much blood was spilled. Then everything settled down. We reached Orjonakidze Square and saw Dozer. He was fidgeting in the cold, stamping his feet, muttering something to himself, thin and long as a pole, wearing square glasses. His face resembled an ant's. "Well, what people? Hello, hello. They said you were killed." "It's all a lie," Sid said, shaking his hand. "But you didn't see me, understand?" "Well, if that's the case, then fine. Listen, maybe we could sit somewhere, have a smoke, and drink some tea. Tell me about your life, the hows and the hows. It's been a while, haven't seen you, like. No, we have things to do. Let's go, killed." Having moved away to a decent distance, Sid looked at me angrily. "Why didn't you tell me it was Dozer? How was I supposed to know that you knew each other? Okay, I hope he doesn't let it slip that, well guys, Sid's still alive. I don't feel like meeting up with old friends." Shadows of the past, huh? A fresh start and all that, heh heh. You're a poisonous guy, Grisha. Let's go to some building and light up. We bought a Bellamore Canal joint and rolled some joints. Sid took deep drags and kept repeating that he'd finally overcome his bloodlust. The cold began to bite. The shadows on the walls began to shift. Our movements left a mark. Everything around us became completely exposed. In such a state, it would be nice to drink coffee, smoke cigarettes, and reflect on our lives. Sid, apparently having the same idea, suggested we sit down at the Chocolateria coffee shop. We staggered there. I always saw Sid as a passionate man, a sort of superhuman, a trump card trickster. There are people around whom the air is charged with electricity, and he was one of those. Maybe I was wrong, who knows? But the fact that he left Yakutsk and rose up with his group supported my theory. I owe my musical tastes, several blissful hours reading Alfred Bester, and a sea of hilarity to Sid. And his vampirism. Maybe he faked his suicide to escape his debts, and made up the bloodsucker's story for laughs. He was always good at making things up. He claimed he had no problem with the Russian Secret Service because he had intergalactic connections, that he rented out his body to the Norse god of chaos, Loki, when he'd had too much acid and so on. Sid was a funny guy. A vagabond by nature, he saw the world as a dynamic reality, a living, seething chaos. For the average person, reality is static, frozen, and familiar. And if they were beaten in a back alley, or their loved ones were taken away, their life would crumble at the seams. The illusion of security would be shattered, and catharsis would overwhelm them. For Sid, there would be nothing to collapse, like a house of cards. There was no one at the Chocolateria except for the English-speaking crowd, having another 5 o'clock, a group gathering to practice their English, conversing in English. It was getting dark, and they were about to leave. I greeted Dina and Liuda, and the girls glanced askance at the vampire, his eyes clouded with hash. "It's not every day you see bloodsuckers, huh? Listen, Sid, What was that you were saying about modern theories of vampire origins, huh? I asked, sipping my hot chocolate. Well, when you said you should say thank you. Oh, that's it. Anyway, there's a theory going around right now that heaven and hell are planets, and souls, or astral bodies, go there after death, depending on the fate they've chosen. And if you're a tough guy, you can totally get away with it. They say Cain, the father of vampires, is a big shot in hell. He holds sway there. He went on a trip once, stopped by our place, fed, and then moved on. And we stayed. Listen, this is cool. This isn't some fucking Twilight. Yeah, and you, God bless you, eternal damnation. Crosses, garlic, sunlight, ha ha. During the day, in the light, we only feel unwell, so we prefer to get down to business in the evenings. Did people escape from hell? It's unknown. Personally, I think Tsar Peter and Lenin were one and the same Russian thug who managed to escape hell once. Maybe he stole a spaceship, I don't know. Hell, heaven, Cain. It was all getting so crazy that I wasn't surprised at all to see the dead girl. She walked into the coffee shop as if nothing had happened. Her throat slit and her eyes empty. Blood dripped onto the floor. The warmth of the room gave way to a deathly chill. The music faded. And no one but Sid and me paid any attention to her. She sat down at our table. Her clothes were covered in blood and dirt. Her eyes were steely. Her movements slow and sparse, as if she were in shock. Well, if they tore your throat out, I thought, you'd probably be in a better state. But she died because of Sid. Those downtown thugs mauled her to death for a sweet treat. And how many more are there undiscovered victims, whose deaths have been hushed up? Hi, beautiful, I smiled wearily. You look great. Hi, guys. Her voice was quiet and lifeless. Should I order you something? No, thank you. Don't say that, it's embarrassing. Say, thank you, Sid said. His face darkened noticeably. Okay. The girl nodded. With her torn throat, it looked quite unusual. I shuddered, and my stomach, which had rebelled at the mere sight of the dead woman, rebelled with all its might. You two, go talk about bloodsuckers. I see she has something to say. I'll go to the ceramics room and calm the rebellion in my stomach. And you, beauty, are completely fucked up, walking around with a torn throat. Aren't you ashamed of yourself? You're scaring people. She didn't answer, just looked at me with lifeless eyes. I shuddered again and hurried to the restroom. After vomiting to my heart's content, the hash was gone. I began to think about what to do. I don't know what the deal is beyond the grave, whether the dead can return at will, or if today is a special occasion, but this girl, damn her, it's not that scary thanks to the hash and the insomnia. She came to Sid, not me. Apparently, she wants to tell me something about the killers. Let him figure out his reasons. I got him some hash, enough for 12 missiles in a packet. And I have Dozer's number 2. Acid! So, have we figured it out? It's not enough for me. You're the one with the zombies crawling out of their graves. What's next? Cossacks of the apocalypse? Don't get worked up. Sid waved his hand. She's a ghost. Sometimes they can come back here, weak, barely in control of themselves. It's hard to maintain contact, but they can do it. What did she say? The people from St. Petersburg killed her, just like I thought. No one's watching from above, so they can run wild. It's someone else's zone. Do you know how sweet it is to drink dry? How hard it is to stop without killing? Spare me the details, will you? She was killed because of you, Sid. And they might kill me too. What should I do? Tell you what. Go home and forget everything you saw. I'll try to snag this idiot, drag him to the market, the friendly, vampire way. Write down my number, and if anyone finds you, call me right away. If I have time, I said nervously. They'll wait until I call you. After paying, we walked past the waitress wiping blood from the floor and went outside. A cold wind chased trash like a hound chasing a hare. People went about their business, unaware that Yakutsk had become a battleground for bloodsuckers. And we, mortals, were the appetizers. That's it. Bye. If anything happens, call me. And we, mortals, were the appetizer. I felt this firsthand when, in the entryway, someone knocked me to the ground with one blow, then picked me up and threw me against the wall. And all this without the slightest effort, as if I were a rag doll. The rag doll struggled to its feet and collapsed again from a blow to the stomach. I didn't see the attacker. The light bulbs had apparently been smashed beforehand. The silhouette blurred above me like a colossus, and I lay on the floor, spitting blood. My stomach twisted terribly, but I thought, that was nothing compared to what was to come. Before I could even imagine fangs sinking into my neck, I was lifted again and pinned against the wall. "Where's Sid, darling?" the vampire asked indifferently. "I don't know. Let go, bitch." I was about to die when the ghoul's head suddenly flew off, splattering me with blood. The blood immediately sparked, and my skin burned slightly, but it was nothing compared to his heavy blows. I fell to the ground, coughing. "Alive?" Sid's voice came through the noise in his head. "Well, I think so. Did you cut off his head?" "Me. I was following you, catching you with live bait." "You're such a bastard, Sid. What if I died before I could wait for you?" "Don't let me die. Don't drift." I had to track the torpedo. I thought it would follow me, but no. It set up an ambush in the entryway. Nothing remained of the St. Petersburg killer except his clothes. Sid helped me get to the apartment and disappeared, promising to keep an eye on me. I somehow managed to get a rocket, mixed up some hash, and took a sweet hit. I felt better. It seemed like the vampire hadn't broken anything. These bloody vampire squabbles have dragged me into their turmoil, and they've burned my address, so I won't be able to hold out until the heat subsides. Next to him stood two streaks, and they looked nothing like humans. One was tall and dark, the other short and bald. Their fleshy faces couldn't help but evoke disgust. Thick-lipped, with sharp teeth and bulging eyes, they looked like they'd crawled out of Yakut tales about Abahi. Yes, they are those very same Abahi, I realized. If vampires and ghosts exist, why shouldn't these devils exist? "So, Galash, are you awake?" the chubby boy asked, chuckling. "Let's get acquainted. I'm Mr. Kuzmin, and when you fuck your girl, she screams my name. Got it?" "Got it," I replied, looking sadly at the three of them. "And what kind of guys are you?" "Это моя пряга», ответил за них мистер Кузьмин. «Нигер, Саня, а лысый – Ваня. От деда своего унаследовал, они мне помогают с вашей вампирской канителью. В одно рыло я не разберусь, вот приходится с собой таскать этих орков». "What kind of grandfather is this?" "Grandfather Yaga. That was his name. Now it's my nickname. He died recently. like a family title. I'm the Black Shaman, okay? The Black Shaman looked completely harmless, just an ordinary fat guy in jeans and a t-shirt, the kind of guy who likes to listen to rap, drink beer in the entryway, and hang out at the computer. He was fiddling with a wax figurine that vaguely resembled a horse. Looking closer, I could see hairs on the figurine. "Fucking voodoo magic," explained Grandfather Yaga, noticing my gaze. "It's the African god of wind and disease, Pazuzu, with my pubic hair. I'll leave it with you so you can't leave the room." "What do you want?" I asked. "Should I take out Sid? He screwed up in St. Petersburg, so why would you kill him?" Why? Why? The authorities at the center issued a decree. Find this lawless bastard and finish him off, and that's why there's such a fuss. You think I'm hunting alone? There are Chechens, succubi, and red werewolves here. No one needs lawlessness in Yakutsk, so everyone wants to catch Sid as quickly as possible and get rid of the St. Petersburg torpedoes. They've already mauled some girl. They say they found a couple more bodies. I don't know where Sid goes. What are you twitching about, leg? No one's going to kill you. You're lucky I'm even smart enough. Otherwise, you'd be participating in a dirty sexual experiment with Sonya and Vanya. They love that kind of thing. Stop it, Yasha. This is pathetic, Sonya replied mockingly. Grandfather Yaga laughed nastily. I rubbed my eyes and hobbled to the kitchen. No one stopped me. But when I crossed the threshold of the room, it felt like 1,000 needles were piercing my heart. I staggered. I started to fall. But someone grabbed me by the collar and pulled me back. The pain immediately disappeared. Do you understand now? Vanya asked. Got it, I answered hoarsely. I still felt a little nauseous. Mr. Kuzmin pulled a small packet of something like plasticine from his pocket, loaded my rocket, and took a drag. Complimenting the quality of the hash, he handed the rocket over to the Abahi. After lighting up, the Abahi gave me some too. They obviously had no intention of torturing me. They probably just wanted to lure Sid in. And then they would have killed him. Yes. Only one question remained. Why would Sid risk his life to save me? And if he didn't come, I was dead anyway. No use. By all accounts, I was getting out of this situation feet first, no matter what fortune teller. What did Sid do, guys? I asked. Don't you know? Grandfather Yaga asked, surprised. We thought you were his friend. Sid took down a vampire prince. That's a grave offense. Bloodsuckers are forbidden to kill each other. And there are few of them left anyway. The first ones disappeared long ago, and there are only a few hundred kings left in the entire world. Only a meeting of elders can pass judgment, so they declared a hunt for him. Why did you fail me? It wasn't just like that, was it? Heh heh. Okay, I'll tell you. I've got a hunch that princeling was hanging out with the Dompiers, sneaking around with his own people, hatching a conspiracy. The clouds were gathering, another showdown in the spirit of the 90s. Only, no vampire had ever defected to the half-breeds before. Do you understand what a fuss that would have caused? And Sid, apparently, didn't consult with his own people. He killed him without permission. The other vampires panicked, apparently not prepared for war yet, so they declared Sid the scapegoat, trying to buy time. They're playing the vampire game. Honor be damned. Yeah, they're just as much of a bastard as the Dompiers. Vampire concepts are gone. Bye-bye. The picture that emerged was interesting. At the center was a showdown between the elder vampires, the lawmen, and the half-breed Dompiers who had established a drug trade with their blood. They had whittled down thousands of wealthy ghouls who were showering them with gold. Apparently, by traditional vampire standards, this was a disgrace, as Sid put it. In the 90s, a war had broken out, then everything had died down, and the bloodsuckers had somehow divided up their spheres of influence. And now a new massacre was looming, and Sid had lit the fuse. "And you, Grandfather Yaga, why are you chasing after Sid?" I asked. "Are you breaking your back in front of the center?" "We need Sid alive," Mr. Kuzmin chuckled. "We have a deal." Grandfather Yaga was interrupted by Sonya's howl as Sid, who had appeared out of nowhere, ripped Sonya's guts out, simply stabbing his fingers into his stomach and tearing it apart. Vanya leaped at the vampire like a snake. They rolled across the floor, silently and intensely striking each other. The young shaman jumped up from his chair and began making hand gestures, muttering some incantations. Without thinking twice, I grabbed a flower pot from the windowsill and hit him on the back of the head. Mr. Kuzmin groaned and fell to all fours, crawled into the hallway, and stumbled upon Sid, who was sucking on Vanya's torn throat. Having finished drinking the blood, Sid grabbed the black shaman by the lapels and threw him into a chair. "Help! I'm being beaten!" screamed Grandfather Yaga, covering himself with his hands. "Chill out," Sid said wearily. "What the hell? Were you thinking of setting up an ambush?" "Who knew you were high level and could jam my radar?" the shaman snapped. "I was trying to sense your presence, but I couldn't. I overestimated my strength." "Well, finish me off. What's up?" "My cards are down." "Wait, what were you saying about the deal? Like, you need me alive?" "What? Nothing. I just blurted it out. We'll take you down and report back to the guys from St. Petersburg. Do you know how much cash they'd give us? Listen, I'm not alone. Others will come for me. Let's make a deal. You bloodsuckers burn when you're killed. You leave your rags and hide somewhere, and I'll tell everyone you went up in smoke. You can take the St. Petersburg money later. I don't need it. Just don't kill me. So, deal?" "If I were alone," Sid replied, lighting the flare, "I'd kill you. But you don't know the suit I'm up against. I have kings on my side, so why would I jump in alone against them all? I'm not that fucked up yet." "So, we have an agreement?" "We'll try. If you lie, I won't threaten you, you know that." "Everything will be all right, don't worry." Grandfather Yaga nodded happily. "When should I give you the money?" "I'll find you myself." "Listen," I interrupted. "It's great that everything ended peacefully. I'm happy for you and all that. But what am I supposed to do with the bodies? What am I supposed to tell the cops? Did relatives from the village come and kill each other, pull out one's guts, rip out another's throat? They're Grandpa's granddaughters, so let him clean them up," Sid said. "And what about him?" Grandfather Yaga nodded at me. "We won't knock him down. What are you talking about? Have you become friends yet so we can do some deals together?" No, that's just me." "I got it for him. We'll take out the dead guys." Grandfather Yaga soon returned with another Abahi, a wiry fellow who called himself Mauser. They hid the bodies in black bags and took them with them, making fun of the dead. Mr. Kuzmin also took the Pazuzu figurine, which incidentally had stopped working after the fight anyway. Cursing, I cleaned up the apartment, mopped up all the blood, removed the broken pot, then blew a smoke through a flare. And that was it. As if nothing had happened. Several cold autumn days passed. Sid still hadn't shown up, which I was incredibly happy about, meaning he'd faked his death again, Fooled everyone again. But I was wrong. Sid stumbled into my room in the early morning, beaten and covered in blood. He held a hunting rifle in his hands, amusement in his eyes, a grin on his face. I wasn't even surprised, still half asleep. "What kind of fare is this?" I asked. "Why do you need a gun? You're tearing everyone to shreds with your bare hands. The gun is for you, Grisha. Look out the window." I felt like I was in a horror movie. The dead wandered the foggy streets. The living screamed. Cops shot. And some were eaten alive. Crumpled cars raced back and forth, hitting zombies who would eventually rise again. And some sly kids took advantage of the confusion to rob supermarkets. Police patrols hysterically urged citizens to stay indoors. The TV, radio, and cell phone service were down. Maybe the government had shut them down. Or maybe it was someone sabotaging them. "So what have you done now, huh?" "What does that have to do with me?" "Grandfather Yaga shot an arrow to give me some money from St. Petersburg. I got there, and some Bahi jumped me. Barely fought me off. Couldn't even kill him. Pushed him away and ran away. I knew he'd leave me. I chased after Yaga, but he scurried into a car and drove off. I spat on him, went to meet the king, and then I see the dead. It's Grandfather Yaga's doing, and I didn't even go to a fortune teller. I went to the cemetery and, desperately trying to get rid of the dead, raised a fuss in the city, just to kill me." Well. So, are there a lot of these dead people? What are we going to do?" "I don't know. I didn't count. I stole a jeep. Let's go kill Mr. Kuzmin. What else can we do? I came to you because the zombies are coming here. He thinks I'll show up here. And he's right. He can't just leave you to your death now. I'm not some fucking dampier." Cursing, I quickly got dressed, grabbed my gun, and headed outside with Sid. The vampire easily dispatched all the undead he encountered with a solid blow to the head, so powerful that their heads flew 10 meters away. The corpses were relatively fresh, and the bitten ones also joined the hordes of the dead after a while. I don't know what kind of forces dead Yaga summoned, but I had to act quickly. In a few hours, the military would show up, or they'd drop something from above and blame it on a terrorist attack. I didn't want to expose vampire squabbles and black shamans. And Sid also mentioned meeting the king. So that's who's behind him. That's why he's so calm. Grandfather Yaga said there are only hundreds of them, and each one is probably worth 10 ordinary vampires. If that's true, then Sid knows what he's doing, and I have a chance of surviving. We got into the jeep and drove to the Magan cemetery, running over zombies. They tried to cling to the car, slid for a few meters, and then let go. I checked the gun. Sid gave me some ammo. It wasn't much, but it might help. I'd shoot them in the head, I decided. Shooting them anywhere else would probably be useless. But we didn't make it to the cemetery. Another jeep rammed our car in the right side, probably breaking every bone in poor Sid's body, and I hit my head hard on the glass. The world vanished, leaving me alone with a dull pain. I heard footsteps and the sound of a door opening. It seemed like they were pulling Sid out. They considered me so insignificant that they didn't even finish me off. I opened the door and crawled outside. The cold cut into my face. My body barely obeyed. I somehow managed to stand up, leaning on the bumper, and looked back. Mauser was behind the wheel of the jeep that had crashed into us, and Sid was in the seat next to him, clearly unconscious, if alive at all. Mauser winked at me and drove away. And behind me, the silhouettes of the dead appeared. I wandered down the road, away from the zombies. Fortunately, they were moving slowly. The stupid dead bastards probably wouldn't survive the Yakutian cold, and would freeze to death in a few hours, so there was no point in shooting them. But how the government guys were going to hush up this mess? Well, that's none of my business. Right now, I had to find Sid. He'd saved my ass a couple of times. I couldn't abandon him. And even if they killed him, I wouldn't have any peace anyway. They'd whack him like a rabid dog, feed him to those nasty bas. But this way, there was a slim chance of untangling this whole mess. The truth is, I didn't know where to go, or what I'd do if I miraculously found Sid. I followed the car, my head swirling, blood streaming down my face. Suddenly, I heard the screech of brakes. Turning around, I saw a black Volga. "Where are you headed, boy?" A deep bass voice boomed. "Sit down before the dead take you with them." The bearded man unlocked the car. Without thinking twice, I got in. Alive, and a human at that, I thought. Lucky me. The man immediately drove on, occasionally casting a sharp glance at me. "Did you get into an accident or something? Why are you covered in blood?" the man asked. "In an accident," I replied. "I hit my head on the windshield." "Where were you going? Haven't you heard that you should stay home while the dead roam the streets?" "I need to help my friend out." "Ah, that's a sacred thing. Good for you, you think about people. What's your name?" "Grisha." "And I'm Sergey. Nice to meet you." And all this in a deep voice, like the lazy roars of a lion. This guy was clearly no ordinary man. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed a bundle of stakes, rifles, and pistols behind me. So much for the demon exterminators, damn it. "Do you believe in God, Sergey?" I asked, nodding toward the weapons depot. "Are you planning on calming the dead?" We must return the dead to the earth, punish the evil spirits. Otherwise, what's going on? In broad daylight. Where should I dump you, my dear fellow? I'll go with you, I decided. They've probably already killed my friend. I'll get revenge on the bastards. Aren't you afraid? The bearded man chuckled. And who are you going to take revenge on anyway, the brainless dead? To Grandfather Yaga, the black shaman who raised all the dead. The man glanced at me quickly and chewed his lips. How do you know? It was he who took my friend away. What does he want from his friend? Who is he? Just a regular guy, I lied. I don't know what I need. Well, let's go. If that's the case, let's try to do something. And who are you? A simple layman, the man smiled. We pulled up to the cemetery. 2 more bearded men were waiting for us at the end. Church special forces, damn them. And Sid's a vampire. Maybe we'll have to save him from them too. This isn't going to be easy. The layman embraced, and Sergey handed out weapons. I too received a rifle with silver-plated cartridges. Blessed, the men said pompously, by Orthodox priests. He introduced me as a volunteer. We crossed ourselves and moved deeper into the cemetery. I hung back, nervously weighing the situation. Who knows? Maybe I'd have to shoot my savior. At the cemetery, the dead lay in their graves, as they should. Silence fell all around. The sun glinted on the snow. Apparently, the black shaman had sent everyone he could raise into the city to search for me and Sid. Dead Yaga had dug in at the far edge of the cemetery, amid the tombstones. He dazzled us with his white fur coat, like the black pimps from the ghetto, and leaned on a cane with a snake-shaped handle. Sonya, Vanya, and Mauser stood next to him. Dead Yaga had resurrected Sonya and Vanya, killed by Sid, after first cutting off their hands and attaching all sorts of implements to the stumps. Cleavers, hooks, knives, saws. Sid was lying nearby, leaning against the cross. He was unconscious, an aspen stake protruding from his shoulder. Grandfather Yaga was fussing around the vampire. I noticed bags of blood in his hands. "Hey, you! What are you doing, you evil spirit?" Sergei shouted loudly. Grandfather Yaga didn't even turn around, only said something quietly to Mauser. He nodded, looked us over lazily, with swagger, and suddenly leaped at Sergei like a cat. Shots rang out. The Abahai howled and landed, a dead carcass. Apparently he hadn't foreseen the silver in the cartridges. "You sons of bitches, you fucking monks!" shouted Dead Yaga. "Always getting in my way, putting a spoke in my wheel." He shouted some kind of spell, and two reanimated Abahas rushed at the men. For zombies, they were quite fast. I raised my gun, took aim at Dead Yaga, and was about to pull the trigger when my hand suddenly turned the barrel towards Sergei, who was fending off the dead Sonya's cleavers. The black shaman laughed vilely. With a monstrous effort of will, I managed to move the barrel slightly to the side. Noticing my efforts, Mr. Kuzmin snapped his fingers and the gun fired. It pierced Sergei's head clean through. At the same time, another monk fired, wounding Mr. Kuzmin. He screamed, fell into the snow, and crawled toward Sid. Freed from the spell, I began to look around wildly. Vanya was dead, the monks too, and Sonya was disemboweling the corpse of one of the men. Pulling myself together, I took aim and blew his head off. That left me, the wounded grandfather Yaga, and Sid. The black shaman crawled up to Sid and began collecting the blood packets, cursing angrily. I wasn't sure he noticed the death of his minions. I raised my gun and shot him in the arm. He screamed wildly again. Breathing heavily, I approached Sid and pulled the aspen stake from his shoulder. The vampire groaned weakly, opened his eyes, and cast a bleary gaze around the cemetery, seeing me, the groaning Dead Yaga, the corpses of the Abaha and the monks. "This is a nasty mess," he muttered, standing up with my help. "What kind of fare is this?" I met some monks, some monastery special forces. One of them picked me up on the street, saved me from zombies. They had silver bullets and aspen stakes. They were following a shaman. I joined them, thinking, with their help I can free you. "Fools," Sid laughed. "They wouldn't have spared me. Evil is evil, they don't discriminate." "Sid, you blood-sucking, rotten bitch," Mr. Kuzmin yelled again. "You've ruined my whole life. If I don't die today, I'll be finished off anyway for all this morbid chaos, if not you, then others." "By the way, what were you doing with Sid?" I asked. "I need his blood. That vampire drac. Worse than the heroin-fueled rot of half-breeds. We don't have any bloodsuckers. I wanted to put our politician, Jabba the Hutt, in the drac. Make him my slave. And then knock him into the presidency and control him like a puppet. That's why I need you alive. Hey, Sid, maybe we can come to an agreement. Give me your blood. I'll feed it to Jabba. Think about it. We'll hold all of Yakutia together. And here's gold, diamonds. You'll rise up. You'll start dictating your terms to the St. Petersburg vampires." Sid staggered up to Mr. Kuzmin, dropped to his knees, and gently strangled the shaman. "The kid's got a decent IQ," Sid sighed. "Too bad he's a shady troublemaker." Exhausted by the sun, Sid hurried into the black Volga. We drove into town and said goodbye. I never saw him again. All sane people who have come into contact with the underworld of shadows will deny their connection to it. This applies to both evil spirits and common criminals. So, if after this whole horrific story I'm asked about Sid or Mr. Kuzmin, I'll answer, no, guys. You've got the wrong guys. I don't know any of them. Gavril Kalachov. Save the president. Well, what do you have there? Show me. The receiver was dissatisfied. There were 10 minutes left until the end of the shift. And here, there was at least half an hour of fiddling with paperwork. Well, he seems so important. Look at the stars. Okay, what a big star. I'll take a look now. The receiver reached into his desk drawer and pulled out a thick, greasy magazine. Oh yeah, these are the generals. Did he really bring stock in himself? And the reward, what is the reward? Wait a minute. They'll pay a pretty penny for the top Yakut cop. We need to report it to the higher-ups immediately. We haven't seen such a big fish in a long time. The receiver's mood, which had been soured, of course, since the bonus for delivering the former officials was due not only to the hunter, but also to him, as an important link in the zombie-catching machine, officially called the Commission for the Capture of Infected Leaders of the Republic of Sakha, Yakutia. No one knows how it all began. Some blame imported meat, harboring a strange infection. Others a curse from spirits, disturbed at the sight of one of the many new buildings. Whatever the case, in early summer, Yakutsk was engulfed by a strange and highly contagious infection. It was transmitted by any available means: blood, water, air. Spreading rapidly through every cell of the infected body, the infection, in a matter of hours, transformed a person into a creature driven by only one thing: hunger. In just 6 weeks or 2, Yakutsk became a city of death. Crowds of infected roamed the streets, seeking new victims. Zombies, as they were immediately nicknamed, were unafraid of pain, knew no sleep or fatigue, were fast and nearly invulnerable. You could run them over with a car, shoot them with machine guns, as the local riot police tried, but they stubbornly moved on. With broken necks and broken legs, they hobbled and crawled toward their prey. They had only one concern: food. Food was hidden in apartments and buildings with strong doors. Naturally, over time, hunger and thirst forced the survivors onto the streets, where most either fell victim to the infected or joined their ranks. The extreme contagiousness of the disease was the main reason for suspending the rescue operation from the mainland. Having lost 7 rescue teams one after another, the authorities adopted a wait-and-see approach. Yakutsk was besieged. Then, the first hunters appeared. As it turned out, the few survivors had developed a strong immunity to the infection. They weren't afraid even of direct contact with the infected. It was then that the first zombie hunting headquarters was formed from volunteers. They needed to determine what kind of infection this was, whether there was a way to combat it, or whether they would have to burn down the entire city. The first couple dozen zombies, captured on the outskirts of the city, were sent to a laboratory located near Pokrovsk under strict biological isolation. But even with test subjects available, scientists were unable to understand for a long time how the virus spread so quickly and why, Essentially, a living person could not control their own body. It also remained unclear how the infected continued to move toward their target, despite wounds incompatible with life. Zombies could be killed in two radical ways: a head wound, which would destroy the brain, or complete destruction, such as by burning. It soon became clear that, under certain conditions, the infected could be restored to normal life. The infection's lifespan was short. If left without food for a sufficiently long period, the infection would begin to fester until it disappeared completely. About a week of diet was required. Those cured remembered nothing of their days spent infected. The last thing they remembered was blurred vision. Another unpleasant detail was revealed. Of the first 3 cured, only 1 survived. The first had an internal injury, and as soon as the infection subsided, internal bleeding began and the patient died. The second had diabetes in life, and on the second day after being free of the infection, his heart failed, a stroke. The third survivor proved that healing must be approached with caution, thoroughly examining the infected for any possible complications. The only good news was that the cured person acquired immunity to the infection. Everyone's first thought was to wait until the zombified unfortunates ran out of food and began to recover from the terrible disease themselves. If not for one compelling problem: a cured person would immediately become a victim, food for the rest of the infected. The solution was simple: try to save as many people as possible by catching zombies and waiting for them to recover in isolated rooms. Of course, politicians and bureaucrats were involved. Only they could decide to prioritize saving leading politicians over, say, children and women. Thus, an organization with the awkward name Commission for the Capture of Infected Leaders of the Republic of Sakha, Yakutia, was born. According to unconfirmed reports, Boris Yegorov, the president of the Republic of Sakha, Yakutia, failed to evacuate in time and barricaded himself on the top floor of the building. What happened next, naturally, no one knows. Perhaps he survived. Perhaps he was immune. Perhaps. In short, he was one of the hunters' primary, and one of their most prized, targets. 2 teams had already perished attempting to deliver the head of the Republic. The third team, instead of the prescribed 5, had 3 members. Having lost 2 comrades on the previous raid, they hadn't yet managed to complete their team. So they set off, the 3 of them. Sergei Bravik, a former border guard major, was rightfully the leader. He was one of the first to escape the city. Realizing he was immune to the infection, he immediately volunteered to be a rescuer. His team included another former soldier. But, alas, the previous mission to search for survivors had taken his own life. The 2 remaining men hadn't even served in the military, but they were nonetheless tough guys. Eisen Ivanov, a physical education student, and Nurdin Zafarov, a vegetable vendor and former wrestler. Armed with whatever was available at the start of their career, this time the squad was fully equipped. Kalashnikov assault rifles with shortened barrels, pistols, and even grenades. But firearms couldn't save them in a city overrun by zombies. On the contrary, the sound of gunfire would only reveal the location of the remaining survivors. This, in fact, was what led to the deaths of the first rescue teams. So, the hunters' main weapons became bladed weapons and silence. "Quiet! Can't you see? The zombie is coming!" Sergei motioned for everyone to duck. 3 people hid behind the podium beneath the Lenin monument. Their dash to the government house was interrupted by a lone traveler waddling along the avenue. Carefully avoiding abandoned cars, he seemed to be heading toward a cherished goal somewhere. The former manager of a fashion store, Viktor Tarakin, now looked completely out of fashion. His signature lilac sweater was stained with blood that hadn't yet dried. 20 minutes ago, he'd met his neighbor from the same building. The girl, trapped in a locked apartment, had just recovered from the nightmare virus. Before she could even comprehend what was happening, she'd gone outside, where she'd become her neighbor's victim. Temporarily sated, Victor wandered down the avenue, his empty gaze suggesting he had no purpose. After waiting for the zombie to turn toward the Russian theater, the trio moved on. Their target was the government house. None of them had been there before, so they had to guess. The main doors had been smashed in, scattering shards of glass and human remains everywhere. However, the hunters were already accustomed to the sight. Something else was striking: the unusual silence for such a large building. The usually omnipresent zombies seemed to have bypassed the government house today. The second floor was also empty, revealing only chaos in hastily abandoned offices. The corridor on the third floor was blocked by furniture. It seemed the information was confirmed. All that remained was to reach the president. The pile of furniture turned out to be substantial, with about 20 desks and almost as many cabinets crammed with papers. Having overcome the barricade, the hunters found themselves at the coveted door with the sign, "Reception Room of the President of the Republic of Sakha, Yakutia." Naturally, it was locked. Having knocked down the door, the hunters found themselves in a large room with 2 doors on either side. Behind the first was a study. Empty. The second room was apparently some kind of boardroom, but there was no one there either. Maybe he has another room there, like off his office? Eisen assumed that, like any bigwig of his rank, the president would have a break room. The student's instincts were right. Indeed, there was a massive door hidden in the office, disguised as a built-in closet. "And what are we going to break it with?" Sergei scratched his head. "Oops!" Nurdin pulled the handle and the door quietly gave way. It seemed to be unlocked. The stench of corpses immediately wafted from the open crack. The hunters, with a practiced movement, pulled their face coverings over their faces and entered. The spacious, well-furnished room bore evidence of a massacre. Judging by the remains, at least 7 people had been killed. "Check everyone," Sergei ordered, taking out a photograph of the president. "How can you even tell? Half of their heads are just skulls. The rest are so swollen you can't even recognize them," Eisen said, throwing up his hands. "Did we come all this way for nothing?" Nurdin muttered discontentedly, leaning his hand on the large cabinet and immediately jumping away from it. A muffled groan came from within. "Oh my, how did that zombie get in there?" the student exclaimed. "Maybe there's someone alive in there," Sergei responded. "Hey, are you alive or what?" Just in case, Nurdin prepared his cleaver, which he used to shred cabbage and, more recently, to chop up zombies. "Don't shoot, don't kill, I beg you," sobs came from the closet. "Come out, no one will touch you," Sergei replied, gesturing for him to be ready. The door creaked open, and a plump man in a blood-stained suit appeared. "Bah! It's him! We found him!" Eisen cheered his comrades. Indeed, it was him, Boris Yegorov, President of the Sakha Republic, Yakutia. The search was successful. The only thing that remained was how he had survived there. After giving the president a drink and sharing his dry rations, the hunters asked how he had ended up there, in a room full of corpses. "I don't remember anything," Yegorov's voice trembled. "I remember how the panic and the commotion started. They didn't have time to take me out, so the security guards, the vice president, and I took refuge on the floor. But then one of the guards went crazy and attacked me. He was shot right in front of me, trying to bite my throat. This must have been his blood. The president rubbed his sleeve across his chest. I don't remember anything after that. My vision went blurry. I must have lost consciousness, and when I came to, everyone was already dead. It's all clear. He ate all of his own. He must have caught it from that guard, Eisen muttered through clenched teeth. 7 people. What a brute. He didn't eat them alone. Look at the corpses. There were 4 of them infected at first. 3 were the first victims, and there was almost nothing left of them. They must have then eaten each other as they recovered, Sergei reasoned. What are you saying? The president sobbed. How could you? How could I? I couldn't do such a thing. Okay, let's get going. Sergei glanced at his watch. It's not for us to judge him. We came to save him after all, especially since we're being paid for it. The return journey was long. They had to reach the car parked at the traffic police post on Pokrovsky Tract. Driving any closer to the city would have been suicide. A helicopter couldn't be used, for the simple reason that there were no pilots among the surviving survivors immune to the infection. They had to drive to the outskirts of the city, and then walk, avoiding crowded areas. The route was simple. They had to quietly reach the embankment and, under the cover of the dam, reach the outskirts. From there, through the dachas on Pechakovka, it was not far to the outpost. The only thing the hunters feared was the president's sluggishness. Yegorov changed into a clean suit from the same closet where he had been hiding and asked for a weapon. What if we're attacked? Will I be unarmed? The president reasoned his request. Nerdin, give him your PM. Sergei exhaled discontentedly. The former vegetable vendor had never liked firearms. He was much more effective with a cleaver in close combat. Without regret, he parted with the extra weight and led the way into the hallway. Eisen followed when a swearing sound in Kyrgyz was heard from the corridor. Nerdin ran back. Zombies! 5 of them! They've spotted me! Eisen rushed to the door, but couldn't lock it. They'd broken the locks while looking for the president. Before he could do anything, the door was slammed against him, sending him flying to the floor. The first 2 zombies to break through immediately pounced on him. Nerdin pulled one of them by the hair and slashed at its throat with his cleaver. The head rolled toward the door, where 3 more infected appeared. A shot rang out, and a bullet hit the doorframe. The shot was fired by the president. Sergei cursed and raked a burst of fire at the advancing zombies. Nerdin finished off the second one, who had attacked Eisen, but it was too late. Blood gushed from the student's torn throat, and he showed no signs of life. You bastard! You've signed our death warrants. Every creature in this city will come running at your shot. Sergei pulled out his pistol and finished off the surviving zombies. How was I supposed to know? I didn't know. I wanted to help, Yegorov stammered. Well, now no one will definitely help us, Nerdin sighed. There was a thud from the corridor. At least a dozen zombies were running. So, my friend, should I die with music? Sergei grinned sadly and cocked his rifle. Standing with their machine guns facing the door, they didn't notice the president fleeing to his secret room. Okay, folks, today is an important day. The President of the Republic has contacted headquarters. He was able to set up a satellite phone and contacted us. He's alive and we need to rescue him. President Yegorov is in the government house, in his office on the 3rd floor. 3 teams previously sent to search for him have not returned. indicating the danger of this mission. However, the reward will be commensurate, so please follow me for further instructions. The receiver's palms were sweating, a sure sign of a good day. It had been 3 weeks since a single VIP had arrived. The mayor of Yakutsk, delivered a week ago, didn't count yet. He was infected and wounded. It was doubtful he'd pull through. And then there was the president, and a living one at that. 5 teams had signed up for the mission, meaning someone would be sure to bring home that gold sack. Gordy Spiridonov, good neighbors. The Batikievs struck me as suspicious from the very beginning, perhaps because I was the only witness to their arrival on our quiet but cozy paved street. After all, it was late in the autumn night, and my insomnia came at just the right time to be graced with a truly astonishing sight. The Batikievs, however, terrified and fascinated me to the core. Not only had they driven their own car from some remote village in the Suntarsky Ulus, completely lost on the crooked banks of the Vilyoy River, in a Niva so completely beaten up that it was a complete wreck, but also, to top it all off, a cow and a pig were tied to the rear bumper of this monstrous creation of the domestic auto industry. Good neighbors, which, like the car ahead, weren't particularly beautiful. Quite the opposite, in fact. The cow was as ugly as a mortal sin, or at least, like a cow of mortal sin. And the pig looked as if it had raped and killed that mortal sin, and then eaten it. The tired and decently canary-colored trunk of the unfortunate Niva held a load no heavier than the car itself, along with all the clumsy assemblers and cross-eyed designers who had brought it to life. Sealed with sealing wax were plywood boxes of every size, sacks bulging with sharp corners, a roll of hay, rickety stools, a battered nightstand, a tabletop scorched through, some twisted contraptions of unknown purpose, and a coffin. The coffin lay atop a junk mound with the dignity of a Scottish king who had fallen in a brutal battle and managed, before his death, to personally cut down a quarter of the enemy army, thereby ensuring the victory of his people. And so it made quite an impression. But all the delight and horror from what was seen paled in comparison to the delight and horror that arose at the sight of the Batikievs themselves. The owner of the house and father of the family emerged from the car, which had groaned with pain and had become perhaps permanently immovable. A remarkably Asian-looking man, short and round with a huge, flattened head, a spherical belly, short legs and thick arms. A real bloke, not a man at all. With a flat nose, slanted eyes, and a truly Khan's beard and mustache. The sight of which brought to mind, for any person of decent age and intelligence, the scene from the film about Ilya Muromets, where, against the backdrop of a steppe dotted with 1,000 tents, the Khan stroked his beard and pompously declared, "I'm going to Kiev," before actually walking toward him. Behind him, his better half emerged from the tin belly of the Niva, unable to open the jammed door on her side. Lanky, watchtower, tower, big man, Godzilla, the gingerbread man's wife turned out to be his absolute opposite. Skinny and tall, with long, thin legs and arms, with a tiny head on a swan's neck. And this was no embellishment at all. Swans' necks may be graceful, but they are curved at an angle incompatible with the human concept of beauty. But her face, practically invisible against her vertically gigantic body, was not at all bad. You could even say it was beautiful. Even in my opinion. And I don't like looking at women for a number of natural reasons. After all that had happened, one might have expected the rest of the family to emerge. But disappointment awaited me. No one else emerged from the car. Instead, Mrs. Kalancha opened the gate, and Khan Kolobak, straining and grunting, manually rolled the gloriously slain vehicle inside the fence. He seemed unperturbed by the full passenger compartment, the ton of junk on the roof, and the terrifying animal on a leash. Then he slammed the gate behind him. Speaking of gates, these elegant and sturdy gates opened and closed the entrance to a 25-hectare plot of land. On the good land stood a steadfast 3-story stone mansion, with all the amenities and a year-round greenhouse instead of a roof, a garage for 5 expensive cars, and a barn that looked more like a bunker, capable of protecting its owners and their belongings not only from bad weather, but also from a nuclear war. At the very least. So, although this family looked unusually shabby, they couldn't have been poor. The house and its plot were expensive. Very expensive even, and its former owner, who was, accordingly, my former neighbor, was clearly in no hurry to part with it. And he was a businesslike and greedy man, but not at all timid. And so the decision to sell the house urgently could only have been made upon seeing a very large pile of money. And that is why I considered the Bytikyevs to be representatives of a particularly rare breed of eccentric rich people for the glorious city of Yakutsk, and for Russia as a whole. This will be fun, I thought then, and I was not wrong. The fun began the very next morning, literally a few hours later, that is. Before my alarm clock's electronic rooster had even finished its sonorous electronic rooster song, a monstrous roar announced to our entire cozy suburban neighborhood that exciting times were about to begin. I jumped up from my lounge chair and ran outside. Luckily, I barely had to get dressed, and once again I found myself witnessing a remarkable event. Only this time I wasn't the only spectator. All the neighbors peered out of their houses and yards, seriously alarmed by the roar, which, by the way, showed no signs of stopping. In fact, it grew louder and acquired additional notes, like human squeals, strong curses, cow moos, and eerie pig howls. The damned monster pig, instead of grunting or squealing, howled like nothing Akela, a wolf wounded in battle and dying, had ever howled, handing over power to the human frog Mowgli. It was creepy, even for me, and let alone the neighbors. The curious little heads poking out from behind the fence quickly vanished, probably digging guns out of safes and under sofas, while simultaneously calling every service that could possibly be interested in such a situation, be it the police, the fire department, or an express delivery of a bomb-laden pizza. I, bereft of any weapon capable of firing variously loaded projectiles at a distance, but armed with a truly feline curiosity, decided to find out more about the source of the roar and commotion in the new neighbor's yard, and, creeping up to the tall iron fence with its convenient viewing slit, I was completely satisfied with the fulfillment of my base plans. The sight I saw shook me to the core. A truly dead person was running around the courtyard, roaring and flailing his limbs. A zombie in the modern, Hollywood-style aggressive sense. And this wasn't a Haitian black man drugged with magical gumbo, his face painted with chalk and rooster blood. Not at all. And this wasn't a bloody snot-spewing, bloodshot, everyday man, suddenly driven mad by the wrath virus artificially created by degenerate British scientists. Absolutely not. This was a real corpse. Suddenly given the opportunity to appear among the living as more than just a motionless object and a fond memory. Unlike most movie corpses, which differ from their living counterparts only in their thicker makeup and lower pay, The Bitakiev zombie looked far more realistic. A corpse with skin dried to a drum-hard bluish, with gaps revealing black, cadaverous muscles and yellowed ribs. A hideously angular head, crowned with a tuft of completely gray, dead hair as light as fluff. A nose sunken by syphilis, ears shriveled to the point of disappearance, and ominous, red, hungry lights in the black hollows of greedy eye sockets. And teeth, crooked, blackened, broken stumps, firmly lodged in hardened gums, and capable, with a little effort, of tearing soft human flesh with ease, even when clad in sturdy denim pants and an armored leather jacket. Thin, articulated arms and legs, crowned with curved claws, completed this beautiful picture of actively necrotic splendor. The zombie was simply stunning. A genuine, distinct, one might even say homespun, risen corpse. You couldn't mistake him for an overly pale, skinny, poorly dressed, drunk guy. You wouldn't ask him what time it was or which way to go to get to Kurnatovsky Street. And even in the evening, in a dark alleyway, with a group of not-so-sober and downright nasty Mombet friends, you wouldn't ask him for a light or let you use his cell phone. Because even from behind, from the limit of human vision, and perhaps even from low-orbit space stations, the inner motives of the owner of that skinny figure were clear to everyone. Desire. Incredible desire. An endless craving to satisfy a truly bottomless hunger, to go and be sated. To be sated in a way that would later become the subject of a song, or a $60 million movie. To be sated in a manner unbecoming of the civilized world. Namely, to bite into a neck, rip out a chunk of the carotid artery, gulp down the hot blood, rip the skin of the belly and stuff your own with the still warm entrails of another. And, for dessert, having bitten into the skull, greedily scooping up handfuls of gelatinous lumps with your dirty palms, begin to feast on brains. The zombie was hungry. Hungry with a chthonic scope. As deep as Cthulhu's sleep, a snoring snore that had been choking for 5,000 years. Was the zombie just as hungry? It seemed that if given free rein, it would devour the entire population of the earth. And not just people, but the entire food chain, including Siberian tigers and plankton. I clicked my tongue in admiration. What a magnificent specimen. And then the veil of admiration lifted from my eyes, and I saw something that categorically contradicted everything I had just described. All the epic beauty of the necrotic spectacle vanished in the most inappropriate way. A round man was chasing a chthonic zombie, Khan Kolobok himself. In one hand, Khan Kolobok held a bowl of porridge. In the other, a sadomasochistic collar with spikes, naturally pointing inward. Some children were running after Khan Kolobok. Most likely, his offspring, born in marriage to Kalancha. Surprisingly average children for such direct parents. There are a dozen or so like them in any elementary school. Shining, inquisitive little eyes. Pink protruding ears. Incessant little mouths, uttering 100 "why" per minute. Their hair sticking up playfully, and their bodies seeming to consist of nothing but knees and elbows. Kids like kids. Except, perhaps not the least bit afraid of a hungry zombie. The mere sight of which would send an ordinary person. Interesting, I chuckled to myself. and I began to watch how events would unfold. And then events unfolded like this. Khan Kolobok managed to cunningly trip up the restless zombie, and when the undead fell to the ground, he immediately fastened a severe, sadomasochistic device around its neck. The zombie gave one last howl, like a child promised cake and a carousel, but instead taken to the dentist, and then calmed down. He rose from the ground, shook off his soiled rags, and, grabbing a bowl of porridge, went into the barn. The screaming children followed him. And their father, not the least bit concerned about the children, much less the zombie left to be devoured by them, retreated to the mansion. Wow, I was so enraptured by the sight before me. So much so that I didn't even notice how obsessively I started biting my nails. I wondered where I'd picked up such a bad human habit. So I decided to wait until dusk, because dusk is the perfect time for lonely men to satisfy their incredible curiosity. No matter what pimply lovers of tender vampire youths and the rosy romantic snot that goes with them might say about that. I was terribly curious. Who exactly were these Batikievs? Where did they get such ugly animals? And why did they look like they'd just stepped out of a satirical cartoon? Why was the zombie wearing a collar? Why weren't the kids afraid of him at all? What kind of porridge was in the bowl? A million similar questions and possible answers, mixed with guesses, swirled around in my swelling head like bad homebrew until evening. And as soon as the sun began to set, shyly hidden by clouds, and the sky acquired a sufficiently gray hue, I headed toward the Batikiev's fence. And, not in the least embarrassed by the height of the iron fence or the sharpness of the stakes welded to it by the previous owner in a fit of paranoia, I found myself inside the yard. It was quiet. A dim yellowish light glowed in only a couple of windows in the mansion, as if neglecting their nearly completed and partially collapsed plan for the universal electrification of Russia. The Batikievs had lit candles, if not torches. This was only to my advantage. Hurry to the shed, I hurried, reaching the bunker's steel door in a couple of leaps. I began to push at it, which had become a barrier between me and a curious zombie, feeding on porridge and dressed in the most alluring sadomasochistic attire. The sheet metal creaked as it tore. The steel hinges groaned painfully as they were wrenched out. I kept pushing and pushing. Finally, the armored door, crumpled like a sheet of paper, gave way and collapsed inward, almost silently. Following the collapsed door, I flew into the shed, and I found a zombie there, engaged in an interesting activity. The ghoul, perched on the stump of his sunken nose, was reading a book. It was an interesting book. On the cover, a boy with an onion for a head was giving a good slap to a furious man with a tomato-like head. And apparently, I was so captivated by the strange undead's simple but faithful revolutionary plot that it didn't even think to pay attention to me. "Dead man, you're mine now." I roared and ripped open the clasps of my jacket across my chest. At the same time, I tried to pull off my pants as well, but it seemed it wasn't meant to be. The pants couldn't be saved. With a thunderous crack, they came apart at the seams. Naturally, I didn't do all this just to engage in vile, unnatural intercourse with a zombie right there on the concrete surface. I'm a monster, of course, but I'm not a necrophile. I love something else about the dead. namely their excellent taste and nutritional value. Just as they adore devouring human flesh, so I never miss the slightest opportunity to feast on flesh resurrected from oblivion. Gaza ziggy ziggy za! I laughed like a true demon, which was perfectly my shoulders, chest, and belly had expanded so much that, had I assumed my true form outside the barn, it would have been easier to punch a hole in the wall in the shape of myself than to try to squeeze through the narrow human doorway. My head, huge, angular, perfectly fine without a neck, was adorned with a crown of short but strong black horns. My slender human arms had transformed into powerful paws with curved claws. My fragile, thin and long human legs had become stable, pedestal-like snags, equipped with hefty spurs and, despite their clumsy appearance, capable of simply incredible speeds. The picture was completed by a graceful, thin tail, at the end of which a crescent-shaped sting, pierced by sharp steel, gleamed, poisonous even for the undead. I was indecently, demonically beautiful at that moment. The next moment, I was already grabbing the stunned corpse by the waist, with the intention of biting off its shrunken head and crunching its power. Fortunately, the size of my mouth allowed for such amusements, but I was interrupted in the most brutal manner. Before the zombie could even feel my hot, foul breath on its crown, a fiery arrow, most inopportunely piercing its spine, ruined all plans. There was a satisfying squelch of torn demonic flesh. The scales couldn't contain the fury of battle magic, and I was slammed into the wall. The zombie escaped with a slight fright, and, emboldened, even began gnawing at the fingers clasped around its body. But what's death to a man is sport to a demon. In the blink of an eye, I peeled myself away from the wall and turned toward the fire arrow thrower. And I saw the entire family assembled. Ahead, at the tip of the Batikyev's attacking wedge, in enormous boxer shorts shaped and colored like the mad god Nyarlathotep, with a blazing gaze and a flaming palm, spitting out one fiery arrow after another, rushed Khan Kolobok. Behind her husband, like a crucified TV tower, towered Kalancha, in a lovely, soft lilac slip. In the twilight, her limbs seemed twice as long as they had been in the morning, and they curved in a way that few snakes can. Along the flanks of the army, children swarmed with wooden sabers and slingshots, blazing with such a terrifying, deadly aura that even the legendary Durandal, with all its contents, could never have dreamed of. Behind the family, something so ancient and terrifying trudged leisurely along that, for a moment, it seemed as if the gates to hell had finally opened, and the Lord of Darkness had arrived in the middle world. Even though I was a demon, I was seriously scared. An enraged battle mage, a rubber creature with infinitely long limbs, shorties with artifacts, and Satan himself to boot. I hadn't had this much fun in a long time. Gooza 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 ga. I laughed one last time, and striking a proud pose, not paying the slightest attention to the zombie who had managed to chew halfway through my finger, turned to the Batikyevs. I am the demon Karazun Ghoul, devourer of the walking dead. Night eater, cemetery diner, death of vampires, stalker after stalker, shadow within the shadow. And who are you, mortal, that you protect this undead? I am Lukut Andreevich Baitykiev, Khan Kolobok introduced himself solemnly, and, completely unexpectedly for me, began introducing me to his family. And this is my wife, Lilia Mardukovna Bytakieva. The rubber woman smiled sweetly and waved her hand from somewhere on the second floor. My sons, Gilgamesh and Peter. And my daughters, Maria and Ninsun. Hello, Uncle Karakul, a militant group of children, half Orthodox, half Sumerian, babbled in chorus. It was obvious they'd deliberately gotten my name wrong. Cunning little devils. My mother-in-law, my mother, Najag Enkiduevna. An invisible but clearly perceptible evil greeted me from behind the backs of her children and grandchildren. Despite the lack of any sweat glands, I broke out in a cold sweat and convulsively swallowed the lump in my throat. Well, now we've been introduced. What do we do next? Lookout snapped his fingers and ignited a roaring plasma ball near my toothy muzzle. Just one question. Tell me, why do you need a zombie in the barn? I shook the body of the weakly kicking corpse, almost whining. With a heavy sigh, Lookout slightly dampened the plasma ball's fury, and with a perfectly Khan-like gesture, stroking his beard, answered the question. So much so that my jaw, accustomed to all sorts of things over the centuries, dropped idiotically. It was a day. It was clear and fresh as I remember. I wandered through the forest with my beloved brother. That day we were hunting. They killed animals for their skins and meat. But the day ended, and the evil moon crept in. On the black flesh of the midnight sky, then we came across a strange beast. With 2 tails and a lion's mane, the hunchback was that beast's back 3 times. And it had claws and hooves on its paws, and the gold of the eyes shone above the muzzle. Toothy and scary, I tell you, my friends, and my beloved brother was captured by that beast, torn to shreds and disfigured. I prepared myself to accept death with dignity. He raised his Kylies from its leather sheath, and I cried out the ancient cry of the family into the face, the beast that threw away the murdered brother. But that beast did not begin to tear my body apart. He didn't tear my tendons either, and crush bones for the sake of tasty brains. And he didn't lap up my blood either. Only slowly did he bow to me then, and he roared the cherished spell word. You will be a great magical Kijai. I drank my fill of your own blood. Now I am sated with the blood of the Kijai. I will serve you faithfully for 3 centuries. With my claws in the night I will deal with my enemies. I will direct arrows at the necks of my enemies. I will close my bared shield behind my back. I will protect you from fire and from evil iron. I dam тебе знаний, людям недоступным, и даже шаманам почти неизвестным. Могучий Киджаем тебя я намерен взрастить за столетия, чтоб был ты премудр, в делах как людских, так и нелюди разной. После чего тот зверь окаянный и страшный, радостно вскрикнув, взлетел и исчез в небосводе. Звездами яркими мужеских душ испещренным я же остался возле убитого брата, и там же почуял во теле своем изменение. Как силы взбурлили кипящей утиной ухою, как небо разверзлось над головою моею и шквалом обрушило тайн своих мне разгадки. В тот жуткий миг, оказавшись раздавленной мощью, чуждой мне силы и чуждой мудрости вечной, я оказался в зыбком мире подземном и увидал там любимого брата Осколки, сам толком действий своих не совсем разумея. Куски я собрал и слепил из них брата, как помнил. Только, видать, я плохо его таки помнил. Вместо охотника бравого вылепил монстра-урода. Монстра, что мертвый среди живых обитает. Лопает кашу из нижнего мира и горя не знает. И носит оберег заветный на шее костлявой, дабы смирить свою мертвецкую ярость и голод. И пусть он разум утратил чуток в мире теней, Он мой брат, и после семьи нет его мне роднёй. Дом. Я не сразу понял, что хан Колобок закончил свое эпическое повествование. Ибо казалось, что будет он петь персональное Алонха еще 3 дня и 3 ночи, как и полагается настоящим Алонха-сутам. Ошарашенный рассказом песни Лаакута, я сделал единственное, что должен был. Бережно опустил на бетонный пол сарая зомби-брата и зааплодировал. Мои огромные когтистые лапы, созданные для того, чтобы рвать и метать, оказались также замечательны и для рукоплесканий. Гром, а точнее грохот, и даже чудовищная невидимая тень тещи расцвела улыбкой и слабо запахла фиалками. А зомби же, увидев, как славно все закончилось, подобрал книжку о приключениях Чиполлино и, убравшись в свой угол, и продолжил чтение. Это было великолепно. Хора, 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 хора. Выразил я свое восхищение веселым демоническим смехом. Спасибо. Я рад, что тебе понравилось. Лоукут благодарственно кивнул. И весело, но в то же время опасно, прищурившись, добавил. Значит, передумал есть моего брата? Конечно, как можно? Я хоть и демон, но девиз свой соблюдаю. Злокозненной нежитью ублажить свое брюхо. У меня в подвале дома даже древний дедовский щит с этой цитатой валяется. Если не веришь, могу показать. Ладно, верю. Верю, что ты не будешь есть моего брата. Но ты все равно демон, и ты открылся обыкновенному человеку. Что будешь делать? Well, you're not such an ordinary person. Almost as ordinary as I am. So I won't run away. Besides, I'm terribly curious. Until I fully satisfy my curiosity, it'll be easier to kill me than to drive me away with the threat of revealing my true nature. So you're staying. And I don't mind. I even find it easier to communicate with demons than with people. Бытыкыев glanced at his rubber wife with a smile, then turned back to me and asked, "Will we be neighbors?" We will be, and not just neighbors, but good neighbors. And we shook hands. Лоукут Бытыкыев, whom I nicknamed Хан Колобок, and Grigory Xenofontov, better known in demonic circles as Karazun Ghoul, a broad and short man, a true Asian gnome, and a huge 3-meter-tall, scaled-tailed monster, carefully shook hands, so as not to ruin the beginnings of a friendly coexistence. And interesting along the narrow streets, along the low sky, along the small clusters of large, multicolored lights, along Leshka, who likes to call me a Fritz, along Becca, who and her gang harass me every morning and evening when I walk down the street alone. After all, I'm sorry for my terribly hypocritical classmates, for Lena, who's been bullying me for years, and of course, for my family. People who, by all accounts, fit the definition of outsiders. But they're my nearest and dearest. I look in the mirror and see half of my mom, half of my dad, a bit of my sister, a bit of my brother. Through my dad's half, I see a connection with my former classmates, Lenka and Becca. This is me, Eric. I've spoken Russian, Yakut, and German since childhood. Recently, I've been learning English so I can live normally and not feel sad in LA. But I still feel out of place there and miss it terribly. So now I'm traveling via Moscow to the city where I was born, Yakutsk. I've had one main problem my whole life. My origin and my whereabouts. It's quite complicated. I don't really know who I really am. When balancing masks, you have to understand that sooner or later there will be fewer of them. And the last and only one left could become attached to your unsuspecting face. One moment, and Eric is gone. 2 moments, and you'll meet who knows who. I stepped down the plane's steps and saw a sun drawn in chalk. Not bad, I thought, and stepped down. The unique aromas in the Yakut air brought back a flood of memories. There I was, little Eric, running with outstretched arms toward my grandfather. He held out to me a duck he'd shot while hunting. I grabbed the bird, its medium-sized wings graced with beautifully patterned feathers, lifted its head by its beak and saw stains of dried blood. "It's dead," I whined. Instead of feeling sorry for me, my grandfather burst into laughter and muttered, "Hirik, Hirik, Sordok." I noticed how different he was from me, dark, wrinkled like pine bark, with narrow, cloudy eyes. I dropped the duck on the grass and ran away in fear. And here I am, walking to school number 27 for the first time, and among the crowd of girls in dark dresses, with bows on their heads and bouquets in their hands, I notice only Lena. I clearly don't like the city with its emptiness, its deadness, its abundance of smelly cars, and the absence of my grandfather. But I like this girl, and the smile of her radiant currant eyes justifies, perhaps, our family's move. It was only later that I realized I'd been a slave to my situation my entire life. Fate had been brazenly manipulating me, and no sooner had I taken the bait than a new one appeared on the horizon. I walked like a second-rate actor chasing illusory glory, amidst this carnival of masks and costumes, playing the roles of a Yakut grandson, a Russian schoolboy, a German from a respectable part of Cologne, and, a little later, an American from a democratic part of Los Angeles. Of course, these weren't all the roles, as I realized when I found myself standing in front of the door of my parents' apartment. Covered in imitation leather, with the gilded numbers 63 at the top. I sighed at the farce. I called. "Eric!" someone squealed from behind the door. My mother threw her arms around me as soon as I'd greeted her, kissing me, pinching my cheeks, slapping my flat stomach reproachfully, and measuring my height with her palm. My father politely waited for her to make room for him, then pounced with no less fervor. His embrace had noticeably loosened over the years, but it was still far stronger than anything I'd ever felt in my life. Then my sister, the chatty Eliza, came running. She fluttered toward me. I hugged her as tenderly as I could, and froze, waiting for my brother, the kind, spontaneous boy whose cheerful cries usually filled the house whenever I arrived. Instead, a dog came running. Damn. A different one every time. This time it was a toy terrier. "Have you decided to get a purebred?" I asked, surprised. "Yes, Dad gave in," Mom responded instantly. "I tried so hard to convince Vasya to buy us a normal animal." "Dad?" I nodded questioningly at my father. He winced, subtly gesturing at my mother, and I smiled. The toy terrier barked at me, timidly tucked his stump of a tail between his legs, and hid behind my mother's legs. This is pathetic, I thought. We all joke and ask Mom, "When are we going to get a dog?" Eliza added. Then, something emerged from the room I'd previously occupied alone and stared at me with unthinking eyes. I was taken aback, but then I spotted my brother Alex behind the drooping hair, the black around his eyes, and the hideous clothes. And you were struck by this hellish epidemic, I stated sadly. Something burped and responded. And you too. Alex goes swimming with us, Mom said, trying to defend her brother for some reason, lovingly putting her arm around his shoulders. He won first place in the city competition this spring. Yeah, but back then almost every second person had the flu, the sister remarked ironically. Fuck you, Alex said and turned around. Stop, I ordered him. Get back here. Is emo culture supposed to mean you're not supposed to talk to your family? Or have I missed something and you've become a Satanist? Mom, what are you looking at? That's normal at his age, Mom shrugged. Dad rolled his eyes. You, for example, were into cars. You were even 13, and you were still building and building those whirring, flashing mechanisms. Mom, but it's not the same. My entire career now revolves around all sorts of cars. And what some weird subculture that considers crying cool will give Alex in the future. I don't know. I'm not emo, I just play rock in my spare time, my brother howled, went into my, now his, room and slammed the door. I shook my head in frustration and started taking off my sneakers. I almost forgot. I could have just gone into the kitchen. We sat down at the table. While Mom was pouring tea, I asked her where Grandma was. Mom replied that the Ebsik was vacationing in the village. Then we drank tea and I told her about my life. My family clearly didn't understand the lion's share of my problems, but I did. It brought us closer. The holidays passed painfully slowly. The hot July air made it hard to breathe. I felt cramped in my parents' tiny apartment. Many objects seemed superfluous. Once again, I was surprised to discover that I'd attached importance to the most ordinary things, like the Baroque buttons on my grandmother's lilac robe in the closet. All day long I spent nothing but pacing the entire living space. And whenever my family tried to persuade me to go out or take a trip to the countryside, I always had excuses. The day came when my grandmother was returning from the village with some friends on the bus, and I was the only free person in the house who could meet her. There was nothing else to do. I dressed in my usual light trousers, a white cotton t-shirt, and tied an Arafat scarf. I put on my sunglasses and leisurely walked out of the apartment. I locked the door and immediately almost knocked over a girl. Oh! I apologized and was about to ask if everything was okay, when my gaze caught something very special about the victim. Short black hair, cut in layers, as was fashionable everywhere. Laughing eyes, full, pale lips. A squat figure in a flowery top, shorts, and sandals. Lena? Eric? The girl asked in surprise. I looked mournfully at the person who had once been so attractive to me and said hesitantly, Hi. I don't think so, the former classmate answered, syllable by syllable, although you look a bit shaggy. Excuse me? I didn't understand. Lena giggled maliciously and looked at the gray stairs leading down. Apparently, I'd forgotten my Russian. She assumed as much, and that's why she spoke syllable by syllable. Still as tall and as red-haired as ever. What a handsome fellow. And you? It seems you haven't grown any older either. I mean, in terms of height. You came for the holidays. Why didn't you stop by? Well, the toes of my summer shoes suddenly seemed very interesting to me. I was terribly busy, and anyway, you didn't invite me, and I... Oh, come on, Lena laughed for some unknown reason. Just quit, I said, getting angry. You never went out for a walk when I came to pick you up, so the claims are null and void. Oh, come on, you're boring, Lena said, making a sour face and looking at the passage. Her face brightened. "Where are we going?" "Ebe," I said. Really?" She smiled cheerfully. "Let's go together." "Are you going the same way?" I asked her uncertainly. Yeah. My friend lives further than the bus stop." I stepped out into the scorching sun and found myself among children running in all directions. The courtyard was cozy, small, like a dollhouse. We moved further and further away from our 5-story building. The slender trees ahead were barely able to withstand the attacks of the boys fighting for their country. "Now let's roast Barack Obama like a Thanksgiving turkey," one of them yelled, and they all rushed at the darkest-skinned boy. I thought the kid would need help, but then I saw him laughing. He might have been injured, but we were clearly far from home by then. I walked along streets I remembered far worse than my own backyard, trying not to pay too much attention to the people who adorned them. Honestly, you can't find such colorful faces just anywhere. Maybe the locals thought they were just anywhere. But my God, how wrong they were. By the way, I don't believe in God. I've just gotten tired of the expression. In LA, everyone keeps saying it. Here are women with heavy bags. The sight of them somehow brightened my day. They remind me of my grandmother 10 years ago. There are young men watching porn on a friend's cell phone. An old man simply walks by, smiling at the birds in the sky. Girls, incredibly beautiful girls, whose numbers in the Republic are not decreasing but rather growing exponentially, glance at me flirtatiously. Lena managed to express her feelings for each of them, occasionally breaking off her lengthy narrative about the difficult lives of women over 20 in modern-day Yakutsk. "You idiot, paint over your roots," she hissed at the last chick, who was, by the way, very pretty. There were only 3 people at the bus stop. I stood up, expecting to say goodbye to my companion. But she took up a position next to me and also began peering intently down the dusty road. I turned to her with a goofy smile. "Well, thank you." I exhaled cheerfully and shook the lady's hand. "It was very nice to see you again." "I can prolong your pleasure," Lena said, not flustered, and released my hand. "I simply must tell you how my friends once almost married me off. It was something else. Oh, I'll tell you now." 20 minutes passed, and still no bus arrived. I thought Lena had never been in the cool entryway, and all I was seeing was a mirage, a vision of a melting brain. Still, I didn't dare tell the mirage to shut up. Losing all patience, I dialed my mother's number. "So where's Grandma?" I asked, having no doubt that they were in constant contact. "Hasn't she arrived yet?" "It's okay, the bus probably broke down. Wait." "But, Mom, I've been waiting for a very long time." Wait. Have you forgotten how buses run?" "Oh, I forgot," I said, my expression darkening, and I put the phone back in my pocket. I looked at Lena. "Maybe you could do a good deed and buy some water at the store?" I muttered, not trying to hide my emotions. "I need to be here." "Sep," she responded. I remembered I didn't have any rubles on me, and we agreed I'd pay her later and borrow some for now. Lena ran across the road and disappeared into a small building with burgundy paneling. I saw a group of people through the shop's murky windows. Then, my attention shifted back to the left end of the road. Damn it, where was that bus? And why the hell am I such a jerk? Somewhere in the far corner of my mind, memories squealed, demanding to be given the right to live. But I pushed them aside, didn't even want to know they were mine. My first love. My first object of desire. The first woman I dreamed about, the one I drew pictures of us building a family before bed. I wasn't even jealous of the other boys she was surrounded by, of whom there were always plenty. Lively, spontaneous, she was like a taste of life, which I terribly longed to experience always. No, I needed only her. I wanted her, and not the respect of the class. But something was completely wrong now. I knew I could get her easily, and I knew what I'd do when I did. I frowned, wanting to kick the sand, but suddenly I heard warning cries. "Hey, carefully! Hey, man!" In just a split second, I managed to flinch before the beige Zhiguli crashed into a telegraph pole. People began to scurry around. One woman ran up to me, and two men went to the car to see what was going on. "Oh, my God, thank God. Oh," she repeated, touching my face for some reason. "What's going on with people, huh? Are you okay, darling?" She looked at me with eyes wide with excitement, and the sweat on her forehead only emphasized the danger of the situation I had just found myself in. Of course, the sweat had been breaking out for a long time and from the heat, but I felt downright uneasy when I realized it. A blonde woman of about 40 with large blue eyes, a beautiful woman. I watched as one of the passers-by opened the door of the Lada, and the woman kept trying to get me to tell her how I was feeling and whether I should call an ambulance. "It's okay. A couple of minutes will pass and I'll get up," I reassured her. "What's wrong, my dear? What if there's something wrong with your heart or your leg?" Her familiar tone, the fact that I'd almost gotten into trouble and she'd been a witness, made me laugh, and my laughter merged with the wild screams in the distance. The driver must be in a really bad way. Oh my God, my God, my God. The next moment, I realized I'd had enough shock for today. That was it. And about 3 seconds later, splattered with someone else's blood, staring at the blonde's severed head and the empty-eyed man holding an axe, I jumped up and ran across the road as fast as I could. People hid in their cars and drove away. Pedestrians ran for their lives. Some brave men began to subdue the driver, who, as far as I could tell, was either okay or not, but he managed to leave 3 corpses at the bus stop. Lena! Eric! We stopped in front of each other, trying to figure something out, but then some crazy girl ran out of the store behind my friend. Lena screamed and rushed forward, grabbing my hand. We ran along the road, and I kept feeling like someone was about to jump out from behind the bushes, or a crowd was about to run out, or a swerving car would be chasing us, or whatever it is that happens in the movies. "Shit!" I screamed, almost with pleasure. I can just imagine how funny Lenotchka and I looked. It's a shame no one could appreciate it. We ran until my friend was out of breath, and only then did we stop. Of course, there was no chance of anyone chasing us. Even the Kenyan runner couldn't do anything about it. But we also didn't want to wait around for another crazy person to jump out from somewhere. "Lena?" I asked the girl. "What happened at the store?" The answer came immediately, although Lena was clearly in a very, very difficult situation. I was standing in line. I was looking at my juices, and at the same time I heard, "Nastya, Chichak, are you feeling unwell?" And then I looked at her sympathetically. It was a total nightmare. Lena gasped and continued writhing. There were few cars. We were on the outskirts of the city. I don't know how sad that was. "I'll catch a ride now," I said in the tone of a caring father. "You'll go home." And then an unknown number called me, Eric Filipov. "Hello, this, I'm Alex. You recognize me, right?" "Alex?" I asked nervously. My brother, who had noticeably changed in just 3 measly years, couldn't just call me on my cell phone. Especially in light of recent events. "Yes, I am," the loudspeakers answered with disgust. "Where are you hanging out with Grandma?" "That's what I'd like to know," I said very firmly. "Where Grandma goes." "Still not here?" Alex asked, dumbfounded, and cursed. "Where the hell are you?" "At the stop. That is, about 50 meters from the stop, probably." "Are you leaving?" Believe me, it wasn't of my own free will. Okay, listen up. Something really bad is happening in the city. So, get in a taxi and get going. Get going. Get going quickly to where the guns are. I was so lost. Questions started popping into my head, but I decided to ask the one I thought was the most important. You don't know what's going on at all? Alex sighed loudly. I heard gunfire from where he was calling. And what the hell is this? It's not me. We're here at the computer club with friends, my brother said. True, not many people play. Only the most optimistic ones. What do pessimistic people do? I asked, losing all patience. No, we're all optimistic here. It's just that some of us are the most... Alex, I barked. Okay, so we're looking at these crazy people trying to break through the glass and get inside to tear us apart. So we're thinking about what we'll hit them with. Are you crazy? Hit me? What are you doing? Explain it to me. How am I supposed to know why these freaks gave up? For now, we've just called them zombies. After his words, I heard another young man's voice. Oh my God, this is a zombie. Alex, are you hallucinating? Maybe the crazies escaped from the madhouse, my brother suggested thoughtfully. And I could already picture him opening the door to the club with his friends, and goosebumps ran down my spine. Hey, guys, is the madhouse far away? Who knows? Okay, listen up, I ordered, spitting. Don't go anywhere, and if anyone tries to get to the door, hit them on the hands, and if they're stubborn, punch them in the face. Understood? That's right, Alex agreed. Where is the club? I asked. The guy explained. I'm on my way. And by the way, where are Mom, Dad, Eliza? Alex sighed even more heavily, and my heart sank. Mom last called about half an hour ago asking where I was, and she gave me your number just in case. She said her battery was dead. She and Dad are out of nowhere, but don't worry about it. How could anything happen to parents? And Eliza is here, with me. Everything happened the same way. I went to meet her because she had a fight with her guy and he was hitting on her. And then suddenly this crowd started rushing. I thought, screw it. Grab Eliza and go back to the club. And there they are, breaking in. They don't look so good. 1 old man, 3 chicks, 8 more guys. Leshka, is that right? Yes, Alex responded dully. And 8 men, the brother stated. Wait, I muttered and ended the call. Lena continued to double over from her overworked lungs. You should at least try to catch a car, I howled, raising my hand myself. It seemed no one was even thinking about stopping. Many of them were going too fast. Alex, I turned off my phone. My friends were all laughing at the zombies who were breaking in, not even thinking about what was happening to their loved ones. I hugged Eliza, who was sitting next to me on the floor, and told her that everything would be okay. How do you know? The sister groaned. She's right about one thing. My parents are nowhere to be found, and my mother's phone is turned off. But wait, our slow-witted father also has a cell phone. They called me. Oh, I exclaimed happily. This is the first time I've been so happy to have a newbie on the team. Where are you, Dad? The father said hesitantly. I'm here with your mother and grandmother at Baba Galia's, sitting and drinking tea. That's cool, I said. Is everything okay with you? Everything is just wonderful, son. Which was plain, really. Well, Grandma is in a bad mood today. How did she end up with Baba Galia? Oh, you know what I mean, my father grumbled. Grandma Galia lured her in with the promise of some seedlings and she arrived early. So, Mom's been calling everyone she knows and Grandma's drinking tea. We're going home now. Call a taxi, okay? I advised, secretly giggling at my grandmother's antics. Why all of a sudden? Granny's already in a bad mood. She'll start grumbling again about us wasting money. Or, what's worse, she'll suspect we think she's old, the father added. The city isn't safe, I said. I'll explain later. You go to the police now. Why? There's a gang trying to break into our club. We called the police, but they still haven't come, I said. They finished them all off, Leshka muttered nearby. What? The father didn't understand. The police aren't coming, I said. You should go there. Ah, right now, son. You lock yourself in there tightly, I'll call you back. Telling it. Eliza immediately started questioning me. But I preferred to inform the boys. My ancestor called, I said. My family will go to the police. 18 guys. All acquaintances from the computer club, some of whom I'm on a team with in a very popular shooter. The club staff wasn't there. We weren't sure where the administrator had gone. We'd all tried zombie shooters and zombie slashers, so the fact that there were only 11 of us, especially in our hometown of Yakutsk, didn't particularly alarm us. On the contrary, we were happy. For some reason, Leshka was even sure that the policeman would take him in and give him a pestle. And the traffic police guys have Kalashnikovs, Slavik said dreamily 10 minutes ago. If they kill those guys, we'll take all their AKs. I saw my friends in a different light. Not at all, they hadn't changed at all. It's just that the talk of wiping everyone out and the dreams of killing everyone, brought to reality, began to feel different. That's what scared me most. Dad called again. Son, we're going to the police station. How are things there? Mom's worried. We're waiting, Dad, we're waiting. We're just looking at them through the window for now. Grandma, can you believe it? It turns out she was also attacked by robbers today. She says she taught them a good lesson and they left her alone. That's why she was in a bad mood. I couldn't help but laugh. Well, the main thing is that those freaks didn't do anything to her, I said. Oh, don't even mention it, my father whispered, and we ended the conversation. Eliza began to walk around looking for anything that could serve as a means of defense. Some were killing time on computers. Leshka barked enthusiastically at every action of the zombies. Hey kid, he said to one of them through the glass with a mocking grin. Kid, I'm talking to you, and although the man on the other side probably couldn't hear him, he started banging his head against the wall. Leshka practically howled. Ha ha, just look at him. 7 minutes passed. I put the phone on the floor. Eliza found an axe, a fire extinguisher, and a broom. Leshka was tired of tormenting the creatures that wanted to devour him. Well, when was it? Leshka started whining. I would like to know myself. 10 minutes passed. The next call from my father, as I had anticipated, was not so calm. Son, my father said very firmly, and I could hear him gasping for breath. How are you? Are there many of them? It became clear to me that there are many of them for him no longer meant just some gang. 11, I said. The whole street is empty. Okay. Father relaxed slightly. Don't go anywhere. We're stuck here. Where? I responded instantly. About 2 blocks away. Yeah, right there, just behind the house. Don't worry about it. I heard my mother scream. We'll be there soon, Father snapped and hung up. It took me a second to realize that my parents might soon not exist. Or maybe never exist at all. The ancestors are in trouble, I said loudly. And for some reason, Eliza screamed. We need to get going quickly and get them out. Are the police with them? Leshka asked. I think so, I replied. Yes, definitely yes. Let's go. Everyone perked up and started grabbing and breaking various objects, so as not to be left completely unarmed. Lee, lock yourself from the inside, I commanded my sister. No way, she squealed. I'll go with you. Then take the axe. My parents and I had no time to argue, and my sister had to be given the best that was available. 1, 2, I growled, and we opened the door. Ellie, Dennis, and Sasha rushed ahead of everyone because they had more weight. They literally pushed the crowd aside with their hands, preventing anyone from grabbing onto them. And then most of them started beating up those same magnificent Ocean's friends. Slavik, Lesha, Eliza. The police car was attacked by more zombies than I'd ever seen. But Lisha managed to see that everyone was safe, though the zombies, swarming like flies, prevented the guardians of order from even shooting, and breaking through the window was dangerous. Shall we wait for the others? I asked, pointing behind me. No, those idiots won't be able to, Leka analyzed and scratched the back of his short blonde head. Let me think about it. We stood and watched as a frenzied group of Yakutsk residents rocked the car, hesitating to approach. Eliza was sobbing. I slapped her to stop her crying prematurely, but she only cried harder. Then, Kolyan noticed a woman in a white coat creeping cautiously across the store's roof. She glanced at us and disappeared, only to reappear a short time later, 2 steps away, carrying a suitcase. They're going to inject my butt now, Lisha joked, and I thought even more deeply about who I was friends with, normal guys or outright idiots. The question was rhetorical. Guys, the woman called to us in a whisper. Guys. She came closer. She was quite a woman, slim, with her hair pulled back in a ponytail, glasses, and a pretty face. Only she was old, about 24 or 25. What are you standing there for? Hide quickly. No, we have to save these ones, Leshka responded and pointed his finger at the zombies. Me too, the woman said. But how are you going to save them? You don't have a vaccine. Oh. She covered her mouth with her hand, as if she'd said something inappropriate and was embarrassed. You mean those in the car? Yes, I confirmed. My father and mother are there, and my grandmother, and some police officers with guns. And somewhere in the back there are those unfortunate young men heroically fighting off 11 zombies. The woman looked carefully at us, at the car, and then said, Wait, and returned to the store. A minute later, Petya, or Becca, came out. I couldn't believe my eyes, with his gang. The boys were fully equipped. Professional-looking clubs, chains, and brass knuckles. They were all dressed in black jackets and sweatpants. Oh wow, Becca said excitedly upon seeing me. That's our polished Sasha Alexashkasanek. His friends agreed with him. Hello, I answered him modestly. Then Becca saw Eliza and lost all his pretense. We need these, right? He asked with his usual terrible accent. Yes, I said hopefully. Okay. Dr. Lazareva, back to the store, bar. Yes. The woman nodded and returned to the store, watching the proceedings through the glass door. Che, Becca shouted, and the whole gang ran at the zombies with loud screams. The zombies heard them, and I'm sure some of them wanted to hide. There were at least 100 zombies, and Becca and her friends were only 20. But they took them all out. All of them. I spotted my own grandmother in the crowd, throwing zombies around like a real-life Layla Ali. I rubbed my eyes, but realized I hadn't imagined it. "Ebsik," I yelled and ran to her aid. Eliza and everyone else followed me. The doctor rushed forward, shouting for us to run back. Up close, I could hear Becca arguing with the zombies. One of the crazed ones grabbed his sleeve, and Becca was stunned by such disrespect. "Tu odiri? Mia he gunbar, got it right?" The zombie lunged at him again, looking indifferent, and was immediately dealt a fatality by Becca. I've never seen anything like it in my life, but my grandmother was the toughest of them all. She moved slowly and awkwardly, her weight preventing her from fighting as well as Becca. But she had powerful blows that sent zombies flying, and she always managed to grab at least one by the scruff of the neck and smash them in the head. Some simply passed out. I stopped, confused, and decided that I couldn't approach my grandmother even if I wanted to. After some time, we won, and the parents and the police officers were able to get out of. The rest were finished off. Slavic reminded us about the kids we'd left near the computer club. The doctor ran after us. Naturally, there was no longer any talk of 11 pathetic zombies. Their numbers had grown significantly, and our friends undoubtedly contributed a significant portion of the population. Even Becca was embarrassed. We hid behind the wall, searching for anyone alive. And we found them. Dima, Edik, and Rustam were in the computer club, and, it seemed to me, bawling like little children. Of course, I would have cried myself if they'd let me. Then, I decided that it was best to support my friends and move forward. "Let's let Grandma go like a tank," I suggested calmly. Nobody looked at me like I was crazy. "We're right behind you," I added, just in case. But even Dad wasn't the least bit concerned. After all, he'd seen Grandma break free from the police car herself. Only stupid Eliza, who had watched too many horror films, started whining again. "But this is our grandmother." "Yes," said Leshka. "And these are zombies who almost killed each of us 10 times over, but didn't even touch your grandmother. Our grandmother has poor hearing, so she couldn't even make out what we were talking about." I handed her the broom and spoke as loudly as I could in her ear. "Hey, there are bad people who have offended us. There they are, over there." And he pointed to the crowd at the computer club. "Hannah, the baby?" Grandma shouted indignantly, and we cringed as the crowd heard us. There, I again showed where the cleanup was to take place. Grandma immediately rushed off, cursing. We followed, as we had planned. "I can just imagine how safe it would be in an African-American ghetto right now," Leshka managed to joke, and that gave us all a boost of courage. Eric. It was still too early to think about a plan. First, we'd figure out why Yakutsk was suddenly attacked by zombies, and then we'd tell the tale. I shouted at the people driving by, trying to stop them somehow, though I didn't dare run out to meet them. They'd probably run me over and not even blink. Everyone was saving their own skins. A few minutes later, I heard shouts again in the surrounding area, drowned out by the noise of the traffic. "Damn!" I hissed through my teeth and kicked the pebble. "How is this even possible?" Lena sat down on the side of the road and lowered her head. This action of hers infuriated me, so I tried to calm myself by breathing. "Who am I?" "I'm Eric Filipov. I'm in my hometown, and I have a family. I also have a job, friends, and, well, a girl I loved. Once upon a time. I have a ticket to Moscow on the 1st and then back to the States, where I can once again immerse myself in my modest but comfortable life. I've sorted out the love thing. Ahead of me, there are plenty of free and wonderful girls. Nothing gets in the way. I can enjoy myself to the fullest. Lena, I said softly, please don't sit here, it's very dangerous. You have to be ready to run at any second. Do you know what happened to me while you were in the store? Some guy lost control of his car and had an accident. Then he got out and started killing everyone. Lena didn't react. I tensed up a little, but continued to coax her and call out. Lena, get up, don't sit. Lena shook her head, making me flinch. This is all not true. She suddenly burst into tears. I didn't want any of this. Lena? I have to tell you something, Eric, Lena sobbed. I know what happened. It's all my fault. Oh la la. However, today I'm ready to believe in aliens. The other day, Lena began, I went to see my friend Olga. You know, the one I was telling you about. And she called me a wimp, uneducated, and gave me a book. She said everyone's reading psychology books these days and it's trendy. She advised me to understand myself and become... I opened the book, and there it was. Visualize your happiness. Visualize. And so on every page. Thoughts materialize. And so on. Lena pursed her lips, offended. And so I got carried away, imagining and imagining my happiness. And one day, imagine, Vova called me, just like I wanted. I was delighted. And then I watched zombie movies. A lot of movies. You know, I love. And then, Lena waved her hand tragically. It all came true. My legs gave way from the affection. Lena, you're doing well to try to figure yourself out and all that, but understand that the world doesn't revolve around you alone. If Vova called, it means he just called. Maybe he was planning it even before your friend gave you the book. You're not to blame for anything. Now please stand up, because I heard screaming. As if confirming my words, the screams were repeated about 50 meters away from us. But nothing was visible. It was in that direction, Lena said, and pointed in the direction from which we had come running. Then she jumped up and instantly stopped an old white Toyota, with an obviously unsuspecting driver inside. We jumped in and told him to speed toward the city as fast as his engine would carry him. I wanted to add, and hit anyone who gets in your way, but thought better of it. The further we drove, the more tense I became, but by the time we passed the bus stop, the crazy guy, and, worst of all, the bodies, there was no trace. Some idiots were waiting for the bus again. The Toyota steered calmly through the streets, and only the palpable tension suggested that something strange was happening. People went about their business, though they often glanced around and looked at each other with great mistrust. I knew that right now, that store could be dangerous, and that alley over there too, by the way. I wouldn't go to the movie theater either. And anyway, my brother was smart enough to say we should go where the guns were. The driver turned the car onto another street, but stopped just in time. Lena and I gulped and looked back. No one was noticing what was happening right around the corner. Pedestrians were walking past, talking on their phones, getting out of their cars, shopping. teenagers riding bikes. Meanwhile, right on the next street, a veritable bloodbath was taking place, and at least 10 crazy people were participating in it. "Shall we go around?" I suggested impatiently. The driver's mouth gaped open like a fish, about to say something, but he fell silent and obediently turned the car around. The next moment, we felt a jolt from behind and discovered that some guy was staring at Lenochka. The zombies from the next street spotted us. Then I yelled for them to go back. It was impossible to disobey me. The car managed to get exactly 2/3 of the way there, but things got worse from there. There was a complete commotion near the square, and the driver had been snatched and eaten. At least, that's what it looked like. Frantically, I searched for something I could use to hit hard, and asked Lena what she had in her bag. "My bag? No, what are you saying? It's expensive." I pounced on her, snatched her bag, and opened it in one motion. I saw a can of hairspray, took it out with a triumphant "Yay!" and found a lighter in my pocket. "Look, baby," I said like a true film-going maniac. "This," I showed the canister and lighter to the terrified Lena, "is a miracle of everyday life." Then, when one of the zombies stopped caring about the driver and stuck its head through our broken window, I used a lighter, pressed the cap, and thoroughly singed its face. I already hated these creatures. I don't know why, but I hated them with all my soul. In my mind, I nicknamed them subhumans, forgetting where I learned that word. Causing pain to these people was pure pleasure for me. A city ablaze with car accidents. A city full of corpses, blood, unhappy, frightened people fleeing. I couldn't understand why I'd previously underestimated the beauty of such phenomena. I jumped out of the car, took Lena by the hand, and dragged her along the route that led to my brother. It was all a fairy tale. Several times, dozens of crazy people pestered us, and I used the same trick on them all. I had the most effective remedy. I don't think a stick would have had the same effect. Lena was no longer a swan who had suddenly turned into an ugly duckling. No, now I saw her as she had always been. She was my companion, my Bonnie, my Bond girl. I admired the way she watched my actions, the way she trembled with fear when we hid behind a wall and I breathed down her neck, unable to resist such a seductive woman at my side. Finally, we emerged, and I saw that very club. Saw a crowd that clearly contained more than 11 lunatics. I left Lena and with a guttural scream rushed to rescue my brother. The crowd turned on me, accepting a challenge from a living man. I kicked, bit, punched, grabbed hair, and slammed my enemies' heads into the walls. I felt their slimy hands, their strong teeth, their tenacious fingers on me. I was already covered in blood. Moreover, I had used up all my firepower, tossed the canister aside, and still kept fighting. Finally, my vision blurred. I felt like I was about to die, but how I would die. I had the absolute knowledge that I was a hero. I felt like I was on top of the world. Lord God, there was no more crowd around the club. I glanced tiredly out the window and saw my brother's stunned expression. Then I saw Eliza, my mother, and my father. Leshka from our entrance. Becca is from the same neighborhood. I recognized Fedya, Tyson, and Bakalai among my friends. Grandma. Suddenly Alex burst into tears, his lips moving in a desperate, "No, no, no." Well, my boy, I thought, heroes die first. But you'll be proud of your older brother, and you won't be a part of that unconventional culture anymore. What's it called? Emo. Alex threw himself at the glass and began punching it furiously. For a moment, I doubted he was proud of me, but then a pretty girl in glasses blocked his view. I thought it was pointless standing there while I could move. I should get into hiding, closer to my family. I ran back for Lena, but she was nowhere to be found. Confused and devastated, I returned to the club walls, and the door opened for me. It was that same girl. She walked up to me in her white coat and smiled radiantly. Then, she sat me down on a bench that appeared out of nowhere and asked, "Eric Filipov?" "Yes. 25 years old. Citizenship, Russia and Germany. But I actually live in the States. You see, they gave me the job I've always dreamed of. Single, no children. Health has been excellent until now. True, there have been some mild mental issues. Well, that played into your hands." I looked into her warm brown eyes in surprise. It all started the moment that virus was discovered at the station. Before that, the planet seemed to dream of a threat lurking in the Arctic, the girl said calmly. Movies, game plots. I understood everything too, with some kind of sixth sense. That's why I came to work here. Even though biology isn't my calling, I just wanted to be the first to know everything, if that were to happen. "So that's how it is. Interesting," I commented respectfully. This spring, another flu pandemic ravaged the planet. A vaccine was developed, but not everyone received the vaccine. So, in the end, all the flu patients contracted the virus from the polar station. I suggested. One might think that this is exactly the case, but in fact, those who had suffered from the flu in any form then acquired an antidote in their blood. They were lucky. I thought so too, until I saw the disfigured corpses. So I was in the risk zone? Now I'm going to give you an injection. It won't hurt, so bear with it. My vision went white. I saw white walls, the couch I was sitting on, and the girl sitting in front of me, snapping her fingers. "Eric, can you hear me?" Still dazed, I looked around and found myself in a hospital gown. I felt the couch and stroked my bare knees. The girl smiled at me and asked, "Is everything okay? Can you see me? I'm a doctor." Yes, I squeezed out and realized that my body was aching. "Do you remember how you ended up here?" The girl's tone became more colorless. I thought for a bit, recalled past events, then frowned and asked very carefully, I made it all up, right?" The doctor sighed, looked at the floor and said, "I'm afraid not quite, Eric." I stared at her with a questioning look. She asked me to tell her what I remembered, and I obeyed. The words that followed felt like a dream. "You were infected, Eric. I don't know exactly where the epidemic caught you by surprise, but it was airborne and could have started anywhere. Half a week has passed since the first cases were reported in Yakutsk. There weren't many cases, and the authorities were able to restore order fairly quickly. So far, thanks to eyewitnesses, we've learned that the victims of your, sick condition are Elena Alexeyeva, born in 1985, Yegor Semenov, born in 1976, Valeria Doronina, born in 1993. Names rained down on me like funeral flowers on a grave. Okay, the full list can be found elsewhere, my angel in the medical gown said anxiously. You won't be punished, don't worry. You're not guilty of anything. It wasn't you who did this, but the virus. A lump formed in my throat. What legacy had that day left behind? The knowledge that I was a coward, plus only a dozen victims to boot. You scared your family to death when they spotted you among the crowd of sick people attacking near the computer club. Luckily, I was there with them, and they didn't have to search the entire city and its surrounding areas for their relative. You were quickly isolated, and here you are again with us. Was I among the crowd of zombies that attacked the establishment? I said, in a voice that wasn't my own. The doctor hesitated for a second and answered, "Oh, I'm sorry, I was mistaken. I just had to tell you that you behaved extremely courageously and, as it were, tried to fight the illness. Right now, you don't remember much, and your brain has slightly altered your memory in an attempt to protect itself. But what you told me is shocking. You attacked other patients, apparently trying to protect your family, who were in the building. What about those sick people?" I asked hoarsely. "They're dead," the girl quietly confirmed my fears. "The burns have left all hope of recovery." Suddenly, tears started pouring out of me. Not stingily, but like a torrent. The doctor left me alone. I was discharged from the clinic that same day. But I didn't even want to see my family or figure out how this had happened. So I secretly rented a hotel room. I looked pale, which sent me into a panic. I don't want to hear anything more about death. I went downstairs, went outside, and headed to the Park of Culture and Leisure. I sat down right on the grass and, squinting in the bright light, found myself. I run down the hill, toward the open, inviting a lass. Tears streaming down my cheeks, I stumble, stopping to catch my breath, but notice that my grandfather is already close, holding that pesky duck in his hand. "Bar!" I scream and run on. But my grandfather picks me up in his arms and, with a creaking laugh, throws me into the air with his strong arms. I resist. I scream. And my grandfather keeps laughing and laughing. "Eric," he says. "Kip Kira." And then suddenly a warmth spreads through my body. And it seems as if with each throw, Grandpa's laugh is so infectious. I stretch my palms toward the sky and start laughing with him, if not louder than him. Then we hug, and I feel warm. On one side is my grandfather. On the other are the life-giving rays of the hot summer sun. What will I miss about LA? My loved ones, of course. My mom, who only gets more beautiful with age, and my dad, who handles cell phones so funny. For sweet, pure, and affectionate Eliza. For my bungling brother, who, I know, will definitely become an even better provider for the family than I was. Now I know it. Once you've tasted victory, even in a swimming competition, you can never forget it. About my naive grandmother. But have I told you about her? Yes, I already have. For Lena, whom I killed. For Leica. For Becca. For everyone, everyone, everyone. But I will not return to them anymore. I am dead. So now I'm traveling through Moscow to Los Angeles, where I can be born again. Alexander Frolov. Rulers of thoughts. Can you at least describe it? Well, I don't remember him at all. He was just an ordinary guy. Skinny, short hair, black jacket, dark jeans, a beige scarf over his face. And he ran off as soon as he saw me. What got you so worked up about it? So, a guy was trying to sell drugs to a girl and you caught him doing it. And he ran off. It's all natural. How would he know? Maybe you're a cop. Oh, Kolya, cop, not cop. Alexei took a deep breath and shivered. Even though October had been quite warm this year, The gusts of autumn wind pierced right through him. You see, firstly, I have a feeling that this guy is not as simple as he seems at first glance. And secondly, that girl is not just anyone. She is Nastena. The friend rolled his eyes. Lyosha, damn it. Every time you're in trouble, I hear that name. You know, there's no turning back for her. Anyone who's hooked on a needle won't get off of their own free will. Alexei was silent, intently studying the peeling wall of the house, clearly not wanting to continue the conversation, and his interlocutor shook his head and then, shaking his hand in farewell, opened the door of the official UAZ. Bye. Just don't make trouble. I'll try. And look what I ask for, just don't forget. The car pulled away, kicking up a dirty brown mishmash of mud and snow from under its wheels, and then disappeared around the corner. He tossed his cigarette butt over his shoulder and, pulling up his hood, Alexei walked under the archway, emerging onto Lenin Avenue. Gray skies, gray buildings, and a mixture of slush and ice. What kind of mood could he possibly be in? Minding his own business, he took a few steps toward the crosswalk with its inevitable puddle, spreading out along the curb like it owned the place. Suddenly, with a wild roar and music blaring from the half-open windows, a white Carina raced past, dousing him with a fountain of water from its wheels. The driver didn't even glance at the pedestrian who had turned up at the wrong time, but calmly ran the red light and continued his rapid flight around the semicircle of the square. However, even if he had looked back, he would hardly have had time to notice in such a short moment how an unkind light instantly lit up in the guy's eyes. Suddenly, the rear wheels of the Carina began to skid. A heart-rending screech of brakes was heard, and the car, jumping out onto the sidewalk where, fortunately, there were no pedestrians, crashed head-on into the cast-iron fence of the Lorp building. Onlookers immediately flocked to the road, random passers-by turning their heads, trying to catch their fat piece of deliciousness in the gray crush of the day. Sirens wailed somewhere in the distance. Only one man stood at the very edge of the roadway, seemingly completely indifferent to the incident. The light turned green, and, muttering the lines of the old song, "Don't fight me, don't fight me," Alexei leaped across the puddle in 2 leaps, reached dry asphalt, and went on his way. The boy had an unusual life. Until he was 14, he was no different from his peers. Like everyone else, he ran around the neighborhood, got into fights, and went fishing with the other boys in the creek. But soon, he and those around him began to notice oddities, leading to the nickname Sorcerer behind his back. It all started with the utmost triviality: ordering the right bus, calming a friend who had gotten too worked up. Not exactly magic, of course, but rather the pleasant little things in life. But then, it got even better. Soon, Lyosha could effortlessly, with just his gaze, roll crumpled pieces of paper across the table, first, and then cups of tea, amusing his friends, relishing his abilities and the effect their demonstration had on those around him. This continued until one day, at the height of the fun, when, to the enthusiastic shouts of his friends, Lyosha was juggling in the air, without using his hands, just by the power of his mind, a dozen cutlery, his mother returned from work. Forks and spoons scattered across the floor, and the guests were immediately thrown out. Lyosha expected a major scandal, but it didn't happen. Instead, his mother, without even taking off her coat and boots, walked into the kitchen, sat down at the table, and began a thorough interrogation. How long had this been happening to him? How many people knew about it? There were many questions, and the answers were more surprising than ever. They talked all evening, and when the next morning, standing at the Caesarea stop, waiting for the overcrowded 15 bus. His school friends asked him to clean out the bus a bit. He'd often done this before. Who wants to push around so early in the morning? Lyoka just threw up his hands in disappointment. It was just impossible. It had been cut off that night. More than 10 years had passed since that memorable evening, but he had always remembered the rule. No one, never, under any circumstances, must know anything. The power he had inherited was a priceless gift, and this gift, like any precious thing, was not to be flaunted. Along with the delightful feeling of self-importance came responsibility. Having the ability to easily rise above others, to command and command without a chance of refusal. He could not use the gift whenever he wanted. This was not a rule, but a law of the game into which he found himself by birthright, and the law was strictly observed. Life flowed along smoothly, and everything was going smoothly. Work, home, good friends, and success in all endeavors. Could it have been any other way? Of course not. And the finishing touch to this portrait was a meeting with Nastya, who, almost like the joke, asked, "Hey girl, would you like a cigarette?" What a beauty! Are you by any chance Olga Arefyeva? And then responded mockingly, "Arefyeva doesn't smoke, does she?" Nastya also carried the gift within her, and her strength was a harmonious complement to his own. Unnoticeable in a crowd, ordinary, as they say, she suddenly became closer to Lyoka than anyone else in the world. They often walked together in the park, he telling stories. She increasingly listened and smiled at something of her own. It seemed Lyoka had found happiness, if not for one, but Nastya was a drug addict. An ordinary person wouldn't have lasted even a year in her condition. But this girl's seemingly fragile body served as a concentration point for such power that days merged into months, and months turned into years, and it was as if she hadn't changed at all. In short, despite the vice and, most importantly, despite her mother's protests, Alexei and Nastya soon began dating, then living together, and then a miracle happened. One morning, Nastya woke up and realized that there would be no more punctured veins or syringes in the trash can in her life. A whole year passed in peace and harmony, and then tragedy struck. Nastya's brother was killed in a motorcycle accident, and her mother, distraught with grief, turned to drink and soon died of a hemorrhage. Nastya withdrew into herself. And then, to make matters worse, at a party, Lyoka met Marina, a beautiful and intelligent woman, as is often the case in such situations, who shared all his passions. "What a nice girl. I wish you had one like her, son." From that moment on, a series of disagreements began between them, further and further driving them apart, culminating one day with Alexei's departure for a business trip to Novosibirsk, a very important one, promising so much in the long run that he spent no more than 2 hours deciding whether to go or not. He was gone for a month, and so much happened in that month that, as the saying goes, even a fairy tale couldn't describe it. Nastya lost her temper before he returned, and when Lyoka returned, instead of trying to win her back, he only added fuel to the fire, accusing the girl of all sorts of sins, and left, slamming the door. 2 months later, Lyoka and Marina got married, and now, if he thought about Nastya at all, it was only when he was alone with a bottle of cognac, seizing the moment when everyone else had gone off to do their own thing. He thought about her, and reproached himself for his foolish pride.
It wasn't as if he sat idly by. They'd meet a couple of times by chance in the city, and life would temporarily turn into either hell or heaven. Someone was always chasing after someone, fighting, events swirling in a kaleidoscope of places and faces, twisting into tight knots, spawning countless plots for books and films. The kind that even seasoned writers and screenwriters would sell their souls to the devil for even a glimpse. They'd swear their love, then hate each other, and then disappear again, only to repeat it all over again, as if striving to break free, at the next turn, from the vicious circle of life's wheel. Such was the simple story of two complex people. The phone awoke him at 1 a.m. Slapping his hand on the table, Alexei fumbled for his phone, only to drop it on the floor. Cursing, he finally slid the top panel aside and barked in irritation. "Yes? Lesha, is that you? You're asleep, I bet." "But, what happened?" What a clever question, you're probably asleep. He thinks that since he's on night duty, the whole city is awake. "You asked about that guy, remember? You know, the dealer?" The dream vanished as if by magic. "Yes, Kolya, yes. Any news?" In short, the conversation wasn't over the phone, but there was something. "I'll be there right now." Marina, rubbing her eyes, turned to him. "Are you going somewhere?" "Yes. Kolka asked me to come over. There were some problems." Alexei studiously avoided looking his wife in the eye. "Kolka, have you completely lost your mind?" "Well, calm down, he's my friend, don't be offended, okay?" "Friend, yeah. And I'm not your friend? Now I can't sleep and worry about you." "Marin, don't be angry. I'll come and tell you everything, and you go to sleep." He tried to kiss her, but she quickly turned to the wall, pretending to be asleep. Hurriedly getting dressed and calling a taxi on the go, already at the door, Leka ran into his mother, also sleepy and apparently awakened by the noise. "Where are you going tonight?"
"To Kolkar." It seems she was not satisfied with this explanation. "Tell that to your wife, but you won't fool your mother. Is that heron of yours on the horizon again?" Not wanting to listen any longer, he stepped out the door. "When will she leave you alone? She ruined her own life, and now she's taking on yours." Alexei didn't hear these words, quickly descending the stairs, and soon his footsteps faded below. Yulia Petrovna stood for a few more seconds, listening to the sound of the car driving away, and then, locking the door with the chain, went into Marina's room. She was awake, sitting on the bed with her arms wrapped around her knees. What did he say? The girl shuddered, not noticing her mother-in-law's appearance. "Oh, Yulia Petrovna, you scared me." Marina's hand lay on her heart. "He said he was going to see his beloved friend." "He told me the same thing," the mother-in-law answered meaningfully. "You know, I don't believe him either. He just can't seem to forget her." Yulia Petrovna sat down on the edge of the bed. "He really can't, daughter. Or maybe he would be glad to." Marina looked back with bewilderment, and the woman continued. "You know about the gift, right? You've been here for a while? And it turns out that those who carry it within themselves are extraordinary people, and everything about them is unusual." Yulia Petrovna chose her words carefully. "Lesha and his heron, God forgive me. A sign of the cross. They're connected. Such a bond is sometimes formed between those who have it within. And that's why fate constantly brings them together. Tears glistened on Marina's cheeks, sparkling like diamonds in the light of the street lamp. So this is forever? Yulia Petrovna fell silent. Answer me. Is this forever? There was a tense struggle going on inside the woman. It was visible on her face. Her words rang ominously, and Marina momentarily caught her breath. It's easy to say your mother-in-law is a witch without meaning it, but it's quite another to know that the words are less than 100% accurate. However, she found the strength to ask, "Will you help?" Yulia Petrovna was weighing something in her mind. Without a word, she stood up and turned to the girl as she was already at the door. Her eyes flashed briefly, most likely, or so Marina hoped, from the headlights of a car passing beneath her windows, and she said curtly, "Yes." Without turning on the light, the woman went into her room and, opening the sideboard, took a small box from the far corner. The key turned, the lid slid aside, and in the flickering light of the lantern, dimmed by the curtained window, the white square of an old photograph taken 5 years ago stood out brightly among the other things. 2 pairs of eyes gazed at her, happily embracing. Her son's, and the other one's. "Is Kuznetsov in?" "Coming, coming. Let's go to the porch, stand and have a smoke." Nodding to the officer on duty, Nikolai quickly shook his friend's outstretched hand, and lighting a cigarette right there in the room, went outside. "So, what's the news? I was so excited I woke up the whole house." Alexei sat down on the railing and took a cigarette, fidgeting impatiently. "I'll start from afar if you don't mind, and you listen and don't interrupt, okay?" There was an incident in the spring. 3 idiots broke into the savings bank building on Kalendarishvili Street, that red, distinctive building, you know? Leica nodded. Well, all 3 of them were, to put it mildly, out of their minds. At first we thought they were stoned, and of course they were, but they were acting strange, acting as if they were on autopilot, not even trying to run away. And when they came to, not one of them could explain clearly how they ended up near that savings bank. They all said they were sitting somewhere in the 202nd district, on the sands. So, what's the point? Nikolai looked reproachfully. Did I tell you not to interrupt? Well, listen up. Anyway, there was another incident, just recently, at the end of summer. There's this little cafe on the avenue. He snapped his fingers. You know, the open-air kind, between Tuyamada and Lenin. Leka nodded. So, some bull flew in, completely silent, grabbed the cash register, and tried to run away. I wasn't there, it's not our neighborhood, but the guys say he fought like crazy, as if he didn't notice anything around him, and felt no pain, and they forced me to restrain him. And when he came to, he couldn't figure out how he ended up at the station, or why he was handcuffed. He swore up and down that he was chilling with the guys in the entryway of his apartment building. Guess where? How should I know? He was on the 202nd, the idiot, and he doesn't even know how he ended up on the avenue. By the way, the kid was stoned too, and he had some dope on him. And you know what's most interesting? Nikolai lowered his voice and looked conspiratorially at his friend. A friend of mine told me that a guy came to see them, or rather, his colleague, at the time, a former intelligence officer, some sort of special forces soldier. So, he looked at the guy and said that people behave exactly the same way when they're subjected to special treatment by guys from some top-secret agency. So, they don't reveal state secrets to anyone. Their memories are completely erased. But there, they say, they work on people for weeks, while here,
Well, 3 or 4 hours, no more, and with the same effect. So, Lyoka was clearly stumped. And now I get to the most interesting part. Neither that thug nor those three, no matter how hard they tried, could answer one simple question. Who sold them the dope? Or rather, they tried to describe everything, but it all came out rather awkwardly. Kolya, you might be. Lyoka glanced sideways at the sign. You're a good policeman, but you're a crap storyteller. Let's get down to business. He chuckled. They could describe in detail what they did before the deal, what they talked about, how they counted out the money, but they couldn't remember a single distinguishing detail. Not the dealer's distinguishing features, not the color of his eyes, not even his nationality or the tone of his voice. Just a regular guy, that's pretty much what they said. Lyoka's eyes widened and he turned pale. Listen, that guy I saw. Listen, it's true, I can picture him perfectly well. My memory seems to be fine, but instead of a face, there's just a blur. The friend was pleased with the effect. I'll tell you more. Dealers. They're usually not such deeply undercover figures. Those who need to know everything about them. Sometimes he gets caught here, sometimes he gets caught there. So, I can say one thing about this guy. Aside from those 2 incidents, no one has ever seen him again. So he's a sure thing. Lyoka grabbed his head. Oh my God, Nastya. Calm down, who the hell needs her? Okay, those guys, he nodded over his shoulder, are at least healthy men. But what good could your rickety junkie possibly be? It's been a while since you last saw her. You couldn't even put her on the street. The only thing they'd put a better-looking woman in a coffin would be. Kolya, you don't know a lot. I don't get it. What kind of secrets are you keeping from your best friend? Lyoka was about to answer, but at that moment the melodic ringing of a doorbell rang out in the frosty silence of the night. The friends exchanged glances. Looks like we lost our house. Lyoka slid the lid open and suddenly his face fell, and he almost screamed into the phone. Where are you? Thank God, be there, be there. I'll be right there. Is Nastya yours? She. How she senses what I thought about her. What is he saying? She asks to take her away. She is very scared. Alexei instantly grabbed his friend's hand, shook it, and rushed off the porch. Stop! Just you wait. Nikolai ran into the building, grabbed his jacket, then furiously explained something to the officer on duty. Then, like a bullet, he leaped out and raced after them, shouting, I'm in the car! Sure enough, a battered probox with transit plates was waiting for them in the parking lot. Look, I just completed the registration 2 days ago. He boastfully slapped the steering wheel, but Lyoka barked impatiently. Start it, we have to go. We'll talk later. The engine rumbled, and the car moved off, winding for a minute through the courtyards of the student campus, and finally, turning first onto Kulikovsky Street, and then onto Chernyshevsky Street. Straight as an arrow, Kolya stepped on the gas, and a couple of minutes later, stopped near the KGF building. Nastya! Lyoka glanced around. A light snow was falling, covering the ground in fluffy flakes, and the streets, shrouded in a blanket of semi-darkness, suggested romantic strolls. Lyoka grabbed his phone and frantically pressed the keys, but the other party was already out of range. About to cry in despair, he turned around, and just then, Kolya shouted, Look! At the very end of the alley running alongside the road, a lone figure moved slowly. Both friends rushed after it. Nastya!
Lyoka hugged her. Nastya, forgive me. What a fool I was. We'll never be separated again. Never, never, do you hear me? We'll leave here. I don't know where yet, but we'll leave. I'll take you with me. He said this and kissed her forehead, cheeks, hair, and then a light hand on his shoulder and Nikolai's quiet voice brought him back to reality. Lisha, she doesn't seem to hear you. Alexei took a step back and peered into the girl's face. Her gaze was unblinking. Her eyes rolled back in her head, and a thin stream of drool, already frozen in the frosty air, flowed from the corner of her mouth. What's wrong with her? It looks like she just shot up. Give me some, Kolya said, pushing his friend aside and scooping up some snow with his hand. Then, grabbing the girl by the shoulder, he shoved her face into the resulting snowball. Are you out of your mind? Lyoka almost rushed at him with his fists, but Nastya, coughing, pushed the tormentor away from her and suddenly spoke. Lisha? He didn't even believe it. Nastya? Nastena? The girl smiled, took a step forward, and then swayed, then began to fall backwards. Luckily, Nikolai was standing nearby and reacted instantly, catching her under the arms. Listen, let's get in the car. I think she's about to faint. Alexei merely nodded and helped drag the unconscious body to the car. Just as the driver was getting behind the wheel, and he was still struggling to stuff his girlfriend's body into the back seat, a shrill voice, amplified by the speaker, suddenly shattered the silence of the night. Driver of the white Probox, without license plates, stay in place. Lyoka froze in front of the open door, only now noticing the approaching patrol police squad. We're in trouble. Nikolai, gritting his teeth, hissed, sit down, and remained in his seat, clutching the steering wheel with his hands. Do you think they saw the number? Who the hell knows, but he said, no numbers. The patrol officers stopped. The doors slammed, and two uniformed men emerged from the car and headed toward them. Kolya, what will happen? It'll be bad. They probably thought we were drunk, or worse, that we kidnapped someone. They'll start searching now, and she's been expanding. Oh, my shoulder straps are gone. The patrol fighters were already 10 steps away when Nikolai suddenly whispered, "Hold on." And the next moment, the Probox took off. You bastard! Shut up, I'm saving your granny. A siren blared after them. The patrol officers hesitated and only rushed after the fugitives when they were already at Chirayev. Left! Left! The car skidded sharply on the turn onto Gubina Street and, miraculously avoiding a collision with a pole, it nevertheless jumped out onto the highway and swerved right in front of an oncoming taxi. Where next? Into the courtyards, turn. Are you sick or something? They'll catch us right away. Don't argue. Lyoka said this so calmly that Nikolai regained his composure. It felt like he knew what he was talking about. Turn off the engine. The lights went out, and the friends peered tensely through the gap between the buildings. The pursuer's car stopped right in front of them. Well, now we're definitely in trouble. Nikolai mumbled melancholically, glanced at Lyoka, and shuddered. His friend's eyes seemed to shine from within with a cold, deathly light, and this made him feel uneasy. Lyoka, is that even you? Accustomed to anything during his time in the police, at that moment he was ready to open the door and run the hell out of there. But Lyoka blinked and leaned back in his chair as if nothing had happened. Yes, it was me. Me. Nikolai felt a sense of relief, and immediately, remembering the main danger, he glanced out the windshield again. The patrol car was nowhere in sight. Looking around, he muttered thoughtfully, "What the hell?" And then a new voice came from the back seat. Nastya was gradually coming to her senses. "Lesha, is that you? Where am I?" Alexei calmed her down by stroking her hair, and Nikolai turned to him again. "What are we going to do?" "Let's go to your place. We'll sit, think, and come up with something." But the car just wouldn't start. The engine just sputtered and growled pitifully every time the ignition key was turned. "I don't understand anything. It stood there all day and started up on the fly. And now suddenly 15 minutes and that's it?" All efforts were in vain, and in the end, waving their hands as if to say, "I'll pick you up in the morning," all three left the car and went on foot. Fortunately, it was literally 3 houses away. "Kolya, did you instinctively, like in childhood, run home when there was danger?" Leka chuckled, stepping carefully, supporting Nastya, who still hadn't come to her senses. "Fuck you. If I hadn't run away, we'd be sitting here, warm and cozy, on the concrete floor." Both friends laughed, and the company entered the entrance. While the owner put the kettle on, Alexei rubbed the girl's hands and face. She had apparently been outside for quite some time and was quite chilled. Hot tea appeared, and after a couple of sips, Nastya finally came to her senses. "Lesha, Lesha." They hugged and sat like that for a long time. Alexei felt her body literally glowing with heat, but she didn't even notice, only repeating his name over and over again, sobbing occasionally. "Don't let me go." Nikolai came in again and said anxiously, "Lech, she seems to have caught a serious cold. Let's call an ambulance?" He nodded in response, not even listening, and his friend began dialing the number. What bastards. No cars, wait for 40 minutes. The guy might be dying and they... But, seeing that no one was listening to him, he hung around for another minute and then quietly left, closing the door. "Nastya, Nastenka, what happened? Can you explain?" She kept crying and crying, without stopping, but she had already completely come to her senses. "I don't know. It feels like someone's getting into my head. Sometimes I don't remember what happened. Then I suddenly come to my senses, and always find myself in a completely different place." "At 202nd? "Yes. Some guy, I remember him well, but I can't figure out who he is. He talks to me, gives me a slow, for free, you know. I don't know why. And he has a gift." "Are you sure?" "A gift, like you and I have. But it's weak. It asks for help. Its gift is weaker. It needs help. Sit here, my love. I'll just be here for a second. Have a smoke, and that's all." Alexei stood up and had barely stepped out the door when the phone rang. He lit a cigarette, took a drag, and immediately felt a twinge inside. Throwing away the cigarette butt, he yanked open the kitchen door. The phone, broken, lay on the floor, and Nastya herself stood in the middle of the kitchen. "You need..." And then he saw her face. Her eyes were rolled back in her head. Her muscles seemed rigid. Not a face, but a death mask.
Pivoting on her toes, she walked with a precise stride toward the window, her movements reminiscent of a robot, precise and sharp. He rushed forward, grabbed her hand, and yanked her toward him. In response, she slammed her fist into his, flat, with such force that a healthy adult man was sent flying back to the door. Kolya! Nikolai ran into the kitchen at the same second. Hold her! However, he didn't even have time to move from his spot. Nastya, or rather whatever was controlling Nastya at that moment, took 2 quick steps and swiftly hit the guy in the jaw with her head, causing him to fall next to Lee. Then, turning around, Nastya covered the distance to the window in 2 jumps, and before the guys had time to do anything, the sound of glass breaking was heard, and the October cold blew into the kitchen. What was that? Slowly rising, they both hobbled to the window and looked down. The body was nowhere to be seen. Second floor, this is no joke. Lyoka, you either explain to me what's going on or call the cops with Kotenko, because I think I'm going crazy. Nikolai was as white as chalk, and his lips were trembling. Lyoka was silent, completely confused. Okay, but listen to it as it is, and don't even think about interrupting. Half an hour later, having plugged the hole in the window, both were sitting at the table. I would be glad not to believe you, but I saw everything with my own eyes. Nikolai smoked thoughtfully. Why didn't you tell me before? Although really, people don't talk about things like that. There's just one thing I can't understand. If she's such a witch and sorceress, how the hell did he, if he's such a loser and a loser, manage to ensnare her? I don't know. Maybe he's not such a loser, and on the plus side, Lika slapped himself on the knees. Of course, it all revolves around drugs. A person takes a dose, and the protective barrier that the mind protects from outside intrusion becomes permeable. It's the same with our Nastya. If she didn't have all this crap, no one would be able to get into her head. Well, what's his point in this? How could that be? It's a straightforward matter. You either have power or you don't. A person is born with what they have, and they'll live with it their whole life. The gift can't be trained. It's not a muscle. And if he truly has no power over anyone except drug addicts, then gaining control of Nastya is a dream come true for him. She's incredibly strong, and then it's a purely mechanical principle. The small gear turns the big gear, and her. And she, in turn, twists everyone, of course. The only thing that's unclear is how to find this jerk. Both fell silent. And look, everything is on the rise. In terms of 3 days ago, when you met her, she was almost normal. When we picked her up today, she was clearly not herself. But she managed to escape. And now she probably caught pneumonia, and at the very least broke her leg. But this, my friend, is very illogical. Kolya propped his chin up with his hand, and looking into the rapidly filling ashtray, began to think out loud. If, as you say, he needs her so much, then he needs to protect her like the apple of his eye. Otherwise, it'll be like the story about the goose that laid the golden eggs, ripping open her belly to scoop it all up at once, without a thought for tomorrow. And the guy doesn't seem like a fool. So something important has to happen today, and at this rate, she simply won't last until tomorrow. And the level of importance has to be quite significant, enough to grab hold of and last a lifetime. Kolya drummed his fingers on the table in confusion. So, what's important we have today? And then he slammed his fist on the table. Damn, I'm such a jerk. There was a notice. Leica raised an eyebrow. Exhibition.
didn't understand. Kolya took a deep breath and said in an official tone, "From October 17th to 19th, there's a diamond, jewelry, and souvenir fair called Northern Lights. The fair will be held at the Krujalo shopping arcade. And what's today? The 17th. So it's perfect time to get there before the opening. Although..." He finished more reservedly and was about to continue. But Alexei jumped up as if scalded. "Are you coming with me?" "Oh, come on, they won't go there. It's brilliant. There'll be security there, you'll never know." "It wouldn't be so much as just security. There are sensors everywhere. Bulletproof glass. In short, even one wrong move and the entire city police will be on edge." The Oka had already run out into the entrance, and although the idea seemed hopelessly stupid, Nikolai, with a dull grumble, slammed the door and ran after his friend. "Damn, should I just run all the way to the old town?" In response, Lyoka raised a warning finger, listening, and, catching the sound of an approaching car, pulled his friend toward the road. He darted out onto the roadway, right in front of an old Zhiguli, behind whose ruble sat a corpulent man of about 50, who had barely managed to slow down. He leaned his hands on the hood and, breathing heavily, hissed, "Boss, give me a ride to Krujalo." The driver had already jumped out of the car, clutching a crowbar in his hands. "Get out of the way, puppy. I'll kill you." "What do you mean? Circle. Don't you see me coming home? Go and get some sleep." Alexei, not getting into the argument, nodded to his friend. "Get in," and immediately looked into the eyes of the driver, who instantly fell silent and returned to his seat. The door slammed, and the Zhiguli, turning around in the small space, sped off toward downtown. "Lesha, I'm already afraid of you. And now, I'm only afraid of one thing, not making it in time." Looking at the expression on his face, Nikolai didn't even argue. It would be more expensive for him. The car slowed at the entrance to the old town, and the friends walked quickly toward the shopping arcade. Ahead of them, a group of slightly drunken people were making noise on a bench, but they safely passed them and stopped on the sidewalk, from where they had a clear view of the building they were looking for. "I'm telling you, they won't come here." Nikolai pointed to the entrance, next to which two big guys in uniform jackets were standing guard. "Even if there's security outside, it's scary to even think about what's inside." He hadn't even finished yet, and Lyoka was already heading straight for the entrance. "Lisha, are you crazy? Shut up and watch." Coming up close, he waved his hand upwards to the guards and clearly said, "Hello, soldiers!" But they didn't even move. "See, a bird in a cage, as they say, but they're inside." Listen, for the 5th time today, I catch myself thinking I'm watching a movie. Can you, reprogram them? Leka shook his head. How do we get inside then? At that moment, a cheeky, gangster-like voice called out from behind them. Brother, do you have a light? And, turning around, the friends had the good fortune to see 4 bodies standing unsteadily on their feet, clearly in the mood to continue the conversation. Well, you're the ones I need, Leka said thoughtfully. And, looking around at all 4 of them, he turned and pointed towards the doors. Moving like robots, almost mechanically, the newly minted assistants trudged toward the porch. Breaking into pairs, they began to surround the guards, who remained motionless until a certain line was passed. After which they turned, each in their own direction, and also began to close in. Nikolai watched the fight, mesmerized. Brutal and furious, like a scene from a cheap horror film. Neither side begged for mercy, nor tried to catch the other in a moment of weakness. They simply pounded each other with their fists, like clockwork. And all this took place in absolute silence, broken only by the clatter of feet on the wooden floor. "Come on, Kolya, there's little time." Sideways, trying not to touch their opponents, they both squeezed through the narrow doors and immediately shied away in different directions from the vestibule, because right in front of their noses a security guard walked by, judging by his gait, completely out of control of himself, but carrying a pistol in his hand. Nikolai peered out from his hiding place and was stunned. The tables sat in the center of the semicircular hall, their precious stones glittering like dozens of large stars and hundreds of tiny ones, beautifully offset by the dark velvet of their bases, were open. Their armored lids stood erect, as if at a charity event for some deranged multi-billionaire. "Come on and take them." A quiet whisper instantly brought him back from the realm of dreams. "Kolya, do you have a gun with you?" Nikolai turned around, and from the expression on his face, Alexei understood everything without words. "Then at least pretend you're helping. We need to get up there. And as soon as this one passes by, we jump out and head up quickly, okay?" Holding their breath, they both braced themselves. As soon as the guard's shadow had passed, they, trying to make no noise yet move quickly, rushed toward the stairs. Lyuka was already at the very top when, turning away for a moment, he suddenly bumped his head into something soft. Spinning around, he caught sight of someone's feet right in front of him. Yelling, "Runner!" he pushed off the floor with all his might, darting forward and dashing right under the guard's nose. A shot rang out, particularly loud in the quiet of the building, and a bullet pierced the floor in front of Nikolai, who was crawling second, splitting the wooden panel. Lyuka instantly jumped to his feet and pushed the guard down the stairs with all his might. He went flying, while his friend, miraculously unharmed, shot up, darting past Lyuka and colliding with the second guard, knocking him down. "Look for them while I hold him." Kolya tried to twist his opponent's arm, but the man fought back furiously, completely oblivious to the pain. Finally, the move succeeded, with a sickening crunch. But even with his joint dislocated, the opponent hadn't lost any of his strength. A hail of blows rained down on Nikolai's head, and it felt like a whole gang was pounding him. Not just one man, but an entire gang, using sticks rather than hands. Unable to bear the pain, he jumped to his feet and ran down the gallery. To catch his breath, he turned into one of the pavilions, just in time. The thunder of a gunshot and a hole in the wooden paneling, at his height, testified that, although the guards behaved more like zombies from a horror movie, they hadn't forgotten how to shoot. Alexei glanced around. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw his friend struggling with the mindless guard, and on the other side, another one was moving toward him, thankfully without a gun, but clutching a baton. "Think!" And, by luck, pushing open the first door he came across, he found himself in a room. Not a pavilion, but rather a long hall where, apparently, the main exhibition was to take place. The familiar tables with their lids open lined the walls, only half of them empty. He only had a split second to figure out what was going on, but it was enough to catch a glimpse of Nastya's slender figure at the far end of the room, a pair of armed guards, and, most importantly, a man in a black down jacket, a knit hat pulled down over his face with eye holes cut out. He was carrying a massive Reebok duffel bag, into which he was sweeping the jewelry off one of the tables. "Kill him!" "Kolya!" both the unknown man and Leka shouted almost simultaneously, and then silence reigned. No screams, No gunshots. Nothing. Nikolai, rushing in a second later, was limping noticeably, and a luscious purple bruise adorned the left side of his face. A second, praise be to his military training, was enough to assess the situation, and the next instant he rushed back to the door and slammed the heavy bolt. Just in time, they immediately started pounding on the door, but although it looked like wood, the inside was a solid slab of metal, so thick that even a tank couldn't handle it, let alone a zombie. The scene that met his gaze was horrifyingly implausible. On one level, Nastya looked more like a corpse. Her clothes were tattered and hanging in tatters. Her eyes were rolled back in her head, and her left leg was twisted unnaturally. She stood, her hand raised imperiously in Lyoka's direction. He stared at her, unblinking, leaning forward, as if he were mentally trying to push away a granite wall. His face twisted and flushed, large beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Between them, a stranger in black was rushing about, and two guards, like broken toys, were turning around their axis, leaning first to Nastya's side, then to Lika's, holding pistols in their outstretched hands. Kolya, help! His friend was clearly struggling, and something urgent had to be done. Scanning the room, Nikolai spotted a drinking water cooler, peacefully standing in the corner. He immediately rushed over, grabbed a plastic cup, apparently abandoned by one of the guards, and held it under the trickling stream of water, muttering, "Come on, come on." Alexei's weak voice came from behind. "Kolya, you're an asshole." There was no time for explanations. Filling his glass and covering it with his hand, Nikolai ran across the room, his ears ringing as if the crowd with sticks that had been tormenting his body had gone off for a smoke, and another crowd had arrived in their place, one with kettle drums, and begun pounding his brain with them. As he made his final dash, he literally felt something cold and slippery, yet completely weightless, creeping into his brain, and he immediately threw out his hand with the glass. Nastya shuddered, and her face, cold drops of water rolling down it, briefly assumed a sensible expression, only to be replaced by a grimace of pain. Unable to resist any longer, she collapsed to the floor and lay still. At that very moment, a deafening cannonade erupted behind Nikolai, causing him to crouch, and when he turned around, it was all over. The masked stranger lay on the floor, a bloody stain spreading across his chest, torn apart by gunfire. Both guards still stood over his body, their fingers, now completely mindless, clicking the triggers. That was all Alexei could manage. His vision blurred. He took a step back, leaning against the wall to steady himself, and the guards, who had replaced 2 mind masters in 15 minutes, fell to the floor like toys whose batteries had suddenly run out. In the distance, sirens began to wail as usual. "Lesha! Leka!" The slap brought his friend out of unconsciousness. "What, do I have to go?" "Lesha, you don't need to go anywhere, you need to run." He gathered his last strength and stood up unsteadily. Nastya. Hospital corridor. Intensive care unit. Quiet footsteps. "How is she, doctor?" "Who are you to her?" "A close friend." The doctor, a plump, middle-aged woman with tired, kind eyes behind her glasses, sighed heavily. "We need to pray. She has double pneumonia, a broken leg and 2 broken ribs, bruises all over her body, a concussion, nervous tension, and general exhaustion. Plus, the doctor adjusted her glasses, looking closely at her interlocutor. She apparently didn't lead the kind of lifestyle that's considered healthy. And as a result, there's very little hope. Thank you, doctor. Can I visit her? She's in a coma right now, and you probably wouldn't want to see her like that. But if it makes you feel better, you can come in. But I'll be back in 2 minutes and then you can leave. Fine. Marina froze in the doorway, and in her eyes there was a silent question. Can I come in? You look really bad, Lesha. I brought some sandwiches. You barely eat anything. I just don't understand. You need to sleep too. You've been on your feet for 3 days. Thank you. The doctors. They probably just don't notice me. And as for sleep, I really want to, but I can't fall asleep now. She'll die if I fall asleep. I spoke to the doctor. There is little hope. But it exists. Marina squatted down and looked into her husband's eyes. Let her go. She's been through so much. Why should she suffer anymore? He smiled sadly with the corner of his lips. She's fine now. She doesn't feel a thing. Oh, if only you could see her dreams. Alexei's eyes sparkled, and he quickly turned away. Forgive me, Marina, but if these are her last days, I want to be with her. Go home. I'll come. I promise. Soon. Marina left the room, bursting into tears like a schoolgirl. She couldn't even quite explain why she was crying, whether from hurt, helplessness, or pity. For herself, for Lyoka, for her. Still sobbing, she reached into her bag and pulled out a small paper package. She tore the thread from the willow branch, pulled it out, and examined it for a second, peering at the strange patterns or runes covering its surface. She clearly remembered that when she cut it yesterday, there had been nothing like it. Ah, if only someone experienced, someone who knew what to do, were here now. If only. But Yulia Petrovna left everything to her. Decide for yourself. But what was there to decide? What was there to expect from this decision? Tears welled up again, and Marina walked to the door, clutching the twig in her hand. Her footsteps had almost died away in the doorway when suddenly a clear, distinct sound rang out. Click. Either a slender branch of someone's fate snapped, or the film simply ran out for a second in the celestial projectionist's control room.